A perfect strike of the knight's sword caught up with Encred, becoming the familiar finale to another cycle of rebirth. The familiar structure of the blade flashed before the commander's mental gaze for the 17th time, reminding him of the merciless repetition of fate. The young warrior covered his eyes, humbly awaiting the inevitable passage of the deadly steel through his doomed body. The thin blade of the dagger easily pierced the young man's armor, leaving no defense against the relentless force of the blow. For the exhausted Encred, this was the 17th death in an endless cycle of a recurring nightmare. Scarlet blood gushed from the commander's wound as the enemy struck with such force that there was no chance of survival. The bitter thought flashed through the warrior's fading mind that more effort might have presented a chance for survival. Life left the body of the young fighter, taking with it all hopes of successfully overcoming this challenge. With his last glimmer of consciousness, Encred realized the possibility of avoiding death if he really put more effort into it. Awakening in another dimension greeted the squad leader with a strange question about the veracity of his thoughts about his own powerlessness. The mysterious spirit addressed the young man, noting all his efforts while pointing out his constant failures. The otherworldly fellow rebuked the warrior's weakness, emphasizing his inability to overcome the obstacle before him. The piercing words of the unknown creature made Encred's heart clench painfully, forcing him to admit the bitter truth. A deep rage gripped Encred as the mysterious spirit's words struck a nerve, revealing a truth he did not like. The loud clanking of a metal frying pan snapped the young man out of his musings, bringing him back to the reality of the familiar morning. The commander was awakened by these harsh sounds that woke him again to the start of another recurring day. A companion near the warrior's bedside was surprised to notice that the commander had risen much earlier than usual. The young warrior quietly told Rem that there were bugs lurking in his boots, using knowledge from previous cycles. The muscular fighter, not understanding the meaning of the warning, decided to check his shoes to see if the commander's words were true. His fears were justified. The boot did indeed contain an insect, causing the sturdy warrior an unexpected fright. Rem immediately began stomping on the uninvited guest, quickly destroying the bug with his massive foot in a burst of sudden fear. The strongman turned to the commander indignantly, accusing him of a wicked joke, perplexed as to how Encred had known of the insect's presence. The warlord's thoughts were occupied with the realization that this was the 18th time he had witnessed the demise of this little creature. The young man's attentive eye noticed that each repetition of the cycle was exactly identical to the previous time. The exhausted warrior pondered the number of repetitions to come, and the possibility of ever preventing his own demise. From an early age, Encred trained diligently with his sword, putting all his heart into honing his fighting skills. The young fighter's mentor was a mercenary soldier who happened to be in their village and noticed the boy's potential. The seasoned warrior turned to little Encred, noting his unique abilities and foreshadowing the possibility of becoming a knight. It was then that a cherished dream was born in the boy's heart, which determined his future life path. The young dreamer saw himself as an invincible knight, able to single-handedly confront an entire army of opponents. Little Encred dreamed of how he would one day be able to turn the tide of battle with bravery and skill. The boy envisioned himself as a legendary hero of songs by traveling performers, a knight whose exploits would end a protracted war. The obnoxious countrymen mocked the clumsy newcomer, commenting loudly on his fall during practice. The tipsy villagers mockingly spoke of the impossibility of the boy's dream of becoming a knight when he was afraid even of a horse. Memories of the abandoned homeland and joining the squad resurfaced in the commander's mind, reminding him of the constant taunts of those around him. Encred realized that his talent might not be outstanding, but it was too soon to give up because of a single failure. The commander firmly believed that hard work would surely bear fruit and compensate for any natural shortcomings. The young warrior took the lack of innate talent as a given, not letting that fact stop him from moving towards his goal. Encred believed that with time, with maximum effort, he would surely succeed against all odds. Unshakable confidence helped the young man to overcome all the difficulties encountered on the way to his cherished dream. The now matured commander had considerable experience in battles that had hardened his body and spirit with numerous trials. Years of training bore fruit, and the warlord earned the recognition of those around him for his inordinate strength and endurance. Encred's skill grew each day, strengthening his confidence that knighthood was sure to become a reality. However, firm hope sometimes left the commander's soul, especially in moments of another awakening in the same day. His faith in his own strength was shattered time after time as the young man relived his inevitable death. A village boy from the village where Encred was staying suddenly challenged the young warrior to a duel. The 12-year-old tomboy, who had only been practicing fencing for 6 months, boldly called the future commander a weakling. The warlord recalled washing his hands in blood, practicing for over a decade, only to lose to some kid. A sense of humiliation overwhelmed Encred, who had been helpless in front of the young swordsman during that memorable fight. Bitter doubts tormented the soul of the warrior, whether all his years of effort and hard work were in vain. Despair seized the young man at the thought of the senselessness of the struggle and inability to change anything in his own fate. The young fighter understood, even if others thought his ambition to become a knight was meaningless. For him, it remained the main goal. Encred deliberately restricted himself from sleep and food, devoting the freed-up time to grueling training to the point of exhaustion. The unwavering determination made the commander repeat the exercise over and over again, never stopping on the way to the dream. A firm belief in the ultimate success supported the commander in all trials, giving strength to continue what he had started. This unwavering confidence became Encred's credo for life, feeding his soul with hope for future achievements. The warrior did not allow himself to feel sorry for himself, preferring to put maximum effort into his daily training. For days and nights on end, the young man perfected his fighting skills, sacrificing sleep for the chance to surpass other warriors. The wood that served as Encred's constant sparring partner was covered with many marks from the blows of his sword. Sometimes the warlord felt sorry for the long-suffering plant that silently took on all his attacks. A firm decision to never give up on the dream has solidified in the commander's heart, even if knighthood remains unattainable. Too much had been sacrificed by the young warrior to now simply take and discard his life's cherished goal. In moments of weakness, Encred remembered the path he had traveled, finding in those memories new strength to continue the fight. It was comforting to think that even without becoming a knight, the young man had earned a reputation as an experienced and reliable soldier. One day, during another grueling training session, the warlord suddenly became ill from overexertion of all his strength. Resentment at his own fruitless efforts made Encred scream at the top of his voice, venting his accumulated despair. The commander was once again practicing techniques in a fight with his constant sparring partner, an old tree on the edge of the forest. After 3 years of hard service, the Cyprus Division was formed into 4 platoons, comprising 4 companies each. The young warrior was promoted to 2nd squad leader, not ideal, but a worthy reward for endless training. Encred turned to his subordinate Jackson, wanting to give him an important assignment for the day ahead. The brown-eyed fighter looked up slightly, wondering with some displeasure what his commander required of him. The military commander informed Jackson of the need to take the watch in his place tonight for an important reason. Dissatisfaction was clearly reflected on the face of his subordinate, obviously not happy about the prospect of additional duty. The cunning warrior agreed, but on the condition that the commander would remain owed him a favor for this unexpected substitution. The muscular ram noticed Jackson looking at the commander like a wildcat, warning of his comrade's perfidy. The commander also turned to Rem, and the latter instantly inquired if the chief was going to delegate any duties to him. Encred only quietly uttered a phrase about wanting to try the dragon heart technique once more, causing his companion to freeze in astonishment. The muscular subordinate looked extremely surprised at such an unexpected offer from his commander. Rem reminded the warlord of the past failure, puzzled as to why he thought the attempt would be more successful now. Memories of the brutal battle between Norilia and Aspan, in which the commander had died, surfaced again in his tormented mind. Brought back to life through a strange cycle of rebirths, Encred is forced to live the fateful day over and over again. Despite practicing with Rem teaching the Heart of the Beast technique, there was still a significant problem in the execution of the technique. The young warrior still couldn't keep up with the movement of the deadly blade, each time bringing him imminent doom. Today, the commander's resolve was stronger than before, a mindset that surpassed all previous attempts to change what was destined to happen. A huge number of soldiers lined up in battle order, loudly shouting slogans to boost morale. The warriors shouted with all their might, filling the air with a deafening roar designed to intimidate the enemy before the fight. Encred was clearly aware that he was on this battlefield for the 21st time thanks to the cycle of rebirths. The experienced commander has learned absolutely every attack of the enemy, memorizing the smallest details of the upcoming battle down to the last detail. Thanks to his accumulated experience, the warlord skillfully dodged the blows aimed in his direction by the enemy soldiers. The young warrior knew that the next test would be an attack by the enemy coming in from the rear, for which he was prepared. Encred's determined gaze settled on the warrior in front of him, the last of a string of opponents to be fought. The commander recognized the determined fighter as one of the members of Vel's elite squad, renowned for their fighting prowess. Bitter foreknowledge told Encred that the fate of this brave warrior from Vel's squad had already been tragically sealed. The arrow fired by the unseen archer swiftly split the air, heading towards its doomed target on the battlefield. The warlord reacted instantly, putting up his shield and saving his comrade from imminent doom, something he proudly recalled. A confused fighter from Vel's squad didn't even have time to realize what had happened when a deadly shell nearly cut his life short. During these life-saving actions, the commander was attacked from behind by the enemy, but the vigilant Encred foresaw this danger as well. The young warrior felt the satisfaction of the task at hand, having successfully blocked the first attack and avoided the enemy sword strike. The warlord realized that this was only the beginning of the journey, and there would be several more difficult challenges ahead of him on that fateful day. Suddenly, one of the enemy soldiers dealt a fatal blow to a warrior from Encred's squad, throwing his companions into shock and rage. The enemy acted so swiftly that no one had time to react and prevent the death of a comrade in battle. It was at this point in the battle that each cycle of the commander's rebirths ended with his own agonizing death. The warlord distinctly remembered the same enemy plunging a sword into his neck for the 21st time without the slightest change. Encred's determination peaked. The young warrior was not going to give up, intending to see this through to a victorious end. A strange new feeling filled the commander with confidence that today he would be able to handle a deadly opponent. A co-worker's story about the legendary Dragonheart technique, which required closing one's eyes in the face of danger, came to mind. The warlord decisively swung his battle axe, preparing to demonstrate the mysterious skill at the crucial moment of the battle. An associate warned the commander that closing one's eyes on the battlefield was a sure way to a quick death, contrary to the principles of engineering. The instructions for Encred sounded clear: to be braver, to not panic, to become a warrior for whom death is an empty sound. The muscular ram insisted that a fighter must transform into a true beast, casting aside human fears and doubts. By following this path of transformation, the warrior will become invulnerable. No one will be able to kill the one who has truly mastered the heart of the beast. The commander's opponent took the familiar swing of his sword again, the same as he had done all the previous 20 times in this endless cycle. The essential difference in Encred's behavior was that he did not close his eyes in the face of his greatest fear. An inner voice reminded, "The heart of a true beast never knows the fear of death, meeting danger face to face." The young warrior wondered if he feared death after so many rebirths, after countless returns on the same day. The answer came instantly: no. The fear was gone, as each death only tempered the commander's spirit, making him stronger than before. For the first time in all his attempts at rebirth, the warlord was able to dodge the enemy's deadly blow, reversing what had been preordained. The blade of the enemy's sword passed dangerously close to the young warrior's neck, but did not touch the skin, for the first time in many repetitions. Encred's heart raced with the realization of the long-awaited success that gave hope of overcoming the vicious circle of fate. The incredible event happened for the first time in all his attempts to break the chain of endless repetitions of the same day. The 21st attempt saw the commander finally overcome his fear of death, freeing himself from the restraining shackles. The warlord bravely faced his greatest fear, refusing to back down in the face of the inevitable as he had done before. After successfully dodging the blow, the young warrior swung his own weapon with all his accumulated strength for a counterattack. With a practiced move, Encred placed a block against his opponent's next attack, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength and confidence. A cry of determination burst from the commander's chest, the accumulated despair and fatigue demanding an outlet in this battle. The expression of the warrior's eyes radiated unwavering determination, and a strange violet glow emanated from his pupils, frightening his enemies. Despite his best efforts, the attempt again ended in failure, the enemy again striking the commander's throat with a fatal blow. Clenching his teeth in the last moments of his life, Encred desperately tried to accomplish just one more thing before his inevitable end. In the netherworld, a mysterious spirit told the warrior of the trap of the endless day, and offered deliverance from eternal torment. The ghost was offering to accept defeat, get in his boat, accept his weakness, and finally find long-awaited peace. The stubborn commander refused to give up even after another failed attempt to change his fate in an endless cycle. Encred firmly told the mysterious spirit that he would never accept defeat or give up the fight, no matter the cost. The warrior had time to see the end of his opponent's weapon, but the day began again with the same sound of the pan being struck, bringing it back to the beginning. The muscular ram marveled again at the commander's early awakening, unaware of the countless repetitions of this conversation. Encred realized that he was moving towards his goals step by step, and sooner or later he would definitely manage to break the vicious circle of fate. The 33rd battle for the exhausted commander began with the same events as all its previous repetitions. The young warrior saw before him the same blows he had observed many times before, memorizing every movement of his opponents. Being in the midst of battle, Encred felt a strange calmness, knowing ahead of time every action of enemies and companions. The commander was dodging before the enemy's sword even started moving, bringing his reactions to full automaticity. Despite his best efforts, his opponent's sharp blade plunged into the young warrior's throat again, interrupting another attempt to change his fate. The fading consciousness of the commander fixed the bitter truth. The enemy was moving too fast, surpassing the Encred's capabilities. The warlord slowly sank to his knees, feeling the life leave his body in yet another of this endless cycle. Blood gushed from the slashed neck of the fighter, and the amulet hanging from it was shattered by the merciless blow of the enemy. The unusual piece of jewelry fell to the ground, catching the dying commander's fading attention with its strange shimmer. Memories of his mercenary days flashed through Encred's mind. Back then, he had destroyed several monsters that threatened the village. The young fighter was not required to do this mission. He just happened to stumble upon a village where the inhabitants were begging for help. The reason for the agreement was the cherished dream of becoming a knight, because the protection of the weak and helpless, the first duty of a true knight. Memory retained the village headman's words about the poverty of the village and the modest reward. It was all the grateful residents could offer. The young mercenary then looked at the humble gift extended to him with misunderstanding, not realizing its true value. The very amulet that had just burst around the commander's neck had been given to him by the grateful villagers for his rescue. Thinking back, Encred thought, a strange reward for a mortal risk. But he was told that the amulet would fulfill what he desperately prayed for. Dying, the warlord looked at the broken piece of jewelry, pondering if perhaps this was the thing that made the day repeat itself time after time. A hunch flashed through the fighter's mind. The amulet does work, granting him endless attempts to achieve the dream of becoming a knight. The enemy approached the dying commander, noticing with feigned sympathy that the latter must be in terrible pain. The enemy leaned over Encred, preparing to finish him off, and hypocritically spoke words of his own mercy for the defeated. The weakening warrior mentally rejected the killer's false compassion, realizing that there was no meaning or value in such mercy. Before he died again, the commander took one last look into the bloodthirsty eyes of the enemy, memorizing every detail of his appearance. The ghastly smile of the enemy and the look as if devouring the soul of a dying man were forever imprinted in the young warrior's memory. Encred's last thought was full of contempt for the killer, a freak who enjoyed the death of people, deserving of no mercy. Another day began with the familiar sound of the pan being struck, bringing the commander back to the beginning of an endless cycle of repetition. Encred turned to Rem, this time deciding to make a joke, and informing his comrade that he had put an insect in his boot for a prank. The muscular co-worker was shocked to find a bug in his shoe and loudly resented his commander's inappropriate joke. Rem rebuked his superior for the foolish prank from the beginning of the day, suspecting that Encred had finally lost his mind from the stress. The military commander interrupted his subordinate's disgruntled remarks, ordering him to stop idle chatter and rather prepare for the upcoming events. The young warrior once again asked his comrade to teach him the heart of the beast technique, key to surviving the upcoming battle. Hardy was once again surprised by this request, his emotions changing from bewilderment to interest in each new cycle. Events unfolded in the usual sequence. A fellow soldier swung his axe to demonstrate his combat technique to the commander. Encred watched with extreme attention, trying not to miss the slightest detail of the movement, even deliberately refusing to blink. Demonstrating the technique, the mighty warrior brought his weapon as close as possible to the commander's face, creating a situation of real danger. The young warrior managed to dodge the swift axe blade, thanks to not closing his eyes in the face of danger. The muscular ram froze in amazement, trying to figure out how the commander had managed to avoid being hit with such incredible agility. A surprised companion asked the secret of success, to which Encred calmly replied, mentioning only constant training. The incredulous fighter objected that such skill did not come so quickly, especially a secret technique belonging to his family. The warlord carelessly remarked that perhaps there was nothing special about it, and the success might have been just a happy accident. Mentally, Encred realized the success was far from accidental, as this was the 10th time he had performed this technique after many attempts. The commander suggested another sparring session between the two in an effort to solidify a skill critical to survival in battle. The powerful warrior studied his comrade thoughtfully, noting the unusual change in Encred's behavior, which was strikingly different from what he was used to. A mischievous smile appeared on Rem's face as he agreed to the suggestion, recognizing the idea as interesting enough to entertain. Encred realized, even after mastering the heart of the beast, he would die if he couldn't strike back, requiring no less training. During a training battle, the commander never took his attentive gaze off the enemy's weapon, never allowing himself to close his eyes for a moment. The muscular fighter mockingly shouted that it was time to go on the attack instead of endlessly dodging his blows. The only attack technique known to the commander was too weak to effectively counter an experienced opponent in sparring. The warlord continued to dodge his comrade's powerful blows, hesitant to go on the offensive due to uncertainty. The mercenary sword technique that Encred wielded was considered an abnormal technique created by the legendary warrior known as Valen. Many experienced fighters were dismissive of this style, calling it merely a petty trick unworthy of a true warrior. A thunderous ram pointed out the weakness of the commander's lower body, shouting out advice on how to improve his fighting stance during a bout. During the intense sparring, Encred reflected that this one technique was all he had left in his arsenal of skills. To the commander, this technique held a special value, and now he intended to use it despite the disdain of those around him. The young warrior assumed the necessary stance, preparing to strike at his training opponent with maximum concentration. Ram's puzzled look betrayed his confusion. The strong man didn't understand what his comrade was up to at this crucial moment. Vivid memories of the actual battlefield and the killer's gaze surfaced in the commander's mind, strengthening his determination to win. Using these memories, Encred fueled his actions with emotions from real battles, giving the training battle a special meaning. Unexpectedly, the commander threw his sword at his opponent, trying to replicate the movement of that very opponent from the battlefield. The thrown weapon flew in a completely different direction than Encred had planned, demonstrating the imperfection of his technique. Looking at the empty hand from which he had just released his sword, the commander realized that for a moment he had managed to replicate his assassin's strike. That moment was a breakthrough in understanding his opponent's technique. The same warrior that had cut Encred's life short in battle time after time. The commander's physical memory retained every fatal blow the enemy had received over dozens of cycles of rebirths and defeats. The strongman turned to his comrade, mentioning the possible bleeding. But Encred didn't even realize what he was talking about, absorbed in his own thoughts. Impressed, Rem recognized that among all the techniques demonstrated, the last blow was indeed the most praiseworthy. The muscular fighter noticed that just a little more, and his arm would begin to bleed from the force of the blow, which was a rare accomplishment for a commander. The experienced warrior pointed out Encred's main problem: too much doubt during battle, preventing him from showing his true potential. Rem explained that a blocked attack is useless, and it is crucial to think of the next move after the opponent's initial strike. The mentor advised to imagine that the enemy would not be able to evade, and to boldly declare his imminent death by looking straight into his eyes. The comrade's wise counsel was to ensure that the commander did not lose his grip on the sword, and remained confident at the decisive moment of the battle. The young warrior, hearing these words, realized that despite the clumsy explanations, he had managed to grasp the essence of the experienced fighter's instructions. Encred realized the significant difference between his strike and the assassin's attack on the battlefield, which became more obvious with each cycle. The main difference lay in the lack of confidence. The commander lacked grit and determination when executing the deadly technique. Constant defeats were due to a lack of conviction in their own actions, generating fatal errors in combat. The warlord realized that he must strike more decisive blows, putting all his strength and will into them without a shadow of a doubt. Every movement of the sword must be imbued with the sole intention of bringing death to the opponent, without hesitation or pity. During the sparring session, Encred again attempted to replicate his assassin's technique, striving to achieve the same level of deadly skill. Another attempt ended in failure. The comrade easily blocked the attack, showing a lack of perfection in the execution of the technique. Memories of the assassin's words before he died haunted the commander, a false promise of mercy sounding each time before he struck. The invariable finale of every cycle, a death blow to the throat that contradicts the hypocritical words of compassion for the defeated enemy. The warlord realized that even one step forward makes a huge difference, even though it may seem insignificant at first glance. Advancing even a small part of the way to the goal was critical to Encred's insistence on breaking the vicious cycle. For the 111th time, the commander heard the false words from his assassin about mercy preceding the inevitable fatal blow. The endless cycle of repeating the same day with Encred's death had reached its 111th gruesome repetition. The number of rebirths had reached 123, and each time the same phrase sounded before the young warrior's agonizing death. A bitter thought haunted the warlord. He was being killed in the same way every time, with frightening consistency and precision. The 124th cycle of death had begun for the exhausted commander, doomed to endlessly repeat his own demise. During another sparring session with his comrade, Encred finally managed to throw his sword correctly, perfectly replicating the assassin's technique. Astonishment was reflected on the strong man's face as he realized the incredible skill his commander had suddenly demonstrated. The astonishing transformation of an inept fighter into a master swordsman took place before Rem's eyes, who could not believe such rapid progress. A stunned comrade asked the commander if he had lost his mind, finding no other explanation for the incredible leap in combat prowess. The concerned comrade turned to his commander, calling attention to the state of his mangled hands after an intense workout. Encred's palms were covered with wounds from which blood was continuously oozing, indicating overzealousness in mastering the technique. Rem anxiously asked the commander why he was laughing like a real madman, not understanding the reasons for such strange behavior. The warlord clearly recognized the need to be faster, to attack with the true intent to kill. Only that could change the outcome. In a fateful battle repeated countless times for him, Encred once again fought his main opponent. The commander performed the same actions as always, but with each cycle his movements became more precise and more perfect than before. An unprecedented success. This time, the young warrior even managed to touch the armor of his eternal killer with his sword, showing progress. Despite the improvement, the movement still wasn't perfect, and the opponent managed to land the customary fatal blow to the fighter's throat. His first attempt at a decisive strike ended in failure, but Encred wasn't about to give up after so much repetition and training. The warlord had firmly learned the cardinal rule: one must not blink. One must keep a close eye on the enemy's weapon until the last moment. The determination not to put down his own weapon until the very end became a key principle that Encred adhered to in every battle. The commander remembered the entire sequence of events, from the first contact of swords to the killer's final maneuver with pinpoint accuracy. Once again, his opponent's hypocritical words that a warrior must be in great pain echoed in the dying Encred's mind. The familiar phrase of graciousness was uttered once again, eliciting only a contemptuous chuckle from the commander before he died. Surprising his enemy, the young warrior uttered the unexpected word tomorrow, instead of the usual silence or screams of pain and death agony. Encred promised the assassin that he would definitely kill him tomorrow, putting into his words all the determination and confidence of a man who had died many times. The presumptuous statement only made the enemy laugh, who thought such a promise impossible for a warrior dying before his eyes. The killer was sure that there was no tomorrow for the dead, unaware of his victim's endless cycle of rebirths. The young commander woke up again in familiar surroundings, beginning another recurring day of his strange and agonizing fate. The familiar scene of Rem crushing a bug in his shoe unfolded before Encred's eyes with inexorable predictability. The warlord explained to his astonished comrade the reason for his knowledge of the insect, saying that he had seen the beetle crawl into his shoes. The commander ordered Rem to take over his guard duties necessary to fulfill the plan he had conceived for this cycle. The muscular warrior looked perplexed at his superior, surprised at the familiar tone of the order, sounding as if it were the norm. On the 125th day of the recurring nightmare, a big-eyed soldier approached the commander, awaiting orders from his superiors. Encred asked for his armor, shield, and dagger, promising to pay later as these items were critical. The disgruntled warrior only agreed to fulfill the request because he had received it from the commander, normally not granting such favors to anyone. Jackson made a quip about the commander always delegating tasks to others, which drew an angry reaction from Ram, who was defending Encred. Another warrior addressed Rem with words of blessing, urging his brother-in-arms not to be overly aggressive with his comrades. The muscular fighter pondered the commander's unusual behavior, noticing his atypical tenseness, strikingly different from his usual manner. The young warlord keenly felt the unbearable pain at every death, which made him train with redoubled determination. Encred focused on intense training, hoping that this time he would actually manage to break the fatal barrier. An alarming thought haunted the commander. What if even after 1,000 attempts he couldn't find a way to avoid the fatal blow? The warrior wondered whether to wake up in a new day or continue the cycle of rebirths, recognizing that he had become much stronger than before. The decision to stay in the fight was the only option for Encred, as retreating went against his very nature as a warrior. The commander felt the need to overcome the invisible wall that stood between continued life and ultimate defeat at the hands of the enemy. The young fighter was clearly aware of his main task: to master the technique of striking the perfect blow that could change the destined outcome. Refusing to continue the journey was unthinkable for Encred, determined to see it through despite countless setbacks. The commander's perseverance was fueled by an understanding of the direct link between overcoming this challenge and achieving the cherished dream of becoming a knight. For the first time in his many training sessions, the warlord managed to shatter the training tree, showing significant progress in punching power. The young warrior took this success as a true blessing, a sign that his endless efforts were beginning to bear fruit. Encred was donning his armor, preparing to go out for another battle that was to be the turning point in his endless cycle. The shield, delivered by a big-eyed associate, was an important element of the commander's new strategy for the upcoming battle. The warlord felt it was time to move forward, evolve, and finally break free from the endlessly recurring nightmare. The beginning of the decisive battle was marked by the powerful sounds of battle trumpets calling the soldiers to fulfill their military duty. All the fighters from Encred's squad were carefully preparing for the upcoming fight, testing their weapons and boosting their morale. More determined than ever, the commander led his squad, leading his companions onto the battlefield with an unprecedented confidence of victory. A fierce battle ensued as the opposing troops rushed towards each other in a furious rush. The young warrior realized that with no innate skills, he was only able to survive in this meat grinder because of special qualities. Thorough preparation, luck, and most importantly, incredible calmness were the keys to Encred's survival in the upcoming battle. The commander remembered how on the 48th day of the cycle, his shoulder was pierced by spikes, and on the 47th, he received a fatal blow while dodging. Hard training has taught the warrior the proper approach to defeating the first opponent he encounters. The 70th day ended with a severed leg, after which the helpless Encred was unable to confront his main foe in that cycle. Now aware of the impending danger, the commander took care of some reliable leg armor, preparing for the attack he knew was coming. Thanks to the precautionary protection he wore, the warlord's leg remained unharmed, allowing him to fight back against the soldier who attacked him. Memories of the 89th day, when his head had been split open by a thrown axe, made Encred make a tough decision. Keeping alive a warrior who could prevent a decisive fight with the main enemy was an unacceptable luxury for a commander. Countless days of practicing throwing weapons had turned the skill into an automatic skill for Encred, requiring little effort. Having finished the previous fight, Encred found a fighter from his squad right behind him in need of immediate protection. The warlord, as always, covered his comrade in arms with his shield from the unfortunate arrow flying with murderous accuracy. Immediately, the commander dealt with the enemy who attempted to take the life of a subordinate, demonstrating lightning-fast reaction. Finally, the decisive moment came. Encred faced his main opponent, the one who had taken his life time after time. The eyes of the enemy, as usual, glittered with the unconcealed desire to kill, giving away the heartless warrior's beastly bloodlust. The young commander did not allow himself to even blink, maintaining an unprecedented seriousness and focus before the decisive battle. The opponents froze opposite each other in tense anticipation, preparing to see who would strike the decisive blow first. The enemy grabbed his weapon lightning fast, intending to be the first to attack and end the fight with the usual outcome. The warlord managed to block the enemy's powerful blow with his shield, avoiding immediate death for the first time in this fight. Encred's defensive gear was broken, but that didn't stop the brave fighter from deciding to strike back at his opponent. The commander realized that simply evading the attacks would not give him a chance of victory. It was necessary to act decisively. Despite his lack of innate talent, the young warrior has achieved strength almost at the level of a gifted through endless training. Encred's lack of experience in real fights made him vulnerable to an experienced opponent, capable of surprising him with unexpected tactics. The mercenary sword technique with many variations was really effective, and the commander adopted the right stance for the attack. The young warrior deftly tripped his opponent, causing him to lose his balance and begin to fall, losing his advantage. Without missing the rare chance, Encred swung his sword powerfully, aiming the blow directly at the staggered foe's head. The expression in his opponent's eyes changed, bloodlust replaced by confusion as he realized the unusual development. The enemy managed to regain his balance, and he desperately reached out with his hands towards the commander, trying to grab him and neutralize the threat. The warlord, as usual, managed to dodge his opponent's first desperate lunge, maintaining the advantage in the fight. The enemy looked extremely surprised that the young warrior had managed to avoid an attack that had always reached its target before. The enemy's eyes lit up again with unconcealed killing intent, as he realized the unusual threat from a familiar victim. The attentive Encred noticed this change immediately, but continued to maintain his concentration, not blinking once since the start of the fight. Thanks to countless trainings, the commander now knew everything about the peculiarities of his permanent assassin's technique. For the first time in all the cycles of rebirths, the warlord was able to successfully block the deadly strike of this hated enemy. The opponent's swords almost came in contact with each other, creating a moment of extreme tension in a decisive battle of fate. Upon contact, the enemy's weapon suddenly shattered, giving Encred an unprecedented advantage in the fight. Suddenly, someone to the side drew the bowstring, preparing to release an arrow at the most decisive moment of the battle. The deadly projectile rushed straight towards the commander with incredible speed, threatening to overwhelm all his efforts. At this critical moment, the warlord realized the opportunity to strike a decisive blow against his main enemy. Encred thought he had finally managed to win, while the swift arrow approached inexorably, threatening his life. Ram's axe swiftly sliced through the air, flying towards the deadly projectile aimed at the commander. Fortunately, the faithful comrade's throwing weapon broke the arrow flying at Encred, averting imminent doom. Thanks to a save, the commander was able to strike at his main opponent, taking advantage of the moment. The muscular Ram shouted that he would kill a gunman who dared to attempt his commander's life at a crucial moment. While the young warrior was experiencing a moment of triumph, his wily opponent suddenly reached out to his defeated opponent. Blood rushed from the defeated enemy, staining the ground beneath the feet of the fighting warrior's scarlet. All his opponent saw before him in his last moments were the falling bodies of his comrades dying at the hands of the enemy. Encred realized that he was experiencing one of the most significant moments of his life, after an endless string of defeats and rebirths. In the midst of the battle, with warriors from both sides dying all around, the young commander was nearing the end of his incredible quest. The sense of his own exceptionalism overwhelmed Encred, who had finally managed to defeat the main enemy that had been killing him time after time. The young warrior's gaze clouded with memories of the long journey traveled to reach this triumphant moment. The commander noticed how the defeated enemy's gaze changed, now expressing an extreme degree of shock and horror at the inevitable. Encred clenched the hilt of his sword with maximum force, preparing to deliver the final decisive blow that would end his centuries-long confrontation. Looking at the defeated enemy, the warlord uttered with bitter irony the familiar phrase, "I will be merciful to you." With a powerful swing of his sword, the commander severed his opponent's head, ending the battle and breaking the endless cycle of his own deaths. A crazy feeling of joy and pride overwhelmed the young warrior, who realized that the impossible had been accomplished through his persistence. The warlord realized that he had finally managed to overcome that insurmountable wall that had separated him from victory for so long. Suddenly, the triumphant moment was interrupted by something that caused the commander to experience extreme surprise and confusion. A powerful blow to his back knocked Encred off his feet, causing him to collapse to the ground at the most inopportune moment of his long-awaited victory. A piercing scream burst from the commander's chest as he felt the searing pain of a treacherous blow from an unknown enemy. Rem realized with horror that he had failed to stop the enemy sneakily attacking his commander in a moment of triumph. The Encred's backstabber turned out to be a very strange creature, looking like a huge upright frog in human armor. The amazing creature with the unusual tattoos looked more like an amphibian than a human, and instilled instinctive fear with its appearance. The brazen amphibian delivered a treacherous blow to the commander's back, taking advantage of his moment of concentration on the main enemy. The creature pronounced that it had made a great effort, and could not believe that someone like Encred had defeated his main charge. Warrior Frog rebuked the commander for his insolence, mentioning the severed head of a defeated enemy as an overly cruel act. The young warlord bitterly realized that his moment of well-deserved glory and triumph had been interrupted by an unexpected interference. Encred saw the strange amphibian swing his sword, shouting "Die," preparing to deliver a killing blow to the helpless commander. Suddenly, the axe intruded into the deadly duel, changing its course and stopping the amphibian's blade a few inches from the warrior's head. The savior turned out to be the faithful Ram, who came to protect his commander at a critical moment, risking his own life. The muscular fighter swung his axe powerfully, intending to finish off the strange and dangerous creature once and for all. The nimble amphibian managed to block the crushing blow of Rem's massive weapon, showing incredible reaction and strength. Hardy kept a determined and serious attitude, ready to fight to the last drop of blood for the life of his commander. The warrior frog began to realize the gravity of the situation when faced with the fierce determination of the wounded Encred's protector. Rem continued to attack with frantic aggression, swinging his massive axe and looking to end the bout with one crushing blow. At this critical moment, another soldier ran up to the lion commander, preparing to pierce his body with his sharply sharpened weapon. A loyal warrior from Encred's squad managed to intercept the attacker, preventing his leader's imminent death from the treacherous blow. The muscular Ram jumped back, regrouping for another attack and assessing the capabilities of his unusual opponent. The amphibian repeated her opponent's maneuver, also retreating to a safe distance, keeping an eye on her formidable opponent. The opponents froze opposite each other in tense anticipation, waiting to see who would be the first to strike the decisive blow in this deadly battle. A thunderous Ram stated that if the enemy wanted to get to the commander, they would have to go through him first, showing unwavering loyalty. The amphibian grinned in surprise, dismissively calling Encred a weakling, and expressing bewilderment as to why such a fighter was defending such a worthless commander. The muscular warrior pondered the nature of his opponent, knowing that frogs were designed to kill, and decided between burning him with magic or piercing his heart with one mighty blow. The strange amphibian was perplexed as to why a fighter as powerful as Rem was involved in such a minor battle, clearly assessing the strength of a potential opponent. Hardy realized that he might have to risk his own life to defeat an unusual enemy, but he was prepared for the sacrifice. The warrior frog also realized the deadly risk of continuing the fight, and weighed whether the battle was worth the possible losses. The opponents froze in front of each other, assessing their opponent and searching for vulnerable spots for a decisive blow. After a tense assessment of the situation, the amphibian concluded that the most sensible solution would be a strategic retreat. A thunderous Ram shouted an accusation of cowardice at his departing opponent, expressing his contempt for his unwillingness to continue the fight. Jackson continued to fight desperately, protecting his wounded commander from the relentless attacks of enemy soldiers. The muscular warrior came to his comrade's aid, slicing the head off the attacking enemy soldier with one mighty blow. The brown-eyed fighter battled beside his commander's body, keeping enemies away from the helpless Encred, showing unprecedented devotion. All members of the squad were ready to give their lives for their commander, demonstrating unparalleled loyalty and combat brotherhood. The number of attackers did not decrease, but seemed to grow larger and larger, surrounding the Encrid defenders in a tight ring. The men of the squad formed a protective circle around their commander, ready to repel any enemy attempts to reach the wounded man. Lying on the ground, Encrid still kept his eyes open, scrutinizing what was happening around him with incredible concentration. Soon, voices were heard calling for a retreat, suddenly changing the outcome of a seemingly hopeless battle. Only after hearing the enemy's call for retreat did the exhausted commander allow himself to finally close his eyes, relaxing. The incredible sight of retreating opponents filled Encrid with disbelief. The enemies were indeed leaving the battlefield, granting victory. The wounded warrior found himself once again in the world of Karen, where the mysterious deity informed him that he was destined to live only one day. God declared that the young commander would not be able to overcome the walls that would arise in his path, foreshadowing more trials to come. Sharon argued that it was Encrid's fate to despair and give up in the face of insurmountable obstacles, robbing him of hope. The recalcitrant warrior resolutely replied that he did not believe in any fate, rejecting the predestination of his life's path. Encrid declared to the deity that walls exist only to be overcome, demonstrating the indomitability of his spirit. Rising again, the young commander showed a willingness to live another day like this one, unbroken by previous failures. The young man's resolute gaze showed his unwavering determination not to give up even for a second despite the ordeal. Sharon promised to look forward to the moment when those eyes filled with determination would finally lose their luster. Recognizing the warrior's exceptional spirit, Encrid awoke to find his body covered in soot and scratches, the marks of the brutal battle he had been through. Opening his eyes, the commander realized he couldn't remember the place he saw in front of him as he tried to orient himself in the unfamiliar surroundings. Someone nearby suggested to the disoriented warrior that he was in the infirmary, where he was being nursed back to health after being badly wounded. The muscular ram informed the commander that he had slept for 2 whole days recovering from injuries sustained in battle. The loyal companion reminded Encrid of his rescue from the cursed frog, wondering if he remembered the strange creature from the battle. It was hard for the exhausted lad to gather his thoughts, and he struggled to remember if there really was any frog present. The loyal comrade reassured Encrid, informing him that no bones were broken, though his head had received a severe concussion, and inquired if the commander remembered his best friend. The weakened warrior replied puzzled that he had never called anyone his friend, much less used the expression noble hunter. Hearing the strange answer, Rem warily advised the boy to be quiet for fear of the effects of a concussion. The muscular fighter explained that he was only talking about a secret that the wounded commander had nothing to do with, trying to hide his confusion. Encrid ironically noticed the contradiction in the young man's words, suggesting that they should either be strangers to each other or best friends. A new day brought the commander the realization of his miraculous survival, and the big-eyed warrior demanded a triple refund of the money spent to transport the wounded man to the infirmary. The young warlord expressed surprise as to why an ordinary soldier like him was in the infirmary, rather than being sent to recuperate in his squad tent. The commander turned ironically to his red-haired comrade-in-arms, noticing his absence during the battle, and adding that it was business as usual, alluding to his habit of avoiding danger. Chris nonchalantly offered a special discount, offering to pay only double the amount instead of triple, maintaining a businesslike approach even to his wounded comrade. Toward evening, Jackson arrived at the infirmary, attracting the attention of the exhausted commander with his surprise visit after the battle. Encrid asked the visitor directly about the purpose of the visit, offering to speak up immediately without wasting time on pointless conversation. The brown-eyed fighter silently pulled something from his pocket and placed it on the commander's bed, making an unusual gesture of concern for himself. Jackson instructed to apply the ointment twice a day, morning and evening, refusing to reveal the source of the healing agent. The commander was surprised to recognize Jackson's personal salve, amazed that a warrior known for his avarice would share a prized possession. A white-haired young man from the 4th Squad, known for his emotionality, came to visit the commander, crying at his bedside. The distraught soldier whimpered over Encrid's bed, unable to hide his relief that his commander was alive after the terrible battle. Embarrassed by this display of affection, the warlord asked the lad to stop crying, reminding him that he was alive and relatively fine. Encrid was perplexed as to why companions previously busy with their own affairs were suddenly appearing at his bedside in shifts of unusual concern. The commander was puzzled as to the reasons for his companion's sudden concern for his health, suspecting an ulterior motive or purpose unknown to him. Another fighter appeared in the doorway of the infirmary, timidly peering inside and assessing the situation before entering the wounded superior. The young soldier, noticing the commander's half-closed eyes, realized that he may have disturbed his rest at an inopportune moment. The visitor said the warlord's name hesitantly, as if asking permission to enter or ask a question, hesitant to disturb the wounded man. After his strange question, The confused fighter simply turned around and hurriedly left the room without waiting for the commander's reply. Encred noted with irony that at least someone was still indifferent to his condition, finding it a familiar and even comfortable constancy. The commander's attentive gaze found two more soldiers in the infirmary, besides himself and the occasional visitor. One of the patients turned out to be a platoon leader from another company that Encred had once encountered in a training battle or competition. The other injured was an unknown low-ranked warrior, forever staring into space with an absent gaze, as if immersed in his own thoughts. The silent soldier seemed to be of low rank and had entered the infirmary under circumstances unknown to the curious Encred. The commander, accustomed to analyzing his surroundings, began to study the infirmary room, noting the smallest details to better understand the situation. The two wounded from the infirmary began to look strangely in Encred's direction, intrigued by his unusual condition and the many visitors. All present marveled at the sudden arrival of a new man in the infirmary, breaking the usual silence of the convalescent place. The visitors immediately noticed the unusual ears of the man who entered, more elven than human, which gave away his other racial identity. Behind the back of the mysterious guest could be seen a magic stick, a clear sign of belonging to practitioners of the magical arts. An insanely beautiful elven girl came to their infirmary, making all the men present freeze in surprise and admiration. Upon entering the room, the beautiful stranger's first inquiry was who the fourth squad leader was, ignoring the other patients. Encred was quite surprised that this mysterious elven woman was looking for him, not understanding the reasons for such unusual attention. The girl stood in the middle of the infirmary, where three men looked at her with undisguised interest, waiting for further developments. The other commander, looking at the beautiful stranger, could not help but ask admiringly if she was a fairy, which caused her disapproval. The girl coldly inquired about the man's unit affiliation, and the man introduced himself as Vergence, the 3rd platoon commander of the 2nd company. The elfess asked disdainfully, as his company taught him how to announce his rank when meeting with their seniors, demonstrating their superiority. The embarrassed man became extremely uncomfortable, after which he only briefly apologized to the mysterious guest, avoiding her piercing gaze. Encred continued to analyze the situation, concluding that the new commander of the 4th company, his immediate superior, was most likely in front of him. The young warrior introduced himself as the 4th squad leader of the 4th platoon of the 4th company, following the rules of military subordination. The girl dryly remarked that she had heard of his skill in dealing with difficult squad members, and expressed her expectation of his continued assistance in the service. A puzzled Encred wondered if the elfess had come all the way just to give this short information. When the mysterious guest was on her way out of the infirmary, she stopped suddenly, as if remembering something important. The elven woman turned her attention to the 3rd blonde-haired patient, suddenly inquiring his name, which caused everyone's surprise. The young warrior was so flustered by the unexpected attention that he could barely remember his own name, tentatively introducing himself as Krang. Encred thought the poor fellow had taken so long to come up with an answer that he might have given an assumed name, displaying terrible manners for a nobleman. Before finally leaving, the elven girl rewarded the embarrassed weirdo with a long, appraising look, the meaning of which remained a mystery. The mysterious visitor turned around and finally left the infirmary, leaving everyone present in a state of bewildered silence. The commander realized the strangeness of what had happened, trying to understand the true purpose of the beautiful elf's visit and her sudden interest. Lying on his bed, Encred tried to clench his fist, testing his physical recovery from his severe injury. The young warrior noted with satisfaction that most of the pain had receded. Now he could put strength back into his body and resume training. Vergen suddenly asked the risen Encred what his intentions were, to which he briefly replied that he was heading to the training area. The 3rd platoon commander mockingly remarked that such zeal for training was strange for a mere low-ranking soldier, not hiding his disdain. Krang, as was his custom, simply stared at one point, seemingly completely disconnected from the conversation going on around him. Swinging his knife in a practice run, Encred tried to reconstruct the details of his last battle in his mind, analyzing the mistakes he had made. The commander recalled one of the most useful combat techniques he had spent a considerable amount of money to master in his youth. The warrior's thoughts returned to the decisive moment of the battle, making him wonder what would have happened if his last attack had failed. Encred pondered the riskiness of investing in only one attack. If it failed, death was inevitable in the decisive fight. The commander hoped that after his powerful sword strike with all his might, Rem's axe attacks would be as accurate as before. Suddenly the warrior heard someone's voice noting his diligent training, interrupting the flow of his concentrated thoughts. The strange guy in the infirmary spoke to him, mentioning that the commander's hands were constantly twitching in the ward, but now he's just standing there. Encred explained that he trains his grip strength and repeats the movements of combat in preparation for real battles, and to hone his skills. Krang inquired as to the purpose of these exercises, to which the warlord answered bluntly, lest he fail at an important moment in the battle. The blonde-haired boy asked a surprising question about why Encred was striving to become someone, keeping himself alive at the cost of such effort. Upon hearing this question, the commander thought deeply about his ultimate goal, what he really wanted to become. The warlord realized that if he voiced his cherished dream, people would scoff, considering it unattainable for him. Despite his low innate talent, Encred never gave up the ambition to fulfill his heart's cherished desire. The young warrior proudly raised his sword, and without a shadow of embarrassment said that he wanted to become a knight, without hiding his true goal. Krang was confused by these sincere words, not expecting such a direct and honest confession about the high dream of a simple soldier. Encred stared intently at the expression on the strange fellow's face, trying to understand his reaction to such a bold statement. The young man said it was the first time he had ever seen such determination and sincerity in the pursuit of a seemingly unattainable goal. The blonde-haired youth admitted that he remembered something, watching the commander's persistence as if awakened from a long sleep. Krang said that after watching Encred, he realized that he himself also needed to do something important. The commander watched in silence as this strange fellow left, leaving behind a mysterious sense of the significance of the encounter. Lastly, the blonde-haired youth dropped the phrase that when Encred became a knight, let him be sure to remember his name, calling him friend. The enthusiastic soldiers gathered outside their tents, thunderously exclaiming that Cyprus's soldiers, the real heroes of the battle. Encred recalled the events after waking up in the infirmary and waiting for breakfast, putting the fragments of memory together into a coherent picture. Instead of his planned visit to the training area, the young warrior decided to take a short walk, testing the recovery of his strength. While walking, the military leader met Jackson, who inquired about his well-being after a severe wound. The brown-eyed fighter reminded the commander of his duty to return to the battlefield, now that he had used his valuable healing salve. At night, falling asleep in the infirmary, the young man heard the strange boy say goodnight to him with unusual warmth. The commander responded with a mutual wish, though this unexpected courtesy seemed strange and unaccustomed in a military setting. All three of the infirmary patients drifted into sleep, ending this unusual day full of strange encounters and conversations. The boy realized that he had spent a real day of idleness, a rare moment of peace in his usually training and battle-filled life. The commander awoke to the familiar shouts of warriors praising Cyprus as the true hero of the great battle, breaking his troubled slumber. Virgins grumbled unhappily about the delay in breakfast, suspecting that they planned to be fed only scraps left over from the other squads. Encred suddenly noticed that his infirmary roommate's words were exactly the same as yesterday, and a horrifying realization of a repeating cycle hit him. The young warrior began to worry, mentally begging fate that this would not be another endless repetition of the day as in previous cycles. The commander decided to repeat yesterday's walk, where Jackson inquired about the condition of his wounds with exactly the same words as before. Encred mechanically replied to his comrade that the medicine was working well, thanking him again for his invaluable help and care. The brown-eyed fighter uttered the same phrase about getting back in the line as soon as possible as the only real form of commander's gratitude. The young warlord was in a real state of shock, convinced that he was living the same day as yesterday, without the slightest change. The mysterious god's words about the new wall in the way and the need to survive echoed in the mind of the confused Encred. The commander was perplexed as to how he could die without even noticing it, sleeping peacefully in the infirmary after a difficult but quite successful day. Death in his sleep seemed more hopeless than death by his enemy's sword, making him feel especially vulnerable and helpless. The situation only strengthened the determination of the young warrior, who took it as another test on his way to his cherished goal of becoming a knight. Encred pondered who could have killed him and how, since the enemies would have had to break through the entire defense to get into the infirmary. The warlord reasoned that the most likely explanation was the presence of a hidden assassin among his own, masterfully disguised. The commander assumed that the assassin knew the exact location of the infirmary and skillfully concealed his presence like a true professional. The young warrior's suspicion fell on a mysterious fairy elf whose quiet, light footsteps were perfect for committing stealthy murders. Encred decided that the reason for her appearance in the infirmary was to gather information for a later attack and eliminate certain targets. The commander distinctly remembered how she had come with her strange question, assessing the infirmary patients with an attentive gaze. The young warrior understood the need to confirm his hunches, noting the only entrance to the infirmary as a key observation point. The warlord decided to prevent the assassination by raising the alarm and waking the other patients as soon as he noticed the assassin entering the room. Suddenly, a flying object slammed into Encred's neck, catching the vigilant commander off guard despite his preparations. The assassin's weapon turned out to be not a simple projectile, but a real poison dart. specially designed to silently eliminate the target. The stunned commander realized with horror that he hadn't even noticed the assassin entering the infirmary, despite his heightened vigilance. The potent poison instantly paralyzed the young warrior's body, robbing him of the ability to move or scream to warn of danger. Encred realized that he had fallen victim to a powerful paralyzing poison that condemned him to a helpless death, with no possibility of resistance. The commander's fading gaze noticed that deadly darts were also sticking out of the bodies of other patients, indicating a mass murder. The young warrior had time to see the figure of the assassin, but his paralyzed state prevented him from even approximating his identity. Encred struggled to last the extra seconds, fighting the effects of the poison to find out who had come to take their lives. The commander desperately tried to discern the mysterious figure of the assassin, before death finally took him into a new cycle of rebirth. The cloaked assassin stabbed the helpless Krang in cold blood, methodically completing his deadly mission in the silence of the infirmary. Seconds later, the young warrior's life was cut short, putting an end to his current existence until the next rebirth. Encred was shocked by what he saw, gritting his teeth in impotent rage and inability to prevent the bloodshed that was taking place. The appearance of the second assassin revealed to the commander the terrible truth. The operation was not carried out by a loner, but by a well-coordinated group of professional assassins. Clinging to his fading life, the young warrior deliberately kept his eyes open, eager to gather as much information as possible about the mysterious assassins. Looking closely, Encred noticed that the man who entered had distinctive elven ears, similar to that girl from the last visit. The magic staff in the assassin's hands was an exact replica of the weapon of the mysterious fairy who had visited the infirmary earlier under the pretext of an official visit. The commander realized the absolute correctness of his initial guesses, having independently solved the mystery of the Night Killers by his own powers of observation. The clue was shocking. The company commander, the same pixie fairy, had personally organized and carried out the cold-blooded murder of the infirmary patients. The new day began with the same songs of the local warriors asking who the real hero of the battle was, as if nothing had happened. Encred clearly realized that this was the third morning in a row with absolutely identical events encapsulating him in yet another time loop. The young warrior closed his eyes, concentrating on his surroundings, but he still couldn't sense the presence of the hidden assassin. The warlord realized that to stop the assassin would have to immediately confront the company commander who was the orderer or perpetrator of the assassination. A feeling of utter helplessness seized Encred, seeing no obvious way out of the death trap set by an unknown enemy. The familiar feeling of hopelessness he felt when he was stuck in the previous timeline with the enemy killing him time after time. Memories of the enemy, who took his life more than 100 times, gave the commander confidence in the possibility of overcoming a new challenge. Despite the seeming invincibility of his opponent, it was the young warrior who ultimately triumphed by cutting off the head of his perennial assassin. The knowledge of his own abilities strengthened Encred's resolve to find a way to overcome the new obstacle, if he didn't allow himself to give up. The commander walked over to Vergence's bed and began pulling down his covers, trying to test an out-of-the-box hunch about his neighbor's possible involvement. The irritated 3rd Platoon commander resented the unexpected action, asking Encred if he had lost his mind from his wounds. The young warrior realized he had made a mistake in assuming the assassin's infiltration by this point, deciding to check the area outside the infirmary. The bearded Vergence remarked with a sneer that catching cockroaches with a sword was probably part of the training suitable for a soldier of his level. Encred parried that he had not suspected such concern on his neighbor's part, to which the latter replied irritably about the sarcasm of his statement. To himself, the young warrior thought of the double irony of the situation. His own response was also sarcastic, but the lad didn't catch it. The blonde-haired Krang turned to the arguing men, wondering if he would interfere with his presence. Noticing the tense atmosphere in the infirmary, the blonde young man offered to come later so as not to disturb his neighbors, showing a delicacy and consideration for others atypical of a warrior. Encred assured the guy that everything was fine and he could go in without fear, watching the potential suspect's reaction carefully. The young commander was particularly attentive to the white-haired young man's movements, analyzing his every gesture and facial expression. The warlord pondered that given the assassin's intense focus, it was probably the strange Krang hiding his true identity that was their target. Encred decided not to inquire directly, realizing that the man himself would not want to reveal his secrets, especially under direct pressure. The young warrior chose not to act like a madman, blaming everyone else, but to gather more information to make an informed decision. The young commander decided to find out something important from the blonde-haired boy, believing him to be involved in the murders that had drawn Encred into a deadly cycle. Unexpectedly, the warlord turned to Krang with a direct question about his true identity, breaking his usual caution. The blonde youth clearly did not expect such a straightforward question. Confused and unsure of how to properly answer the fighter, Encred mentally reproached himself for possible tactlessness. thinking that poor communication skills might have influenced the unfortunate wording of the question. The blonde-haired weirdo's obvious confusion only confirmed the commander's suspicions about the unusual nature of his fellow infirmarian. Krang admitted with genuine regret that even with all his desire, he could not answer this seemingly simple question. The intrigued Encred inquired as to the reason for this strange answer, to which the young man only gave a long story that could not be told. The young warrior was convinced that his neighbor was not at all what his superficial acquaintance might suggest. The commander began to say that if Krang didn't want to reveal his secret, it couldn't be helped, feignedly backing away from questioning. Vergence, who had unexpectedly intervened, rebuked Encred's willingness to accept such an evasive answer, expressing his own curiosity as to the identity of the strange young man. The bearded captain directly accused Krang of espionage, pointing out the inconsistency of his demeanor with his supposed military rank. The blonde young man was clearly puzzled by the sudden accusations, not understanding why the two infirmary roommates were suddenly picking on him so sharply. The third platoon captain realized that he may have overstepped his bounds in his accusations, uttering more harsh words than he should have. Krang, showing sudden determination, took a few confident steps forward, changing his usually timid demeanor. The blonde-haired young man stepped close to Vergence's bunk, showing that he was not afraid to confront the undeserved accusations of betrayal. With unexpected firmness, the blonde lad declared his absolute loyalty to the queen, whom he had never betrayed and would never betray. Encred carefully noted that one could indeed judge from the words and movements of the mysterious Krang his unusual background and upbringing. The commander made the unexpected conclusion that the young man's aura and manners resembled the behavior of a true knight, causing those present to be perplexed. Vergennes expressed his displeasure by criticizing Krang's manner of communicating with his superior in rank, demonstrating his commitment to the military hierarchy. Encred realized the contradiction, despite his noble manners. The blonde-haired guy was clearly not a knight, as he fell in front of the assassin helplessly, like an ordinary man. The young warrior settled on the idea that Krang was definitely hiding something, and it was necessary to find out the secret to fully understand the situation. As night fell, all the residents of the infirmary exchanged the traditional good-night wishes and quickly fell into slumber. Encred pondered the strange young man, noting his unusual quietness and some disturbing peculiarity not common to ordinary soldiers. The commander turned away in the other direction, brooding grimly on the inevitability of the deaths of everyone present if the assassins broke into the infirmary. Encred's unexpected decision to get out of bed caused surprise to the other captain, who was accustomed to silence and order during the night. A puzzled Vergennes asked the young warrior about his reasons for being awake instead of resting after being wounded. Encred openly announced the assassins' imminent invasion of their chamber, offering cooperation to survive the coming deadly battle. The shocked captain of the 3rd platoon found no other words but an expression of extreme disbelief at the words of his infirmary roommate. Vergennes was convinced that Encred's concussion was more serious than military medics had realized, writing off his words as insanity. The blonde-haired young man seemed to have heard this conversation, and an enigmatic smile appeared on his face, raising even more questions about his true nature. Encred realized that this was exactly the kind of incredulous reaction he had expected from his neighbor. It was hard to believe such an incredible warning. The blonde young man's gaze changed dramatically when word of the assassin was heard, accompanied by a surprised whisper of his discovery. Just a second after that, a poisoned dart plunged into the young commander's throat, confirming the accuracy of his dire predictions. The warlord realized bitterly that once again he had not heard the assassin's approach, despite his heightened vigilance and preparation. All of Encred's attempts to prevent the inevitable once again proved futile, dooming him to another cycle of rebirth. The ruthless assassin didn't stop at one victim, targeting also the other captain lying in the infirmary. The killer's main target, however, remained the enigmatic Krang, who received a fatal stab right through the heart with professional precision. The young warrior was in great wonder, realizing that he would have to relive this day again in an endless attempt to change the outcome. It was the 4th morning when Encred was awakened by the familiar chanting of soldiers. Realizing that it was impossible to get help without proof, an attempt to inform the leadership of the impending danger ended expectantly. The commander was deemed insane, denying reinforcements for protection. The warrior decided to try and predict the exact moment of the attack so that he could raise the alarm before the deadly dart found its target. Encred strained to guess the perfect moment to shout an alarm, wondering if it was time to act now. An agonizing second of confusion led to a fatal mistake, causing the young warrior to question the timing. Realizing that now was the best moment for action, the commander saw another dart flying inexorably toward his throat. Blood gushed furiously from the wound as Encred began to fall again, losing consciousness and preparing for another awakening in the same day. The young warrior came to the bitter conclusion that these assassins were extremely professional, and he would not be able to deal with them using conventional methods. Realizing the impossibility of getting help from others, the commander decided to take the assassins by surprise before they did anything. Barely beginning to think of a new strategy, Encred noticed another poison dart hurtling towards him with murderous precision. The commander was tormented by the question of how to fight an enemy he could not even see. So skillful was he in stealthy infiltration. Despair grew at the realization that his opponents remained invisible even up close, always remaining out of reach of his perception. The assassins seemed to see absolutely everything, until the young warrior could find no way to avoid the poisoned darts bringing imminent death. Encred bitterly realized that he would be killed without the slightest opportunity to do anything about it, left helpless in the face of an unseen threat. It was the 20th morning of the endless cycle, and the commander still could do nothing to change it, doomed to a recurring death. After the 20th failed attempt, the young warrior realized the need to come up with a fundamentally new approach to solving the deadly puzzle. A feeling of demoralization began to envelop Encred after all the unsuccessful attempts, threatening to undermine his resolve to keep fighting. The warlord reminded himself that 20 deaths, nothing compared to the previous ordeal where he had been reborn over 100 times. The commander drew hope from the fact that he still had a chance to change the outcome as each morning presented a new chance. Encred concluded that initially, he needed to develop a way to dodge poison darts, a key weapon of assassins. After solving the dart problem, Encred will need to figure out a way to quickly deal with the rest of the assassins or effectively escape from them. The commander noticed Jackson in his usual place, where he sat, carefully cleaning his sword with his characteristic pedantry. The young warrior was clearly mulling over some idea, lingering his gaze on his comrade experienced in stealthy attacks. Encred asked Rem why Jackson was called a perverted wildcat, hoping to find a clue in the peculiarities of his comrade's fighting style. The muscular fighter replied without hesitation that the nickname was entirely in keeping with the nature of Jackson, whom he considered a filthy pervert. Rem explained that their comrade never fights the enemy in open combat, preferring to stab them in the back and hide immediately. Such tactics reminded everyone of the behavior of a cunning wild cat, whence the nickname that stuck to the warrior. Guy inquired about the condition of the commander's wounds, showing concern for his health after recent events on the battlefield. Encred reflected that Jackson could easily have eliminated the assassins, but didn't have enough authority to bring him into his problem. The young warrior realized that even with such an ally, the wall in front of him would have to be overcome by himself, relying only on his own strength. Despite his doubts, the commander still decided to turn to Jackson, seeing in his unique skills a potential solution to his deadly dilemma. Encred asked his comrade a direct question. If someone like him were to stab him in the back, how could such a surprise attack be prevented? Jackson pondered the unexpected question, not used to anyone being interested in ways to counter his crowning technique. The fighter honestly admitted that he didn't even know the answer, as no one had yet been able to survive his skillful ambushes, which always ended in success. The commander realized the flaw in his approach, how to learn how to prevent what no one has ever avoided before. Noticing the disappointment on Encred's face, Jackson looked at him intently, as if assessing the sincerity of his unusual interest. Suddenly, the warrior began to laugh and giggle softly, finding something amusing in his commander's serious question. Half-jokingly, Jackson remarked that you have to have eyes in the back of your head to do that, not realizing how valuable that advice would prove to be. The young warlord didn't understand the meaning of the phrase, taking it more as mockery than actual advice for his situation. Encred interjected about the mysterious eyes in the back of his head, trying to figure out exactly what his ambush-experienced comrade was referring to. Jackson abruptly changed the subject, asking the commander if he could see the cart standing a considerable distance from them. The soldier pointed to a wagon behind the tents, drawing Encred's attention to a seemingly insignificant detail of camp life. The commander marveled at Jackson's ability to see something so far away, thinking it was as if he really did have eyes in the back of his head. The warrior calmly predicted that the cart was about to collapse, saying it with the absolute certainty of a knowledgeable man. To Encred's amazement, the wagon did indeed begin to fall apart exactly as his unusual comrade had predicted. The young commander was in utter amazement as he realized Jackson's uncanny ability to foresee events beyond his normal perception. A shocked Encred asked if his comrade was a prophet, finding no other explanation for such an amazing prediction. Jackson noted mockingly that the commander seemed to have spent too much time in Rem's company, adopting his simple-minded amazement. The warrior explained that it was simple. He recognized from the mere sound of the creaking cart its pitiful condition and inevitable end. Jackson shared a secret. By listening carefully to what is happening around you, you can predict future developments with remarkable accuracy. Encred realized that his comrade had heard a sound so quiet that he himself had not even noticed it. Realizing that vision was not necessary to realize what was happening, Jackson advised the boy to try listening to his surroundings, concentrating and learning to isolate individual sounds as an exercise. The young commander noted his comrade's unusual readiness to explain, because earlier he was even too lazy to answer simple questions. The warrior admitted that he was indeed lazy, but that option was preferable to enduring further pointless questioning from the commander. Jackson noticed that Encred seemed to stop at nothing lately, picking up on his commander's unusual persistence. As night fell, the young warrior lay in bed, trying to isolate the sounds around him according to the advice he had received from his experienced comrade. The commander realized he was facing a second insurmountable wall in the form of faceless death, bringing another cycle of rebirth. Encred realized that he would only survive if he could sense the approach of the invisible killer, having developed his senses to an incredible acuity. The commander's main task now was to learn to really hear, not just perceive, but to distinguish the smallest sounds around him. The young warrior heard the usual footsteps and determined that they were simply patrolmen making their usual rounds of the campgrounds. Encred also caught the crackle of torches lighting the area, beginning to distinguish sounds that had previously blended into the general background noise. Despite the progress, the commander still couldn't hear the assassin's footsteps approaching their chamber with incredible silence. The young warrior listened tensely, trying to locate his mortal opponent in the night silence of the infirmary. The assassin moved so silently that even with his newfound skills, Encred couldn't catch his deadly approach. The commander strained his hearing hard, making an incredible effort to discern even the slightest sign of the uninvited guest's presence. All efforts were in vain. The young warrior never heard the professional assassin move in the complete silence of the night. Another poison dart slammed straight into Encred's throat, interrupting his hearing training and returning him to the endless cycle of rebirths. The commander realized bitterly that he had failed once again, listening to everything and picking up nothing despite his best efforts. Upon waking, Encred heard the same song again as the soldiers discussed who the real hero of the great battle that had given him his life back. The young warrior realized with despair that he had made absolutely no progress at all, not even one step towards solving the deadly puzzle. Encred's memory clearly stored the experience of learning the Heart of the Beast technique that had helped him overcome the insurmountable in the previous test. Jackson went on to explain that a lot of information can be extracted from a single sound, with volume and direction indicating the location of the target. An experienced warrior has noticed that when you can distinguish even two imperceptible distant sounds, your ears will truly become second eyes. Suddenly, Jackson snapped his fingers, drawing the commander's attention to an important thought he wanted to share. A comrade explained that sound is a wave spreading in all directions, no matter how quiet it is, which was the key to understanding. Jackson went on to say that in the chaos of 1,000 sound waves, you have to pick out the one right one, like he did when he slit that freak's throat. Following the advice, the commander listened to the noise of the camp in broad daylight, training his hearing to recognize individual sounds in the general hum. Encred pondered the sonic web of waves, realizing the need to hear and isolate absolutely every single sound from the general chaos. The young warrior began to distinguish the flags fluttering in the wind, counting their number by the distinctive rustle of cloth at varying distances. The commander could now hear the warriors walking, distinguishing left and right feet, determining that 3 were closer to him and 2 farther away. Encred began to perceive the very sound waves that were the familiar, habitual sounds of camp life. The commander learned to distinguish even the most insignificant sounds, such as a small bird landing on a flagpole, expanding his aural perception. A white-headed fellow approached the focused warrior and turned to him in surprise, intrigued by the commander's unusual behavior. Krang wondered with genuine curiosity what this strange training was, with Encred just sitting motionless in one place. The young commander didn't quite understand the question at first. So deeply was he immersed in his oral exercises developing his hearing. The blonde-haired young man suddenly called the commander by his diminutive name Enki, asking permission to address him that way in the future. The commander replied with slight irony that he was just sitting there like a fool, questioning whether this even resembled real training. Krang shrewdly observed that the commander would not waste time, clearly pursuing some important goal with his unusual occupation. Encred showed genuine interest after these words, surprised at the depth of understanding shown by his enigmatic comrade. Another night brought a familiar sight, a dart flying at high speed, once again bringing inevitable death to the inhabitants of the infirmary. The deadly weapon hit the same spot again, finding its target with unfailing accuracy in the total darkness of the infirmary ward. The commander desperately tried to see or hear anything at all, straining all his senses to detect the hidden assassin. Encred once again watched the same agonizing picture, the murder of his white-headed comrade becoming part of a nightmarish ritual. The assassin acted ruthlessly, plunging the dagger straight into the unfortunate young man's stomach with the cold-blooded precision of a professional killer. The commander was pained to see his white-haired comrade screaming in unbearable pain before dying, powerless to help him. It was the 39th morning and another failure. Encred had made absolutely no progress at all towards solving the deadly puzzle. The 34th morning seemed no different from the previous ones, only increasing the sense of hopelessness in the commander's soul. Once again, the young warrior could not hear a single step from the sneaking assassin, despite all his training and efforts. The day ended the same way again. Another dart and the deaths that followed, closing the endless circle of repetition. Encred sat practicing outside again, trying to hear those elusive sounds that could save his and his comrades' lives. The commander realized that experience alone would not help him overcome this wall. Something more was required, something fundamentally different. The young warrior realized that neither the heavenly rulers nor a sudden revelation would help him overcome this challenge without personal effort. Encred just had to keep learning to hear different sounds over and over again, refining his perception to an incredible acuity. The commander felt the need to do what he absolutely must every time, not backing down in the face of the seemingly hopelessness of the situation. Encred had learned to distinguish the smallest sounds, even a bird's fingernails scratching the metal flagpole, causing a barely perceptible clatter. The young warrior tried to get some sense of which side this silent assassin was actually coming in from, analyzing every sound of the night. Sitting and practicing, the commander tried to concentrate as much as possible, cutting off all unnecessary thoughts for the sake of perfecting his senses. His comrade approached him again, attracted by the commander's unusual behavior and strange training. This time the question was different. The lad asked in surprise how Encred knew he was approaching, though he had been sneaking around as quietly as possible. The astonished comrade could not understand how the commander with his eyes closed was able to hear his approach, showing incredible sensitivity. Krang recognized that Encred was clearly practicing mindfulness, not just wasting time as an outsider might have thought. Despite the marked progress, another night brought a familiar sight. An assassin swinging his poison dart, preparing to kill all the inhabitants of the infirmary. An unexpected change occurred this time. The commander heard the dart approaching, and the deadly projectile did not hit his throat, but embedded itself in a pillow nearby. The young warrior, lightning fast, grabbed his sword, thoughtfully hidden under his pillow in anticipation of the assassin's nightly visit. For the first time, Encred managed to confront an assassin, swinging his sword and catching the professional assassin off guard with his willingness. The silent assassin, startled by the unexpected resistance, lost his balance and fell straight onto his back, losing his advantage. The assassin looked extremely frightened by the suddenness of what had happened, not used to his victims being able to fight back. The commander noted with satisfaction that this time the enemy was no longer faceless death, becoming a visible, vulnerable enemy. The man, who had previously seemed elusive, was in complete shock, realizing that now he himself could be the victim of an angry commander. The professional assassin managed to rise, contemptuously calling the defeated man a rat. Encred was amazed at the speed with which the faceless assassin was able to get up, having underestimated the presence of support in the night visitor. The commander analyzed the situation, realizing that he wasn't good enough to handle both opponents, especially the newcomer. The young warrior looked around worriedly, worrying about the fate of the other inhabitants of the infirmary in this mortal combat. The other captain was already dead, the poison dart finding its target before Encred could prevent the inevitable. The blonde-haired Krang, to the commander's surprise, was still alive, resolutely standing up and drawing his sword for battle. Encred realized the need to remain vigilant and keep fighting despite the temporary advantage he had over one of the assassins. The young commander realized that he was up against an experienced assassin who far surpassed him in stealth and assassination skills. The recovered assassin swung his sharp knife, intending to finish off the unexpectedly dangerous victim with one precise blow. The assassin managed to touch the blade to the commander's skin, leaving a shallow but painful cut that foreshadowed serious danger. Encred, staggered by the blow, somehow miraculously managed to stay on his feet, showing amazing resilience at the critical moment. The commander glanced to the side and was horrified to see that another man had entered the infirmary, complicating an already dangerous situation. The visitor turned out to be the very elf woman, the company commander, whose appearance at such a dramatic moment only heightened the tension. The young warrior realized that in this situation it was imperative to strike first, or else imminent death would catch up with him once again. Encred realized that procrastination was like death. If he didn't strike immediately, he would simply die otherwise. The unknown assassin simultaneously threw a large number of darts, turning the air into a deadly barrage of flying projectiles. The deadly darts flew with incredible speed, just about to reach the commander, leaving no chance for evasion. Encred bitterly realized his mistake, realizing that he was once again in yet another trap set by skilled assassins. The white-haired commander's comrade suddenly rushed forward, as if ready to sacrifice himself to save his commander. The young warrior realized that he could not protect his mysterious comrade from the many flying darts, feeling helpless. Encred decided to strike the Elven Company commander, assuming she was in league with the assassins and anticipating his movements. Unexpectedly, the elven woman shielded the white-haired boy from the flying darts with her cloak, refuting the version about her involvement in the murders. The commander was in complete shock, realizing the fallacy of his assumptions. The girl had come to protect them, not to help the killers. The guy decided to postpone thinking about the strange development of events. The current fight gave him the only chance to change what was destined to happen. The young warrior lunged forward with determination, drawing his sword to strike the experienced assassin, putting all his strength into this decisive lunge. The experienced assassin put up a block and tried his best to stop the guy's blow, realizing that his life depended on the outcome of this clash. The young warrior's powerful punch easily broke through the professional assassin's block, shocked by the unexpected strength of his opponent. The defeated assassin realized the hopelessness of his situation, exclaimed with frustration that, "Oh shit," realizing the inevitability of defeat. The experienced assassin decided that the best option would be to simply hide and escape, not risking to continue the unequal battle with an unexpectedly dangerous opponent. Encred didn't even have time to realize what had happened. All events were unfolding so quickly and chaotically that they merged into one whirlwind of action. The commander was surprised to realize that the previously faceless and elusive assassin had simply run away from him, frightened by the unexpected resistance. The blonde-haired Krang said thoughtfully that the assassin had most likely come just for his soul, hinting at its special value. The young commander replied that he had realized it perfectly well himself, observing the nature of the professional assassin's actions. Encred ironically noted that no one would hire an assassin of that level to kill a worthless officer like him. An elven woman standing nearby noted the commander's cleverness with respect, confirming the correctness of his conclusions with a nod of her head. The young warrior was inwardly wary, realizing that the elven woman was helping them, which meant that no one should know about the incident. Encred suspected that the girl had no intention of leaving witnesses to keep her involvement in these events a secret. The commander held the dagger tightly, waiting for the moment the elfess decided to attack him, ready to continue the deadly confrontation. Unexpectedly, Krang uttered that he had one request, shifting the elf's attention to himself in a tense moment. The blonde-haired young man expressed his wish that tonight would be without unnecessary deaths, showing unexpected mercy. Encred realized that in this way the strange fellow was trying to protect him, acting as a kind of mediator between him and the elfess. The girl only bowed respectfully before the white-haired young man, saying, "As you wish," showing unexpected respect for his words. Krang inquired about the fate of the other platoon leader, to which the elfess reassured that they had an antidote, and the wounded man would be fine. The young warrior assumed that the elven woman must be well-versed in various poisons, since she had antidotes for such rare poisons. The blonde youth offered to clean up the mess, fearing trouble if people found out about the assassin's attack on the military infirmary. Encred agreed that the most important thing was to leave no trace of what had happened, avoiding unwanted investigations and questions. Krang thoughtfully remarked that there was one simple solution that would permanently cover up all traces of the night's incident. Making a drastic decision, they set fire to the infirmary, destroying all evidence and creating a plausible explanation for what happened. Military men with buckets of water ran to the shouts of fire, unaware of the true cause of the infirmary tent fire. Soldiers rushing to help shouted to each other to check for survivors, unaware of the drama that had played out earlier. The commander noted with satisfaction that the assassin's tracks had now been completely obliterated by the flames, which had destroyed all evidence. The young warrior realized that the military would deal with the aftermath of the fire themselves, without linking it to an assassination attempt. Krang and the elf discussed the events of the night, the girl noting that without the squad leader's intervention, the blonde young man would have died. The girl wondered if he was the reason Krang had changed his mind, to which he answered affirmatively, confirming Encred's influence on his decision. The white-haired youth added thoughtfully that the commander was quite an interesting person, showing unusual respect for a mere warrior. Krang mentally noted that he had tried to avoid everything that had happened, but fate had decided otherwise, linking their paths in an unexpected way. Meanwhile, Encred, unaware of the conversation, practiced all night until dawn, continuing to perfect his skills. The white-haired young man stopped abruptly while talking to the elven woman, clearly deep in thought about something important. The enigmatic Krang uttered, as if addressing the absent commander, that he must have been the one so affected, recognizing the sudden change in his views. The young man added that they would surely meet again, but under conditions that would be much better than the current ones, foreshadowing a future meeting. The deadly scythe in Karen's world disintegrated into small pieces, marking Encred's victory over yet another test of fate. The shattering of the symbolic weapon heralded that the guy was finally able to survive that fateful day by overcoming the invisible barrier. The young commander was once again in the netherworld, where another cycle of his unusual existence was coming to an end. The mysterious god uttered a cryptic prophecy of an imminent future meeting, leaving Encred in the dark as to his fate. The warlord was left puzzled, not understanding exactly who the deity was talking about, or what the significance of the encounter would be. Encred faced the recurring day once again, but this time managing to change its preordained tragic outcome. Having survived a silent death and awakened to a new day, the young warrior now felt the presence of almost everything around him, though he was never able to spot the mysterious elven woman. The commander contemplated his impending return to the squad, glad that he was not seriously injured and could depart immediately without wasting time. Vergence was puzzled as to why Encred had pulled him out of the fire, genuinely surprised at such an unexpected rescue by a recent opponent. The young warrior thought irritably that even in his gratitude he could hear the incredulous questioning of the reasons for saving his uneasy companion. The commander simply replied that they were comrades in arms and no other reason for rescue was required, demonstrating an understanding of military brotherhood. Vergennes was visibly embarrassed by these sincere words, not expecting such nobility from a man he had previously openly despised. The third platoon captain admitted that after all the damage he had caused, he felt somehow wrong, feeling embarrassed for the first time for his past actions. Vergennes asked if Encred was already going to return to the squad, receiving an affirmative reply from the young warrior. The commander was wary when he asked the reason for such a question, suspecting that something had happened during his absence. The captain reluctantly reported that there were rumors that the entire camp was cursed, alluding to a series of strange occurrences in Encred's absence. Ragna, another member of Squad 4, addressed someone rudely, calling him an underdeveloped ape, provoking another conflict. A fierce fight broke out between the offender and Rem, disturbing the peace of the camp and demonstrating the strained relationships within the unit. The muscular fighter seemed to gain a second wind during this sparring session, attacking his opponent with fury, not holding back the force of his blows. The watching soldiers shouted to each other to run away, as the straggler squad again started a scuffle that threatened to turn into a serious beating. Ragna and the Sultan continued to fight the big muscular guy, creating chaos in the camp, not caring about the consequences of their actions. Rem threw a crushing punch right to his opponent's cheek, showing his seriousness in this fight. The enraged, muscular fighter threatened to paint his opponent's face with his axe, taking the conflict to a new level of danger. In response to the threat, his opponent contemptuously threw out that he would only try, calling him a mere savage, adding fuel to the fire of the quarrel. Encred reflected with annoyance that he really didn't know how to deal with the reputation of the cursed camp haunting their unit. The commander realized that these reckless fighters could be considered his personal curse, constantly causing trouble and breaking discipline. The young warrior remarked that they would not wait for him to die, though the constant antics of these two might make him lose his mind before his time. It had been 4 days since Encred had returned to his squad, and life was slowly falling into a routine of daily concerns. The commander's keen hearing detected someone's presence. Someone cautiously entered his tent, trying not to make too much noise. When he opened his eyes, Encred saw Jackson standing over him, clearly not expecting the commander to sense his presence. A surprised Jackson admitted that he wanted to leave quietly, genuinely surprised that he had managed to wake his comrade with his silent presence. Encred calmly replied that he was going to get up and go to training anyway, not wanting to embarrass his comrade in arms with his failed attempt to leave unnoticed. The comrade noted that the commander had begun developing his hearing relatively recently, but had already achieved impressive results, to which Encred modestly replied about good practice. Jackson supported the commander with unexpected sincerity, saying that he was a good man, because these skills would save his life one day, not realizing how prophetic his words would be. As winter approached, battles became less frequent, allowing Encred to devote more time to intense training and self-improvement. The young warrior performed exercises while hanging from a tree, showing marked progress in his physical fitness. The commander had reached such strength that he was already capable of performing complex exercises on one arm, showing the results of hard training. Encred strove to make the most of every minute of his free time, training as hard as he could to achieve his cherished goal. Suddenly, passing some rock, the commander heard a greeting of "Good morning, brother," which puzzled him by its singularity. The young warrior froze in bewilderment, not understanding why the stone was speaking to him, and looking around for the source of the voice. Audin, doing push-ups with a rock on his back, greeted the commander, marking his return to morning training after a break. The muscular fighter approvingly remarked that such exercises were very useful, supporting his comrade's desire for self-improvement. Encred noted with some annoyance how weak he still was compared to this mighty warrior who was continuously improving his body. Auden philosophically remarked that a trained body is in itself the best weapon, emphasizing the importance of physical fitness. The muscular fighter emphasized the need to withstand any blow, whether the attacker was a human or some kind of frog. A comrade critically observed that Encred was still too thin, and advised him to be sure to keep swinging to gain mass. The commander ironically asked his comrade if he thought that perhaps it was he who was overpumped and not Encred who was too thin. Auden ignored the joke, continuing in earnest about the exercises he had shared earlier, emphasizing their effectiveness. Another scuffle between two companions, Rem and Ragna, was brought to attention, disturbing the morning peace of the camp. The muscular Ram shouted that it was his comrade's turn to cook, accusing him of laziness since he was still asleep at this late hour. A sleepy Ragna complained that it was hard for him to get up, and he really wanted to sleep some more, ignoring his comrade's indignation. An angry Rem reached for his large two-handed sword, intending to lend credibility to his demands. The muscular warrior swung around and threatened that there would be no food if Ragna didn't get up, and he would have to eat fried nails. The comrade initially even looked at it with shock, not expecting such an aggressive reaction to the usual morning laziness. Encred appeared and immediately intervened, grudgingly asking why they were picking a fight again at such an early hour. The commander sternly demanded that they settle down, saying that by their constant quarrels, they were dishonoring him as a squad leader. Ram complained that Ragna was starving them, refusing to cook when it was his turn, breaking the established order. Encred judiciously remarked that such behavior was unacceptable, and since it was Ragna's turn to cook, he should start immediately. The sleepy fighter reluctantly agreed, and a puzzled Rem asked why all this drama was necessary if he was going to cook anyway. Ragna rudely replied to get his comrade off his back, adding the insulting remark that he stank badly. A stricken Rem worriedly checked his belongings, perplexed as he thought he was giving off a perfectly normal odor. Encred tiredly remarked that it was time for them to stop picking fights for no reason, asking if they were really that bored in peacetime. Ram honestly admitted that his hands were itching to go without a fight, to which the commander advised him not to go off on the first one he saw, as it wasn't worth it. The young warrior suggested to his comrade that they spar instead of pointless quarrels, and soon they were already fighting against each other on the training ground. The muscular Ram, throwing punches, encouraged the commander to hold his punches better, jokingly noting that he had gotten quite weak during his absence. Rem swung his axe hard, catching the commander off guard with the unexpected intensity of the attack in a normal sparring match. Encred understood the need to remain calm, using the beast heart technique he had recently learned in his trials. The young warrior could clearly see the approaching axe moving in a familiar trajectory, preparing to accurately deflect the blow. The commander successfully put up a block with his weapon, not allowing the axe to even touch himself, demonstrating his increased skill. Encred realized the need to use his hearing to block blows, and then apply the technique he had spent so long perfecting. The young fighter was about to execute his crowning professional lunge, carefully practiced in countless training sessions. The commander executed the attack, but his experienced comrade easily dodged the blow, having anticipated the movement by subtle signs. The opponent's weapons made contact once more, sending out sparks in a tense confrontation of skill and physical strength. The muscular warrior managed to grab Encred by his clothes, depriving him of maneuver and mobility at the critical moment of sparring. The commander realized his unenviable position, realizing that this time he had lost the sparring to a more experienced opponent. Ram put his opponent on the ground with a triumphant smile, demonstrating his superiority in close combat and grappling. The muscular fighter remarked that he had expected more, as the commander had really gotten much better at this lately. Rem asked with a dose of frustration why his friend had become so boring, making the same choices that should have bored Encred himself. The young warrior realized something important after today's sparring, realizing the depth of the changes that had happened to him. The commander realized that he had become completely different from his former self, having evolved as a warrior and as a person. Encred realized that now, to improve, he was able to repeat the same movement at least 1,000 times without losing concentration. The young commander offered to repeat the fight, promising to give his comrade what he deserved, though Rem realized that his skills were clearly lacking. The muscular fighter admitted to himself that the sight of this guy now caused an inexplicable fear in him, as if there was another person in front of him. Rem noted that the commander would never bore him as an opponent, as he now had the look of a true wolf, ready for a deadly fight. The muscular warrior challengingly stated that he would continue to train with the commander when he could leave a single scratch on him. Suddenly it rained heavily, falling on the sparring fighters and forcing them to stop their practice match. The downpour was so intense that it was impossible to tell when the rain began and when it would end, flooding the entire camp area. Ram joked with annoyance that he would soon have mushrooms growing on his feet because of the constant dampness that had been haunting them lately. All the other warriors were getting sleepy in this weather, ready to fall into slumber to the monotonous sound of raindrops. The red-haired Chris grudgingly remarked that he was tired of canceling training due to the incessant rain, expressing general annoyance. The big-eyed soldier confessed that he was ready to believe in a curse. So unusual and constantly unfavorable was the weather. Encred interjected about the meaning of the word curse in this context, to which the comrade replied indefinitely, suggesting he ask the commander. The young warrior remembered that he had previously heard talk of a curse on their camp, something more than just soldier superstition. Encred's memory resurrected the other commander's words about the cursed camp, taking on a new, more disturbing meaning now. The red-haired lad listed all the oddities: abnormal weather, constant casualties, scout fire, frequent troubles, and serious injuries. Chris noted thoughtfully that although he didn't believe in curses, all these coincidences made him think seriously that it wasn't coincidental. The commander gravely remarked that he could not leave such oddities unattended, feeling responsible for the safety of the squad. Chris asked curiously if anyone was stuck at the exit, to which Encred replied that he was just practicing his senses under unusual conditions. The young warrior explained that it was in such a downpour that perception was best perfected, with the noise of the rain masking other sounds. Ram mockingly wondered who the commander thought he was, a wildcat, alluding to Jackson, who had endorsed the training as useful. The stealthy warrior gave Encred unexpected praise, noting that it was very good to engage in such exercises in such weather to develop sensitivity. The muscular fighter was loudly indignant, asking since when Jackson even cared about their commander, surprised at his comrade's sudden concern. Audine philosophically remarked that even lying in a tent can be practiced, suggesting that he work on his fighting stance in a confined space. Rem said with a mysterious look that just look. Everyone noticed it, drawing the attention of his comrades to some observation. Jackson broke away from reading the book and looked around thoughtfully, trying to figure out what his comrade was talking about. Audine suddenly smiled at this question, as if realizing a hidden meaning unavailable to the rest of those present. Ragnar feigned indifference, though his posture betrayed interest in the muscular comrade's cryptic remark. Rem persisted in asking if they had noticed the same thing he had, convinced that his observations were correct. The commander didn't understand his comrade's strange behavior at first, wondering what the shrewd Ram had noticed. At the meeting, the officers discussed the need to outfit another scouting party before winter set in, soliciting suggestions for candidates. Unexpectedly, the elven commander of the 4th Company suggested the candidacy of Encred, the 4th squad leader of the 4th platoon of the 4th Company. The commander-in-chief skeptically questioned whether the clueless fellow was the one in question, doubting his competence for such a task. The girl confidently stated that this particular warrior could bring about the most unexpected results, which caused astonishment to those present. When asked how she could be so sure, the elfess cryptically replied that she just knew what was coming, alluding to her special abilities. The next day, Encred was summoned to his superiors, puzzled by an unexpected assignment beyond his normal duties. The young warrior was puzzled as to why he was being sent to scouts, and what was the reason for such an unusual assignment. Jackson noticed the boy's surprised reaction, but for now only silently watched the situation unfold, keeping his thoughts to himself. Chris asked incredulously who the commander had pissed off to get such a dangerous assignment, not understanding why he had been chosen. Encred suspected that the company commander might want to get rid of him that way, using the dangerous assignment as a cover. The young warrior realized that the elven woman now had the perfect opportunity to eliminate him by the hands of his enemies or nature itself. Ram anxiously asked if the guy really wanted to go on such a dangerous mission, expressing his willingness to help. The muscular fighter hinted that he could help Encred avoid this assignment if he didn't want to risk his life. The young commander replied with dignity that, unlike others, he would not allow himself to raise his voice at a senior officer, demonstrating military discipline. Audine jokingly pleaded, asking that their dear captain not be taken away from them, hiding genuine concern for his comrade. The perpetually sleepy Ragnar suddenly joined the conversation, catching the attention of everyone present with his unusual interest. To the surprise of those present, he offered to go in place of the commander, showing unexpected concern for his leader. Everyone was taken aback by Ragnar's unexpected suggestion, and the captain remarked that others could still be sent on the mission, but not the perpetually sleepy fighter. Jackson reported that the scouts were to explore fields of tall grass, which immediately piqued the interest of the attentive Encred. The experienced warrior explained the importance of observing changes in the grass and being able to spot various disturbances that give away the presence of a hidden enemy. Ram laughed out loud when he heard these instructions, calling Jackson a sly one and doubting his ability to teach their commander anything else. The young warlord anxiously pondered over who would separate his fiery comrades in his absence, and whether anyone would be able to handle these indomitable fighters at all. Encred thoughtfully recognized that even with his acceptance of the appointment, none of the available candidates would really be better suited than him for this mission. The commander recalled his service when, due to a lack of certain skills, he was constantly bounced between different squads to fill gaps in their composition. Before he could finish his musings, the young warrior saw the start of another scuffle. Rem resolutely grabbed his trusty axe, ready for immediate conflict. Jackson, unwilling to tolerate the threats and show of force, also took up arms, creating an extremely dangerous situation in the confined space of the tent. The co-workers exchanged fierce glances, ready at any moment to switch from threats to actual bloody combat without a shadow of a doubt. Encred instantly stepped between his enraged comrades, stopping their weapons and realizing his primary role, to be the commander of this unruly band of difficult fighters. The young commander sternly urged the rowdies to calm down immediately and stop the senseless quarrel that threatened to escalate into serious consequences. Clearly unhappy with the interference, Rem asked the commander if it was bravery or stupidity that made him risk getting between two armed warriors like that. Jackson remarked that the commander should have been thanked, for without his intervention, there would have already been a fatal hole in Rem's heart from his weapon. Encred pondered the value of both warriors to the unit, realizing that with their fighting abilities, they could not be lost, and compared to them, his own loss would not affect the unit's combat strength that much. The young commander realized the pointlessness of further hesitation. He needed to become stronger, and the mission with the scouts would provide such an opportunity for improvement. Joining the scouting party, Encred decided to make good use of the time on the road to practice his heightened senses, continuing to refine his newly acquired skills. One of the scouts rudely interrupted the commander's musings, demanding that he gather himself and stay focused on the important mission, as if he had the right to command. Red-haired Andrew, the scout squad leader, asserted his supremacy despite his equal rank with Encred, offering to settle any disagreements with his fists. Another scout mockingly expressed doubt about the outcast commander's bravery, contemptuously calling him dumb and questioning his mastery of the sword. The scout commander arrogantly promised not to offend Encred too much in case of conflict, adding insulting remarks about the uselessness of the outcast squad, existing supposedly only for unnecessary fighters. Andrew was loudly instructing his men on the tactic of smashing the skulls of their opponents upon encounter, completely ignoring the covert nature of the reconnaissance operation. Encred mentally noted the unprofessionalism of the scout commander, who either did not understand the essence of the reconnaissance mission or was completely inexperienced, jeopardizing the entire squad with his noisiness. One of the squad approached the reconnaissance commander, pointing out animal tracks that had been discovered that required the attention of an experienced tracker. Andrew spotted them too, kneeling down to examine them more closely, immediately identifying them as belonging to the NU, the wild ungulates of the area. The commander of the scouts enthusiastically offered to follow these tracks, promising his comrades a delicious kebab, completely forgetting the purpose of the reconnaissance mission. Encred mentally grimaced, knowing that the NU traveled in groups of at least 20 individuals, and Andrew's serious intention to make contact with them raised questions about the commander's sanity. The warrior with the bow suddenly refuted the definition of the footprints, stating that they belonged to a gazelle and not a gnu, demonstrating a better knowledge of the local fauna. The young commander looked at the archer in bewilderment, surprised at his audacity to contradict his senior in such a categorical manner. The archer, sensing Encred's gaze, explained that their commander was not one of the best trackers, introducing himself as Henry, an experienced hunter from the mountain settlement. The former hunter didn't show much tension over his commander's incompetence, and soon he and Encred were talking, quickly finding common ground. Henry shared the basics of the hunting trade with the young commander, which proved to be very helpful in developing tracking and survival skills. The squad spent the entire day on pointless searches for non-existent NYU, completely wasting precious time that should have been used for the real task of exploration. The squad leader Andrew could not calm down, insisting on some results, not wanting to return empty-handed to the higher command. The next day, the scouts finally approached the fields of tall grass, having reached the main objective of their trek after a long and fruitless wandering. The indefatigable Andrew pathetically proclaimed the need to explore the area, calling it a green gem. The reconnaissance commander could not make up his mind whether to consider this area a special territory or just a useless field, overgrown with tall grass, of no strategic importance. Andrew loudly announced his intention to cross the field and find the enemy scouting party. The unreasonable commander described in colorful detail how they would capture the enemies and lead them back, for which they would surely be rewarded by the commanding officer. Creeping through the tall grass, Henry quietly asked Encred if their task wasn't just to scout to the border. The other comrade phlegmatically replied to the hunter that this was an order from the squad leader, and it was their business to obey, not to discuss the orders they had received. The impromptu battle group clumsily made their way through the tall, thick grass, making noise and leaving obvious signs of their presence. Encred pondered the difficulty of advancing through the high escapes, hoping that the commander would soon give up and cancel his reckless plan for a direct confrontation. The attentive Henry noticed a strange detail: the absence of animal droppings in an area with abundant food, which was contrary to the laws of nature. An experienced hunter explained that this means the absence of animals in an area where there is an abundance of food fully available to potential inhabitants, which in itself is a worrying sign. Suddenly, the huge paw of an unknown predator flashed among the grass, hinting at the presence of a large and dangerous beast lurking in ambush. Encred, thanks to his keen hearing, was the first to notice the danger, instantly tensing up and preparing for a possible attack. A black panther suddenly emerged from the tall grass, showing clear signs of aggression and readiness to attack careless travelers. The young commander looked around the area, trying to determine the exact direction of the predator's movement to warn his comrades. Encred's gaze snatched up the panther's crazy blue eyes, glittering among the greenery like two cold stars, full of wild fury. The young warrior made a quick gesture for everyone to duck immediately, in an effort to keep his comrades safe from imminent danger. Despite the warning, several scouts could not escape death. Arrows from the unknown enemy pierced their heads with lightning precision, instantly cutting off their lives. The squad leader was terrified, completely unaware of who had attacked them in this seemingly safe area. Glancing towards the source of the danger, Andrew realized with a cold heart that it was enemies armed with crossbows ambushing him. The situation became critical, and the scouts realized that the only chance for salvation: immediately escape from the death trap without looking back. Despite desperate attempts to escape, the enemy inexorably caught up with the scouts, capturing those who did not have time to hide in the tall grass. Encred noticed with alarm that his pursuers were already closing in on him, literally breathing down his back and shortening the distance with every passing moment. The young commander bitterly realized that in this tall, thick grass, they had simply been surrounded, lured into a perfectly planned trap. Unwilling to surrender to fate, Encred continued to run forward, trying to somehow escape the treacherous grass trap. The enemy's crossbow creaked loudly as it charged, breaking the ominous silence that preceded the deadly shot. Thanks to intense training, the young warrior instantly heard that distinctive creak that warned of danger. The instincts developed under Jackson's guidance did save Encred's life, allowing him to dodge the flying arrow at the last moment. Despite this temporary success, there remained an insurmountable obstacle to the young commander's survival in the situation. In the reigning chaos, Encred couldn't make out who was where, having lost his spatial orientation among the identical stalks of tall grass. A huge number of arrows from different directions rushed towards the young warrior, creating a deadly net from which it was impossible to escape. The sharp tips mercilessly pierced through Encred's back, bringing excruciating pain and foreshadowing inevitable death. Even at the moment of mortal wounding, the guy did not sleep a wink, watching with the cold determination of a warrior to the last. The dying Encred pondered that, knowing of the ambush, it would be wise to try to evade it, but the commander would call him crazy for such a suggestion. Bitterly realizing that he was never listened to, the young warrior understood the need to save the entire squad on his own. Encred repeatedly tried to escape in various ways, but his enemies discovered him each time, foiling all attempts to escape. Despite constant setbacks, the commander never gave up hope, knowing his unique advantage: a repeatable day and the opportunity to learn from mistakes. Time after time, Encred met the same death in the tall grass as 24 crossbowmen found him on the east side. When attempting to move north, avoiding crossbowmen, the young warrior invariably encountered a squad of enemies armed with long spears. Even as Encred fell, dying from his many wounds, his ruthless enemies did not cease to finish him off with unusual cruelty. Repeated attempts to separate from his team were also unsuccessful, as if the enemies were specifically hunting for him. The observant Encred noticed that the opponent's uniforms were colored green, blending in perfectly with their surroundings, indicating careful preparation for an ambush. The young commander was perplexed as to what could have been so valuable in this field, that the enemies were so seriously preparing to defend this area. In yet another cycle of rebirth, Encred, having been captured, tried to pick up any sounds that might give a clue to the mystery. The same nightmarish scene unfolded before the warrior's eyes again. He lay helpless as the ruthless enemy cut off his head. As he died, Encred thought furiously about what kind of scoundrels these people were, and what such an important thing they could be hiding in this seemingly ordinary field. Over and over again, the same situation was repeated, Andrew arrogantly shouting about crossing the field and catching enemy scouts. Encred realized with despair that they had tried this dozens of times before, each time walking into a trap and not getting out alive. The young commander was convinced that the enemy scouts are hiding something extremely valuable, and he must at all costs to find out what exactly is hidden in these mysterious thickets. The thought of being able to avoid an endless string of deaths by simply abandoning the mission flashed through Encred's mind, promising an end to this endless day. However, the determined warrior firmly realized that he would never give up his goal, despite all the difficulties and numerous deaths. Andrew, noticing the young commander's lag, shouted angrily after him, accusing him of idleness and demanding an explanation for the stoppage. Suddenly, a scarred guy from the squad approached Encred, trying to calm him down, acknowledging the annoying nature of the commander, but urging patience with a man with his own problems. The young warrior stated emphatically that there was a limit to his patience with the jerk, wondering how the others didn't get tired of constantly indulging the squad leader. The scarred fighter was extremely amazed at such audacity, not believing his ears and clearly shocked at the boldness of the statement. The enraged Encred stated emphatically that he no longer intended to play these senseless games, leading them all to imminent doom. The scout commander began angrily accusing the young warrior of evading direct orders, without noticing the danger of his plan. Realizing the need for a drastic change in the situation, Encred was adamant that panic in such circumstances was unacceptable. With unexpected confidence, the young commander announced that from now on he would begin to give orders, changing the hierarchy in the squad. Andrew was frantically angry at these impertinent words, and Encred mentally noted that the scout commander had survived the longest, along with Henry. The young warrior recognized the red-headed commander's fighting qualities, noting that he fought as powerfully as he looked, which made him a dangerous opponent. Encred was referring specifically to the guy with the scar, believing him to be the most capable in the squad despite his loyalty to the incompetent Andrew. The scout commander unexpectedly agreed to let Encred take command if he could defeat him in a duel. Watching his opponent closely, the young warrior noted that the average guard soldier did not possess such a stance, obviously indicating decent training. Reflecting on the situation, Encred assumed that Andrew, with good skills but not enough experience, was probably the son of a rich lord or something similar. The young commander realized that if that was the case, the redhead would hardly be too eager to serve him, which explained his arrogance and self-assurance. Having finally formed an opinion, Encred was convinced that Andrew came from some noble house, which explained his position and demeanor. Despite the origins of the enemy, the young warrior was determined to no longer follow his orders, leading the squad to certain death. Andrew began shouting about the importance of his mission, trying to appeal to duty and discipline to regain control of the situation. Encred, unwilling to listen to empty excuses, abruptly interrupted the commander, provoking him to attack and stating that he wouldn't even need a sword to win. After this defiant phrase, the red-haired Andrew, losing his temper, rushed at his opponent, trying to grab him in a fit of rage. The young commander realized that in a normal situation he would not be able to cope with such a physically strong opponent. But now he clearly underestimated his combat skills. Encred noted that the enemy's hasty actions lead to inattention, which was exactly what characterized the irascible red-headed commander. The young warrior focused completely on the current moment, listening intently to all sounds and scrutinizing his opponent's every move. The fighter understood that attentiveness, a key factor in such a fight, and inattention is always severely punished by fate. It was because of his concentration that Encred blocked the attack with his bare hands, so that the red-haired opponent simply couldn't overcome his defense. Pushing the blow away, Encred watched the look of annoyed shock on Andrew's face, not expecting such resistance. Without letting his opponent regain his senses, the young warrior instantly launched a counterattack, delivering a powerful bare-handed blow to his unprotected body. The red-haired commander cried out in shock and pain from the unexpectedly hard blow to his stomach, robbing him of his breath and ability to resist. Losing his strength, Andrew collapsed to the ground, exhausted and humiliated that he had been defeated even without the use of a weapon. The witnesses of the fight were in complete shock, not believing that the newcomer was able to cope with their experienced commander with just one precise blow. The rest of the scouts continued to watch in amazement as Encred firmly stated that the squad would be under his command from now on. The young warrior asked calmly if there were any objections, ready to answer any challenge to his new status. Complete silence was the only response, no one daring to object after such a convincing display of superiority. Even the defeated Andrew couldn't say anything, reliving the shame of public defeat at the hands of a supposed rookie. The scarred guy from the squad was even relieved at the change in command, clearly preferring the new leadership to the old. The young warrior realized that this was only the first step to survival, and there were many more challenges ahead on the way to solving the mystery. Under new leadership, the troop moved through the thick grass, following a plan devised by a man who had experienced the day many times before. In the back rows, the scouts were talking quietly among themselves, discussing the new commander's arrogance and strange methods. Encred suddenly asked Henry a personal question about his dreams, catching the hunter off guard with an uncharacteristic interest in a military setting. The archer was clearly confused by the unexpected question, wondering why the commander was so strangely interested in his personal life. Overcoming his embarrassment, Henry confessed his desire to marry a beautiful girl, receiving a flower shop in return for a peaceful life. The young commander remarked meaningfully that to fulfill this dream, Henry's most important thing today was to survive and return home. Turning to the two warriors walking behind him, Encred emphasized the need to get out alive, especially for those who didn't want their children to grow up without a father. Asking Andrew the same question, the young commander heard an unexpectedly sincere answer about wanting to fulfill his mother's wishes and revitalize the family home. The defeated red-haired warrior confessed that his true mission was to revive a lost noble house, which explained his ambition. Encred paused for a moment, thoughtfully noting the similarity of their desires, united by the desire to create a better future. The young warrior emphasized that in order to fulfill these wishes, they all need to get out of here alive today, against all odds. Encred was adamant about the need for joint action, emphasizing that only together could they overcome the deadly ordeal. The squad members were struck by this unusual approach of a new commander, appealing to their personal dreams and sense of camaraderie. The young warrior understood the need for each squad member to be actively involved, knowing that nothing is more motivating than the pursuit of life. Anticipating the enemy's imminent arrival, Encred devised a plan to break through the encirclement based on the experience of countless failures. The commander clearly explained the necessity of firing an arrow at head level in the direction indicated, emphasizing that he would not repeat the order. Henry did not hesitate to carry out the new commander's orders, quickly sending an arrow precisely to the indicated point in the tall grass. Encred's intuition did not fail. The arrow accurately hit the head of the lurking enemy, confirming his knowledge of the enemy's location. The scouts were amazed at the accuracy of locating hidden enemies, beginning to believe in the new leader's special abilities. Without wasting precious moments, Encred ordered Henry and Andrew to follow him, beginning a decisive break through the enemy encirclement. Andrew quickly grabbed his sword, ready to act on his new commander's orders, recognizing his authority after his defeat. Encred understood the need to create a tactical advantage in the current situation by relying on knowledge of future events. The enemies surrounded the squad, coming in the back, and managed to kill one of the scouts before the others could react. The young commander knew that to gain an advantage, it was necessary to spot the enemies first and strike suddenly. Enemy scouts shouted in panic for the immediate destruction of the detected detachment, losing their cool. Taking advantage of the moment when the enemy gave away his position with a shout, Andrew silently approached him and delivered a fatal blow to his back. Encred realized the importance of seizing the moment of surprise, aiming to break through the enemy ranks as deeply as possible. The young commander decided to lead Andrew, realizing that his faithful scarred bodyguard would surely follow his master. A fierce battle erupted between the opposing sides, where Andrew bravely swung his sword, displaying extraordinary fighting skills. The commander was pleased to note that with such a brave fighter, their chances of victory were greatly increased, despite the numerical superiority of the enemy. The original number of 20 opponents had been reduced to 8, throwing the remaining enemies into shock at the unexpected repulse. The surviving enemies chose to flee, clearly intending to bring reinforcements, which required immediate action from Encred's squad. The scouts under the young warrior's command stood in full readiness to take the blow, united by a new sense of camaraderie and trust in the leader. Encred reminded his comrades that it was now their duty to finish off their enemies, on which depended the fulfillment of their personal wishes and the possibility of returning home. The fierce battle that had begun between the two opposing sides had turned the tall grass into an arena of bloody confrontation. The scouts were winning confidently against their enemies, successfully using their tactical advantage thanks to Encred's foresight. In the field of tall grass, the enemy soldiers also had a hard time navigating. But suddenly, the battle was interrupted by the chilling sound of a wild animal. A panther with a piercing, icy stare appeared, and introduced a new factor of uncertainty into the already chaotic battle. The wild cat, ready to tear everyone apart in seconds, made no distinction between the opposing sides, posing a threat to all. Even the enemies were not happy about the appearance of the dangerous predator, distracting themselves from the main battle and trying to kill the beast to save their own lives. Encred instantly took advantage of the situation as his opponents were distracted by the panther, quickly attacking the enemy who had lost his guard. The young commander remembered his first encounter with this wildcat in one of the previous cycles, ending in his imminent demise. The warrior remembered the moment when he had recklessly chased a spotted beast, leading to a tragic outcome for the entire squad. Encred realized that in the last cycle, their enemies had discovered them completely by accident, thanks to an unfortunate coincidence. Reflecting on the previous attempts, the commander realized that they had missed the ambush this time due to their focus on the chase, and now couldn't afford to die when everything was going according to plan. The scouting squad was relieved to realize that they seemed to have finished off all of the enemy, though vigilance never left them. Encred strongly told his comrades to keep moving forward, despite the fatigue and the strain of the battle. Suddenly, the panther froze in place, as if listening to something inaccessible to human perception, which alerted the experienced commander. The young warrior was bitterly aware that even after many cycles he had failed to save everyone, with only 6 of the 7 of them left with a single loss. Consoling himself with the thought that more members of the squad had survived this time than ever before, Encred urged his comrades to continue on their journey to unravel the mystery of the enigmatic field. The commander again destroyed the enemy by stabbing them in the back, utilizing the knowledge of the numbers and location of enemy units gained in previous cycles. Realizing that moving forward would result in extermination by 30 crossbowmen, Encred made the decision to turn the other way, changing his route. The young warrior realized the need to quickly eliminate pursuers interfering with the plan, adhering to kill-and-run tactics to avoid major confrontations. Using this approach, the squad gradually made its way out of the enemy encirclement, minimizing casualties and avoiding detection by the main enemy force. The bodyguard worriedly noticed that Andrew was nervous about the approaching dusk, when finding a way out would become much more difficult. Encred, too, understood the critical importance of getting out of the danger zone before sunset, as long as visibility allowed him to navigate the tall grass. The young commander urged the squad to move on, to which the bodyguard objected, fearing they would only get deeper into the death trap. Encred was adamant that no objections would be tolerated, demanding unquestioning obedience to his orders as the new leader of the squad. Suddenly, some scouts noticed something shocking, expressing extreme surprise and wincing in surprise. The bodyguard resolutely put the dagger to the commander's throat, demanding that he show conscience and sanity in the situation. Gloomily looking into Encred's eyes, the bodyguard declared his unwillingness to go to certain death and willingness to kill the commander for his own survival. Keeping his composure, the young commander logically observed that it was too late to go back the way they had come after the carnage they had caused. Encred explained that there were now a huge number of enemies on the retreat route, but the bodyguard stubbornly insisted on his unwillingness to follow the new leader. Eager to clear the air, the young commander asked for attention, preparing to reveal his true intentions and plan. Encred uttered a key phrase emphasizing their commonality. He too wants to survive, which made the bodyguard think for a moment. Andrew, observing the situation, recognized that he had previously thought Encred was useless scum, but now saw him as quite strong and determined. The red-haired commander drew a parallel to his own father, who had simply given up and lost all the wealth of their noble house, plunging the family into poverty. With an epiphany, Andrew realized the significant difference between his father and this young warrior, ready to fight to the end for the life of every member of the squad. Andrew's mind flashed back to memories of his dying mother expressing love for her only son from her last strength. The woman held on from her last strength on her deathbed, barely finding the strength to utter her cherished words to her heir. The mother willed her son to become a person who leads others, who can unite people with a common goal and inspire them to accomplish things. The dying woman's last wish was for her son to gain the trust of the people by becoming a true leader and reviving the ancient family name of their clan. Encred uttered a heartfelt phrase, asking for trust and promising that together they would survive this hell, appealing to their shared desire to survive. To everyone's amazement, Andrew stepped forward decisively and publicly declared his confidence in the new commander, recognizing his leadership. As a sign of respect, the red-haired warrior even called his former subordinate not just a commander, but a captain, raising his status in the eyes of the squad. The bodyguard was clearly unhappy with this decision by his master, insisting that following Encred would lead them to a direct and imminent death. Andrew firmly stated that as a unit, they were obliged to follow their commander's orders, demonstrating a sudden acceptance of military discipline. These unexpected words from the mouth of the previously arrogant aristocrat deeply surprised everyone present, including the bodyguard himself. Encred, having received the necessary encouragement, commanded to follow him in goose step until further signal, beginning the decisive phase of his plan. Everyone sat down unquestioningly and began to follow the instructions of their new commander, recognizing his authority and plan of action. The first step in overcoming today's challenges was to seize the initiative through a surprise attack on the enemy and create a tactical advantage. The successive breakthrough of the encirclement had been accomplished successfully, but ahead of the detachment awaited an even more difficult second phase of the operation. Suddenly, a huge number of arrows appeared out of the thick grass, flying in an arcing trajectory and threatening to reveal the group's location. Encred explained to his subordinates that they had reached a critical point, which he had only discovered after many deadly repetitions. Everyone on the team was in complete shock at their captain's inexplicable knowledge of enemy locations and patrol routes. The young commander realized that only in this particular place and at this particular time could they avoid detection and direct confrontation. The group took advantage of a unique opportunity to hide from the enemy in the tall grass while maintaining complete immobility for camouflage. The plan worked flawlessly. Two groups of enemies from different directions passed by, completely unnoticed by the lurking squad of scouts. The soldiers were in great fear, realizing that the slightest movement could give away their presence and doom them to imminent doom. Encrid, acting as captain, waited patiently for the right moment to give the signal to proceed after the enemy had withdrawn. Finally, the long-awaited moment arrived. All the enemies had withdrawn to a safe distance, allowing the squad to advance according to plan. The scouts tried to move as silently as possible, treading carefully and avoiding any action that might attract the enemy's attention. The young commander noted with satisfaction that everything was finally going according to plan, exactly as he had planned based on previous experience. However, the last, most difficult stage remained ahead. The sun was setting, and with it came the darkness that had previously prevented the squad from escaping the deadly field. The band members froze in shock when they saw what came into view after crossing another strip of tall grass. The squad literally walked out to the enemy camp, hidden in the heart of a mysterious field, away from prying eyes and unwanted witnesses. Aspen's soldiers ruthlessly slaughtered every stranger they discovered, seeking to silence anyone who might reveal their secret. Something so important was hidden in this field that the enemies were willing to make any sacrifice to keep it secret from outsiders. Encrid realized that if creating a problem was more important than catching them, the chance of escape would be greatly increased by distracting the enemy. In such a situation, the squad would definitely have a way out if they used the discovered information correctly and created a distraction. Unexpectedly, the commander walked determinedly toward the enemy camp, clearly intending to set it on fire as a diversion. One of the scouts asked in horror if the captain had lost his mind, for they were in the heart of enemy territory, where they could be instantly surrounded and destroyed. Encrid inquired about the name of the guy with the scar, learning that his name was Mac, memorizing each member of his squad for effective command. The captain firmly stated that he would not tolerate disobedience of his orders, emphasizing the need for unified leadership in a critical situation. This statement quickly angered Mac's bodyguard, but Andrew suddenly ordered his subordinate to shut up immediately, supporting the new leader. The former commander showed determination and complete willingness to follow Encrid's orders, which genuinely surprised his loyal bodyguard. The scarred Mac thought about the fact that he might not need his old master anymore, given his sudden change of loyalty. Encrid explained to his subordinates that they would not be able to find their way while the moon was hidden behind clouds, depriving them of a necessary landmark. The young commander emphasized that the only way out in this situation, just trust him and act according to his instructions. Mac watched in bewilderment as the commander suddenly tore apart the enemy tent, not understanding the meaning of these actions in the context of the escape plan. When the scouts got inside, they were surprised to find the tent empty, contrary to all expectations of finding enemy soldiers there. Mac wondered what was going on, and how their commander knew the sequence of future events with such incredible precision. Encrid had no time to answer questions. He resolutely led his squad forward, following a plan forged through countless cycles of death and rebirth. Analyzing the situation, the bodyguard understood the insanity of the decision to go straight through the enemy camp, contrary to all military principles. Mac was surprised to note a strange anomaly. They had not encountered a single enemy soldier, even though they were supposedly in the heart of the enemy camp. The warrior agonized over how such a thing was even possible, contradicting common sense and years of combat experience. Encrid turned to his companions, ordering them to wait for him here and avoid any unnecessary movements that might give away their presence. The young commander knew the terrain by heart, having infiltrated this camp dozens of times before, and remembered clearly when he first spotted that particular flag. He recalled his first contact with that symbol, when the entire enemy army had momentarily focused their attention on it, forgetting everything else. Encrid explained that the soldiers of Aspen were carefully hiding a mysterious flag in this field, representing something extremely valuable. The young commander emphasized that the main task of the enemies, the defense of this flag at any cost, even at the cost of their own lives. The startled bodyguard incredulously asked how the newly minted captain even knew the flag existed in this place. Suddenly a realization came to Mac about what was happening, lifting the veil of mystery over the strange behavior of the new commander. The bodyguard assumed that the mysterious ferry company commander had told Encrid all the details, specifically sending him to their squad on a secret mission. The young commander explained the strategic importance of the moment. The soldiers would be too busy defending the flag to pursue the fugitives. Mac analytically reasoned that Encrid's sudden assumption of command and infiltration of the enemy camp was due to a forbidden assignment received from higher command. The captain persisted in repeating that escape in the resulting turmoil represented their only chance of survival after such a daring diversion. Encred announced to divide the squad into two groups. One would become a decoy to distract the enemy's attention, and the other would start a fire, creating chaos. Unexpectedly, Mac declared his desire to be on the decoy team, volunteering to take on the most dangerous role. The captain was genuinely surprised at such an unexpected offer from a bodyguard who had previously expressed only distrust and hostility. Encred pondered this strange change. The guy who was constantly expressing his displeasure suddenly decided to cooperate, which ultimately played into the hands of the overall plan. The young commander recalled bringing the squad to this camp many times already in different rebirth cycles, always with a tragic outcome. However, never before had he had so many men with him by this point in the operation, which gave hope for a successful completion of the mission. It was one of the best attempts Encred had experienced so far, instilling in him a good feeling and faith in ultimate success. As he began his attack, the young warrior felt that he finally had a real chance to deal with all the challenges and break the vicious cycle. A hostile Aspen soldier noticed the intruder and began shouting loudly, raising the alarm and calling for reinforcements from around the camp. The enemy warriors rushed to the noise with furious cries to capture the uninvited guests, unaware of the prepared trap. Encred knew he had to pull it off. He simply had no other choice, so he ran towards the torch needed to carry out the plan. The young commander reached out for the coveted fire that was critical to creating a diversionary fire and the success of the entire operation. Resolutely grasping the torch with his hand, Encred realized that this was indeed the best moment to carry out the final phase of the rescue plan. Things didn't go according to plan when an unknown enemy suddenly appeared, swinging a heavy weapon decisively at the commander to stop his actions. The attacker attacked with incredible speed, seeking to thwart the young warrior who had so carefully thought out every step of his plan. Encred was lucky. Thanks to his training with Jackson, he had time to react and deflect the deadly attack, avoiding a direct hit. The young commander used the Dragon Heart technique, keeping his eyes open and completely focused on the movements of the unexpected opponent. Encred was deeply surprised to realize that he had heard the approach of this enemy soldier too late. Contrary to his heightened hearing, the confused commander could not understand where this warrior, whom he had not met in any of the previous rebirth cycles, had come from. Focusing on the battle as much as possible, Encred bided his time, waiting for the right moment to launch a strong counterstrike against the unknown enemy. The young warrior feverishly pondered where such a strong and skilled fighter could have come from in this place, disrupting the usual course of events. The captain realized with dismay that his comrades were in all likelihood late in executing their part of the plan, putting him in even greater danger. The enemy warrior didn't understand the meaning of the words spoken by the guy unknown to him, considering them a mere distraction. Literally seconds later, the tent behind the enemy's back began to engulf in flames, creating a planned diversion in the camp. Enemy soldiers began shouting for fire, urging their comrades to put out the burgeoning flames, threatening the entire camp as soon as possible. Some of them continued to insist on the necessity of catching the intruders, not wanting to miss the scouts they had discovered. Common sense prevailed, and the enemy realized that the first priority was to extinguish the fire that was rapidly spreading through the dry tents. The plan worked perfectly. Mac distracted most of the enemy forces, Encred took the attention of the remaining ones, and Andrew successfully set the tents on fire, creating the perfect conditions for a retreat. The young commander adopted the correct fighting stance, remembering that all successful attacks begin with the correct foot position to ensure stability. Encred felt the sure footing of the ground beneath his feet, guiding his entire body forward for the decisive strike. While there was turmoil and confusion all around, the commander prepared to use the chaos created to his advantage. The young warrior realized that now was the best time to launch an attack that could decide the outcome of the confrontation. With a decisive move, Encred pointed his sword towards his strong opponent, aiming to end the fight with one precise strike. Completely focused on the target, the commander did not close his eyes for a second, tracking the slightest movements of the dangerous enemy. The experienced soldier somehow sensed the approaching weapon at the last moment, showing incredible reaction. The enemy easily repelled the commander's strike, as if he had anticipated his attack in advance and prepared the perfect counterattack. Encred was in a state of maximum shock, not expecting this outcome of a carefully planned attack. The young warrior realized with horror that his leg was bleeding. His opponent had managed to strike back in a move unseen by the eye. The commander felt intense pain, though he realized he had not received a mortal wound that could cut short his fight. Encred was bitterly aware that he had executed a perfect lunge, honed by countless repetitions, but he was still unable to mount a successful attack against this opponent. The enemy warrior turned contemptuously to the young commander, calling him a weakling unable to stand up to a true master of battle. Encred soberly assessed the situation. Such a strong opponent he could not defeat with current skills. New approaches and techniques were required. The commander bitterly recalled how hard it was for him to get to this point, overcoming all the obstacles on the way. Countless deaths in ambushes of high fields, the deaths of comrades and repeated attempts to break through, all remained in the young warrior's memory. Encred bitterly recalled all his previous failures as he and his comrades had perished time after time in their attempts to overcome this challenge. The young commander naively believed that he had finally passed all the trials of this recurring day, but fate had prepared him a new, unexpected obstacle. Encred realized that it was this unforeseen warrior who was the real wall, preventing him from overcoming the challenge and completing the endless cycle. The young commander realized the bitter truth. If openly challenged by this enemy, he would die ignominiously without achieving his goal. The realization of having to take command of the squad again, to run across the high fields and repeat this day many times over, was pressing a heavy weight on his shoulders. Encred strengthened his resolve with the thought that he was sure to survive all these deaths sooner or later to find a way to overcome the final obstacle. The enemy soldier turned angrily to the young warrior, asking if he was laughing at him, clearly annoyed at his opponent's calmness. Encred replied with firm confidence that he would definitely defeat him, no matter how many attempts it took to do so. The enraged assassin threatened to slash the defiant warrior and feed his body to the dogs, displaying his sword with a clear threat. The young commander instantly adopted a fighting stance, seeing the enemy's weapon moving towards him at lightning speed. Drawing his sword and swinging it, Encred mentally affirmed that he would overcome this obstacle as he had overcome all previous ones. Their swords clashed with a deafening clang, sending sparks into the night darkness of the blazing camp. The young warrior tried with all his might to break through his opponent's block, putting all his accumulated power and experience into the blow. Encred realized with horror that this soldier had not only withstood the blow, but had masterfully parried it, preparing to counterattack. In front of him, the commander saw the mighty figure of the enemy, already swinging his sword for the next attack that would leave no chance. Fortunately, years of training had not gone to waste. Encred managed to bounce back, avoiding the fatal blow at the last moment. The unshakable enemy did not give up and attacked again, methodically crowding the young warrior with his powerful lunges. The commander puzzledly pondered how this soldier could deliver such powerful blows from a disadvantageous position, violating the laws of martial arts. Once again, fate smiled on Encred. He managed to block and thus survived, though the blow hurt all over his body. Analyzing his opponent, the young warrior was bitterly aware of the incredible precision and speed of his movements, leaving no chance of victory. The commander didn't have a single chance to even counterattack this swordmaster. So great was his superiority. Encred realized that the difference in their fighting abilities was too great for a fair fight, requiring an unconventional solution. Deciding to take extreme measures, the young warrior made a deceptive lunge with his sword and simultaneously threw his dagger forward, hoping to catch his opponent off guard. The commander's dagger flew swiftly towards the enemy, seemingly having every chance of reaching its target in a surprise attack. Incredibly, this invincible soldier simply put up a block with his hand, swatting away the thrown dagger like a pesky fly. Encred froze in shock, seeing his last hope shattered by his opponent's incredible skill as he carelessly swept his hand away. The commander saw that crazy look in his opponent's eyes again, who was moving with inhuman speed, as if anticipating every move. The enemy made a lightning strike, extending his sword towards the young warrior, but he somehow miraculously managed to take a saving step back. Meanwhile, the fire was spreading more and more across the camp, and the enemy's deadly sword was getting closer to the lad with every lunge. Suddenly, the shouts of the soldiers stopped the enemy. There came alarmed cries that someone had spilled oil, increasing the fire. Panic increased as it became clear that the fire was rapidly heading toward the sacred flag that the Hispanians were so desperately trying to protect. The invincible foe was addressed by other soldiers, calling him platoon leader, which explained his incredible skill with weapons. The enemy commander shouted angrily that Encred didn't realize what was at stake, hinting at the importance of the mysterious flag to their army. The enemy leader thought of the young warrior with irritation, realizing that this stubborn man was not going to surrender without a fight, contrary to the logic of the situation. The experienced commander for the first time met such a combative guy, showing incredible tenacity and unwillingness to give up even in the face of imminent defeat. Unexpectedly to everyone present, the enemy leader decided to personally address his young adversary, coming to the very edge of respect. The platoon commander stated with a threatening note in his voice that they would definitely see each other again, leaving the score open between them. Having made the difficult decision, the enemy turned around, realizing that his priority now was to protect the sacred flag, not to pursue the daring scouts. Encred was rather surprised by this turn of events, not believing that the formidable opponent had actually decided to retreat, leaving him alive. The young commander pondered whether the true obstacle was this platoon leader, or whether something else, as yet unknown to him, awaited ahead. Encred realized that even if he didn't have to deal with this invincible soldier today, it didn't mean the end of his ordeal. The young warrior realized that he still could not relax and rest. Each day must bring him closer to his cherished goal. The commander reminded himself of the need for constant improvement for the sake of fulfilling his dream of becoming a true knight worthy of the title. Andrew ran up to his thoughtful comrade, shouting insistently at the commander in an attempt to draw his attention to the pressing danger. The red-haired guy was insistent that they needed to leave now, as soon as possible, while the turmoil in the camp gave them the opportunity to do so. Encred seemed immersed in his own thoughts of perfection, as if not hearing the insistent urging of his agitated companion. The young commander watched his recent adversary closely, as he resolutely headed straight into the blazing fire, showing incredible devotion to duty. Encred's memory was imprinted with the emotionless look of a true killer, seen in the eyes of the enemy platoon leader. The young warrior never closed his eyes for a second, staring directly into the eyes of his dangerous opponent, memorizing every detail of his appearance for a future encounter. Finishing his observation, Encred resolutely tucked his sword into its scabbard, recognizing the end of the confrontation at this point. Waking up from his musings, the commander began loudly giving orders to retreat, realizing that they should all leave as soon as possible. Taking advantage of the favorable moment when enemy soldiers were busy extinguishing the fire, the scouts had to leave the enemy camp immediately. The squad moved swiftly away, trying to get out of enemy camp territory as quickly as possible, while the enemy's attention was diverted. Encred noted with regret that one member of their squad was missing, likely killed in the commotion, and now there were only 5 of the original squad left. Mac excitedly wondered if that was the end of it, if the enemies would send a large-scale search party to wipe out the fugitives. Encred answered honestly that he didn't know, but hoped it wouldn't happen, realizing that they needed to get away from the pursuit as much as possible. Suddenly behind him, the commander heard the desperate cries of one of his soldiers who had gotten into trouble while retreating. Soon the voices of enemy soldiers were heard, frantically calling for the fugitives to be stopped, not allowing them to escape with valuable information. Faithful Mac, not forgetting his duty as a bodyguard, immediately stood behind Andrew's back, ready to protect his former master at the cost of his own life. The rest of the scouts took up defensive positions as well, including their commander, who stood in the first line of defense, preparing for the final battle. Encred made a swift lunge with his sword, cutting off the head of his nearest opponent, showing his increased skill in combat. Mac, too, actively participated in the battle, piercing the heart of an enemy soldier with his weapon, protecting the retreat of his comrades. Even the red-haired Andrew fought valiantly against the invading enemies, showing unexpected courage and fighting spirit in a critical situation. Encred shouted to his comrades not to even think of slowing down, but to definitely keep running while there was a chance of escape. One of the scouts suggested moving in the direction of the habitat of foxes and snakes, reasoning that the enemies would not dare to pursue them there, although the fugitives themselves would find it difficult to move in such dangerous terrain. Henry, displaying his knowledge as a former hunter, reported the existence of one safe path, a secret hunting trail known only to a few locals. The commander was relieved to express full confidence in the hunter's experience, relying on his knowledge of the surroundings as the only chance of saving the squad. Soon, the sounds of the pursuers' footsteps were no longer audible, allowing the exhausted scouts to slow their pace a bit and regain their strength. Thanks to Henry's knowledge, the squad safely traversed a dangerous area teeming with foxes and poisonous snakes, avoiding additional casualties. Encred gratefully noted that thanks to Mac and Andrew's valiant actions, they were able to easily break away from the main group of pursuers. The young commander realized that if it weren't for Henry and his invaluable knowledge of the local trails, they wouldn't have been able to hide from the enemy so quickly in the unfamiliar terrain. It took the participation of every member of the squad to achieve this success, each making an important contribution to the overall rescue. At last morning came, and the bright sun blinded the eyes of the sleepless night's exhausted scouts, marking the end of the deadly ordeal. The survivors continued their journey across the open field, eager to reach the safe location of their troops as soon as possible. On their return to camp, their comrades asked in amazement what had happened to them, amazed at their haggard appearance and the signs of fierce fighting. The exhausted scouts were maddeningly wrinkled and tired, barely able to stay on their feet and admitting they were about to pass out from exhaustion. Encred inhaled deeply of the fresh morning air, realizing with incredible relief that he had finally managed to survive this fateful day. The young commander looked forward to the future with hope, realizing that a new day was beginning for him, which would probably be much more successful than the previous one. The sacred flag of the enemy soldiers was almost completely burned in the fire, which caused serious damage not only materially, but also morally. The enemy platoon commander grimly stated the need for a complete overhaul of their security system after such a humiliating failure. The enraged officer expressed bewilderment at how the famed Grey Dogs couldn't handle a bunch of petty idiots doing such serious damage. Grey Dogs turned out to be the name of an elite unit whose warriors, stationed around the perimeter of a field of tall grass, were considered the best among Aspen's fighters. The enemy commander was perplexed as to how the small scouting party had broken through the carefully organized fence, for the Grey Dogs were an independent company with the right to make their own decisions within the operation. The name of the company was borrowed from the Grey Dog, a predator native to the Principality of Aspen, and known for its hunting abilities. These animals were characterized by a special tenacity and strong attachment to their chosen goal, never backing down until they achieved the desired result. Because of this peculiarity, soldiers serving under the name of the Grey Dog were popularly nicknamed the Tenacious Lovers, alluding to their irresistibility and persistence. The Grey Dog's squad leader, Mitchell, grudgingly admitted that if it hadn't been for the fire, he would have finished off the defiant enemy on the spot without letting him get away. The unknown blonde guy philosophically remarked that luck itself was also a peculiar ability that only a select few possessed. An enraged Mitchell grimly promised that such a thing would never happen again, vowing to personally hunt down and destroy the daring scouts. At the same time, Encred, having already returned to his tent, was resting a bit, recovering from his grueling ordeal. The young commander reflected on encountering an insurmountable obstacle that he had never been able to overcome, which seriously troubled him. Encred understood that he would like to continue the duel with a strong opponent, and was sure that sooner or later he would definitely defeat this warrior. The young commander firmly believed that he would overcome this wall, as he had overcome all the previous ones, maintaining the utmost determination to reach his goal this time as well. Rem lay on his bed, resting and contemplating the mortal boredom that had gripped the camp, perplexed as to why the commander had still not returned from his reconnaissance, and there was no word. The muscular warrior automatically grasped his favorite weapon, his trusty axe, as if sensing danger approaching. Reflecting on the commander, Rem found the whole situation extremely strange, not understanding the reasons for Encred's absence for so long. Involuntarily, grim thoughts of the possible death of the commander or another serious accident that happened to the reconnaissance squad came to mind. The muscular fighter recognized that Encred had greatly improved his skills, but was still a small guy whose death would not be surprising, though he had taken a liking to Rem. With a philosophical detachment, Warrior thought that if the commander really died, then nothing can be done. Such is the harsh reality of wartime. To everyone's surprise, Ragnar woke up as well, though it was still early morning, which was completely out of his usual habits. The perpetually sleepy fighter noticed something odd about his comrade's behavior that caught his attention at such an early hour. Ragnar eyed his companion Rem carefully, clearly puzzled by his unusual behavior and concern. The muscular warrior, noticing the stare, asked irritably why Ragnar was staring at him for no reason. Rem didn't even put up with his comrade's stupid questions, simply showing him the middle finger as the universal answer. The resourceful Ragnar creatively responded to the rudeness by displaying his middle finger with his foot, showing remarkable flexibility. Unexpectedly, Rem turned to his offender with a cocky smile that didn't bode well for his sleepy comrade. The formidable warrior asked with feigned concern if Ragnar wanted to be killed right here and now for such insolence. Without showing fear, the sleepy fighter simply replied that Rem, the most common psycho, then caused a new wave of irritation in his comrade. Meanwhile, the company commander was asking Encred if he had really accidentally found a secret enemy hideout, infiltrated enemy territory, and accidentally started a fire there as well. The young warrior modestly replied that he was just lucky to make the right decision at the right moment, to which the girl skeptically remarked that such an incredible coincidence was hard to believe. The elfess emphasized that so many lucky coincidences no longer looked like coincidences, clearly suspecting a hidden agenda. After a brief interrogation, she decided to let the guy go, advising him to just go rest and get on with treating his wounds. The company commander thought to herself that although she had assumed that this kid would definitely throw something out, the result exceeded all her expectations. The elfess wondered with interest what else this young lad was capable of, displaying such unusual ability and luck. Walking away from the commander, Encred wondered what was really on the mind of this mysterious girl leading their company. Suddenly Andrew approached him, apologizing sincerely to Encred for his initial rudeness and arrogance. The red-haired warrior acknowledged that he had only survived because of Encred's wise leadership, and wondered hopefully if they might see each other again in the future. Showing little interest in friendship, the young commander dryly replied that it was only possible if they were on the same battlefield. Encred looked carefully at the former adversary who had just apologized to him, assessing the sincerity of his words and intentions. The former intelligence commander froze in anticipation, hoping to hear some response from Encred to his sincere apology. Not waiting for a verbal response, Andrew simply bowed low before the young warrior, showing his respect and gratitude. All the other soldiers who witnessed this scene followed their former commander's example and bowed to Encred as well. The young commander walked on, reflecting on the fact that the men had survived because of him, though he himself considered his actions insufficient. Encred bitterly admitted that although he had saved many, it was not his maximum. He had only managed to save 4 of the 6 squad members. The commander berated himself for losing 2 soldiers on the battlefield, believing that if he had been a little stronger, he could have saved them too. Experiencing a succession of the same today has allowed Encred to look beyond normal human capabilities, opening new horizons for improvement. Encred was determined to stop wasting his energy, realizing the need to follow the true path of the knight he longed to become. The young warrior understood the importance of moving forward, overcoming each day so that the endless cycle would not repeat itself, while growing stronger with each challenge. As they approached their camp, Encred heard the familiar cries of lunatics clashing again, unmistakably identifying the participants in the conflict. Ragna and Rem couldn't stay still again, picking another fight as if they had no other worries in this time of war. Ram's eyes were filled with an unusual excitement that the commander had never before noticed in his irascible ward. The usually sleepy Ragna was suddenly taking this fight seriously, showing an uncharacteristic focus and concentration. Encred was surprised to note that this was the first time he had seen such expressions on his comrades' faces, though he had sparred with them many times during his service. Nearby, some young soldier was shaking with fear, watching the confrontation and thinking that these fighters were hardly ordinary people, more like real monsters. The opponents stood unusually close to each other with faces so serious that they seemed ready to kill each other at any second. The commander realized that initially these guys didn't take him seriously, and now he had to move forward, assigning one target after another for his development. Encred's first goal was to get these 2 fighters to make the same serious faces while sparring with him, recognizing him as their equal. The weapons of the 2 companions clashed with a deafening clang, beginning one of the most intense sparring matches in the camp's history. Ragna turned around, suddenly noticing his commander watching the fight with undisguised interest. The blonde fighter was relieved that Encred looked basically unharmed after the dangerous reconnaissance mission. Ragna grudgingly remarked that the commander could have reported back, rather than sneaking around like a wildcat just peeking at the sparring. Rem added rudely that they'd all had enough of the alien, so let him get the hell out of here, displaying his usual hostility. The commander calmly inquired about how Rem had just managed to fend off Ragna's swift attack, demonstrating observation. Encred also addressed the blonde fighter with a similar question about his unusual attack, which caught the experienced commander's attention. Ragna was surprised to notice that something was definitely wrong with their commander. His look and demeanor had changed significantly. The bewildered Encred didn't understand what was being said, genuinely wondering why there should suddenly be something wrong with him. The blonde fighter, not wanting to pursue the topic, backed off, saying he had just imagined it, and returned to his interrupted sparring. The commander thought about the fact that Ragna seemed to have something important to tell him, but decided that if it was really significant, the comrade would tell him himself later. Having learned of the enemy ambush thanks to Encred's report, the battalion commander drastically changed the infantry's positioning, increasing security. During the forced lull in hostilities, the young warrior used his free time productively, either studying strategy or practicing non-stop. Chris noticed with concern that Encred was going back to training, even though they were to move out on a mission tomorrow morning, suggesting at least some rest. Even Rem made a rare show of concern, reminding him that the commander had not yet fully recovered from his wounds, and was already in a rush to train, which could deplete his body. As morning came, Ragna had a hard time waking up as always, a stark contrast to the disciplined commander. The sleepy fighter noted without surprise that Encred was gone again. He had left to train long before the rest of the soldiers had risen. Ragna himself was in no hurry to go anywhere, being very lazy about waking up and stretching the moment of awakening as long as possible. First thing first, like a true warrior. When he did stand up, the blonde fighter drew his weapon, performing the customary ritual that began each of his days. Ragna reflected on his talent for effective training, realizing his innate advantages over the hard-working commander. The blonde fighter realized that it was much easier for him to become stronger because of his natural data, so he easily found it easy to claim the title of knight. Ragna reflected on his laziness, wondering why bother and waste energy if there really wasn't something he wanted to do in life. The blonde warrior realized that he had lost his purpose in life, and now he was just treading on the ground, seeing no point in further development of his abilities. The exact opposite example was a commander who was constantly training and practicing self-improvement without stopping. Encred has really been making every effort to get stronger, showing remarkable tenacity and determination. Even without fully recovering from his wounds, the young commander never missed a training session, enduring pain for the sake of his dream. The observant Ragna noted that the commander was not learning correctly from the start, laying a weak foundation of combat skills. The blonde fighter realized that first and foremost he needed to learn the basics, which Encred unfortunately hadn't mastered adequately. The talented warrior realized that one who mastered every possible simplistic method and got used to the wrong habits could forget to improve no matter how much he trained. Despite all the shortcomings, Ragna recognized that something did give the commander a noticeable advancement in his development. This key factor was Encred's constant persistence, his unwavering will and desire to improve against all odds. The blonde fighter wondered why the commander was trying so hard, driving himself to exhaustion day after day. He wondered what their captain's real goal was, and what he really dreamed of becoming in his life. More interested than usual, Ragna dared to ask the commander directly why he practiced so hard every day. Encred, without wasting any time to think about it, immediately replied that he was doing it to become stronger, demonstrating the clarity of his goals. The blonde warrior continued questioning, wondering what the commander was going to do after achieving the desired strength and skill. Ragna remarked with undisguised skepticism that a knight was simply someone who fought well, and wondered what the point of that was in the first place. The commander calmly replied that he had his own personal beliefs on the matter, not wanting to go into a lengthy explanation. Encred did reveal the veil of his motives. He dreamed of becoming a knight for the sake of protecting the weak and disadvantaged, for honor and justice. The young warrior added that he does it for his loved ones, all those who have to pick up a sword to protect their loved ones. Hearing about conviction and honor, Ragna thought about it, suddenly finding something in the commander's words that resonated with his hidden values. The blonde fighter recognized that such motives were indeed worthy of respect, as physical strength, merely a tool, was more important than the purpose of its use. The conversation made Ragna think deeply about what his own dreams were really about, forcing him to look inside himself. The talented warrior realized that he would not know the answer to that question until he set foot on the right path, as his commander had. Making a sudden decision, Ragna turned to Encred, who continued to train despite exhaustion and pain. The blonde fighter suddenly offered to teach the commander how to truly wield a sword, surprising not only Encred, but himself as well. The question sounded serious enough, as if Ragna actually genuinely wanted to help his commander improve. Encred naturally agreed to the offer, realizing its extreme benefit to developing his combat skills. The young commander looked at his usually lazy and apathetic comrade with undisguised surprise, not believing the seriousness of such a generous offer. Ragna was even upset for a second that the commander had agreed so quickly, as if he had expected a more emotional reaction to his unexpected gesture. The blonde warrior thought it was a waste to even bring it up, because now it would only be an additional strain on himself. Still, another part of him realized the rightness of this decision to help someone who was truly striving for excellence unlike himself. Despite his doubts, the talented fighter recognized that his commander's determined gaze promised to make this learning process really interesting for both of them. Turning to the commander, Ragna disdainfully inquired if the savage had taught him the heart of the beast technique, expressing doubts about the effectiveness of Rem's mentoring. The blonde fighter bluntly stated that the main problem lay deeper. Encred would have to forget everything he knew now, completely rebuilding his technique. When the commander asked if this even applied to the mercenary's sword technique, Ragna abruptly replied that one should stop showing off and forget all previous skills altogether. The experienced warrior explained that if Encred did not discard old habits, he would use what was more convenient at the critical moment and continue to live as before without reaching a new level. Ragna emphasized the gravity of the situation. The commander faces a momentous choice: give up everything familiar and gain brand new knowledge, or stay the same. Encred replied without hesitation that he was ready to gain new knowledge, showing his determination to make any sacrifice for perfection. The blonde mentor hadn't even expected the commander not to ponder his answer, exhibiting such an unequivocal willingness to make drastic changes. A surprised Ragna interrogated whether Encred was really serious about taking such a step, breaking all his previous training and habits. The young commander eagerly asked where they would begin their training, showing his unwillingness to waste precious time on idle talk. Looking at his unusual apprentice, Ragna wondered what kind of man he was. He was certainly not normal by the standards of ordinary warriors. The experienced fighter began his explanation, noting Encred's strength and advising him to use a half-sword instead of a light weapon, offering his own for training. Ragna instructed the commander on how to hold the weapon properly. The right hand should be on top of the hilt and the left hand below, providing the proper balance. Noticing how tightly Encred gripped his sword, the blonde mentor inquired as to the reason, to which he responded with a desire not to drop the weapon. Ragna patiently explained that such a cramped grip was actually useless and even detrimental to proper swordsmanship. Continuing his training, the mentor asked the commander to get into the proper fighting stance, carefully observing the student's every move. Unexpectedly for Encred, Ragna decided to practically show a proper swing, swiftly attacking with his sword without warning. The commander had time to instinctively put up a block, stopping his teacher's sudden strike, but felt the unfamiliar heaviness of the blade. After blocking the blow, Encred felt his arm shake violently, unaccustomed to such strain when handling heavy weapons. The young warrior wondered why the blow was so painful despite his successful block and good physical training. Ragna explained that this was the way it should be. A student could break everything if he relied only on his physical strength, ignoring technique. The commander noticed that all the squad members were equally impotent in their eloquence, wondering why the constant strange comparisons instead of clear instructions. Encred pondered that Ragna might be referring to the need to become more flexible and technical, rather than straining his entire body to put strength into his arms. The young warrior realized that if he didn't want to break anything for himself, he needed to add maneuverability to his movements, without relying solely on brute force. Ragna emphasized the importance of using only weapons in training, with no additional devices that distract from the fundamentals. The mentor pointed out the need to watch the center of gravity, noting that the commander's toes were pointing the wrong way, disrupting the correct stance. The blonde fighter noticed again that Encred was straining too hard, risking breaking his wrists due to misdistributing the load. With undisguised irritation, Ragna commented on the student's next clumsy movement, asking if he was dancing or trying to fight, emphasizing the need for clear and purposeful movements. They had been practicing for well over an hour now, and fatigue was beginning to take its toll on both fighters, despite their endurance. The blonde mentor pondered with frustration that Encred was perhaps so incapable of proper swordsmanship that he lacked even the most basic fundamentals. Ragna was beginning to doubt that normal training would help at all here, so deeply ingrained were the commander's bad habits. Despite the harsh criticism, Encred did not give up, trying to get up after another fall, showing incredible perseverance. The young commander gripped the hilt of his sword tightly with his exhausted hands, ready to continue practicing no matter what. Apparently, the exhausted but determined warrior was willing to continue the fight, against common sense and physical limitations. Ragna stared at him in disbelief, unable even to believe such stubbornness and unwillingness to recognize obvious limitations. The blonde fighter heard his commander's insistence that he try again, which caused him to have mixed feelings. With a sigh, Ragna replied that in that case they would have to relearn how to walk. So wrong were the basics of Encred's fighting techniques. The mentor made no secret of his opinion that the commander's current skills were too poor to continue learning more advanced techniques. Unexpectedly, Ram interrupted the training, wondering why he hadn't seen either the commander or the ever-sleepy Ragna all day. The muscular warrior wondered with a slight sneer if the comrades had even missed eating over their swordplay. Rem offered to teach the swaggering, bullying captain a lesson, referring to the blonde mentor, displaying his usual aggressiveness. Encred was surprised to notice that Rem was unusually dressed, and wondered if something important had happened that required such preparation. The muscular warrior announced that he had gathered for the call to battle, explaining the unusual nature of his appearance by the importance of the events to come. Rem added that all soldiers were gathering in positions as the battle was approaching, requiring every fighter to be fully prepared. At the words of the muscular warrior, even the stealthy Jackson had already prepared to deliver his silent blows from behind, which spoke of the seriousness of the situation. The company commander had fully posted all the soldiers in position, preparing to take the enemy's attack, organizing the defense of the camp. All the fighters, including their commander, were hastily gathering and checking their weapons, preparing for the upcoming battle with the enemy. Ragna worriedly pondered that perhaps it was a mistake to start teaching Encred swordsmanship now. The unfamiliar sword in his hands might confuse him during a real fight. The blonde mentor sincerely hoped that the commander wouldn't at least die because of what he had taught him, feeling responsible for the possible consequences. Ragna decided not to stray too far from the captain that day to help him adjust to the combat situation if necessary. Encred thought with regret that he had only just begun to learn how to wield a sword properly, and what a bad time the enemies appeared, interrupting the important training. The formation of Aspen's enemy soldiers was also complete. They were fully prepared to go into battle for their sacred flag, partially lost earlier. One of the enemy warriors prophesied darkly that the upcoming battle would be the very real end for one side of the conflict. Suddenly, a huge fog began to rise over the upcoming battlefield, hiding the opponent's positions from each other. A company commander, the elven woman, immediately noticed the strange changes in the weather. Uncharacteristic of this time of year and terrain, she worriedly wondered if this fog was the result of sorcery. especially considering the sudden strong wind. Encred noticed the anomalous phenomenon as well, pondering where this thick fog limiting visibility had come from so suddenly. A dense veil of fog concealed even those directly in front of him, creating perfect conditions for surprise attacks and ambushes. Soldiers on both sides were perplexed, not understanding the origin of the fog and not knowing how to act in conditions of extremely limited visibility. Encred, however, took this situation as another opportunity to become stronger by testing his skills under extreme conditions. The nervous soldiers listened anxiously to the strange sounds coming from the fog, not understanding their source or meaning. The soldiers were in a panic, desperately trying to understand the source of the strange sounds and what was happening around them in the impenetrable fog. Encred, recognizing the distinctive whistle, shouted a warning of approaching arrows, urging everyone to be extremely careful. Countless arrows began to fly through the mist, heading towards the defenseless warriors with the killing accuracy of invisible archers. The deadly shells mercilessly pierced the heads, hearts, and other vital organs of soldiers who were unable to see the approaching danger. The beautiful elven commander was desperately trying to protect her subordinates, but the thick fog made the task almost impossible. She was bitterly aware that she was not facing a natural phenomenon, but a carefully planned tactic that no one could have foreseen. The Archmage of the Hispanians watched with maddening joy, proud of the effectiveness of his deadly creation. A powerful warlock put incredible effort into creating this spell, using the blood of many rare beasts and water from the purest lake. The sorcerer was proud to note the genius of his creation. The activated spell not only created a thick fog that deprived enemies of sight, but also allowed the Hispanians to see their opponents clearly. This deadly sorcery was ominously named the Exterminating Fog, completely fitting its purpose. Mitchell, commander of the Grey Dogs, turned to the self-satisfied warlock, noting his obvious satisfaction at his successful use of magic. The sorcerer regretfully noted that he was unable to complete the spell fully due to the flag partially lost in the fire. The mage mentioned his additional task, the need to personally kill that daring kid who dared to infiltrate their camp. The warlock was sure that his main target was somewhere here on the battlefield, hiding among the enemy soldiers. Encred tried desperately to dodge the invisible arrows, using his keen hearing to detect their approach. The young commander looked up, thinking worriedly of Ragan, who, from the sounds of it, was right behind him in this dangerous chaos. The blonde fighter commented angrily on what was happening, calling the creator of the mist a freak capable of such insidious sorcery. Encred was aware that Rem was also somewhere nearby, but because of the damned fog, he couldn't see his comrades, losing the ability to coordinate. The young commander realized that he would not be able to fight at full strength under such conditions, being deprived of visual contact with the enemy and allies. Analyzing his condition, Encred noted that his breathing was too heavy and his body was unnecessarily tense, which limited maneuverability. The young warrior regretfully admitted that his legs were too wooden and awkward, as if he had learned nothing from his recent swordsmanship lessons. Encred remembered Ragnar's words, that even with training, he would not be able to quickly abandon ingrained old habits. The white-robed mentor advised against entering battle at all until the new knowledge was fully mastered, but recognized that refusing to fight on the battlefield would mean certain death. Remembering these wise words, the young commander seemed to realize for the first time the bitter truth of his position and the limitations of his own abilities. Encred realized with clarity that in all likelihood, only death today awaited him in this impenetrable fog of death. Despite the danger, the young commander moved forward resolutely through the fog, hearing the desperate cries of his dying warriors. Ragna, noticing this recklessness, shouted to the commander to immediately fall back to relatively safe positions. The stubborn Encred only replied that if he failed the first time, he would surely succeed the second time, and continued into the deadly fog. Comrades cried out in despair to the commander that he must be crazy to risk his life in such a hopeless situation. After these presumptuous words, the enemy soldier struck directly at the commander's neck, momentarily interrupting his reckless advance. The spear completely pierced Encred's throat, nearly separating his head from his body, bringing an agonizing but quick death. This was exactly the outcome the commander had planned for: to die so that he could return to train with his comrade and continue to improve his skills. The enemy soldier, observing the victim's reckless behavior, became frightened, thinking that the lunatic himself had deliberately gone to certain death. The warrior pulled his spear from the commander's body, blood gushing from the wound, staining the misty air with scarlet splashes. The next moment, Encred was back in training, where Ragnar was perplexed, asking why he had fallen and whether he was sure he had mastered the learned movements correctly. The young warrior pondered that the blonde fighter was not a good teacher. For an innate genius, all the techniques are as natural as breathing, so he does not bother to explain them in detail. The commander noted that Ragnar was not trying to reproach him for his clumsiness, but was actually genuinely interested in the reason for the failure, showing an unexpected interest in the student's success. Encred surprised his comrade with a question about where to properly shift his center of gravity, showing a serious approach to learning and a willingness to correct mistakes. The blonde mentor thought about the unexpectedly profound question and hesitantly answered, indicating the approximate position. The commander understood that while Ragnar's explanations were objectively sparse, his own ability to listen carefully and memorize would help him get used to the proper sword grip. And so the deadly battle unfolds again, where arrows fly in an impenetrable mist, but now Encred meets them more prepared. The young warrior was already much more confident, successfully fending off approaching arrows with his sword. Despite the improvements, the commander realized that his body was still too wooden and stiff, leaving a lot of room for further improvement. Another swift arrow raced inexorably straight toward the young warrior, threatening to cut short his ongoing attempt to survive the deadly fog. Encred made a decision. All he has to do is die again and go back to training, getting another chance to improve his skills. Taking the hit, the commander was back on the training ground with his patient mentor, continuing to hone his new technique. Ragnar continued to teach him proper behavior during combat, demonstrating moves, stances, and distance control. By the 30th attempt at mastering the movement, there was a certain flexibility in Encred's actions that even the stern teacher couldn't help but notice. A surprised Ragnar asked where the commander had learned such a technique, noting that with this skill he could seriously improve his swordsmanship. The blonde mentor explained that lunging, slashing, and slashing were the basic sword attacks, and both the blade and the blunt side of the blade could be used as a defense. Ragnar explained in detail the concept of the minimum distance between opponents, called the line of attack, which determines the possibility of mutual defeat. The essence of real fencing, according to the mentor, was the ability to block an opponent's line of attack while enhancing your own. The blonde fighter had advised drawing his opponent in his imagination and sweeping him away with his sword, a phrase Encred had strained to think about already on the actual battlefield. The young warrior concluded that the most important thing was to choose a position so that his opponent's sword could not physically reach him, using the principles of distance control. Encred realized with satisfaction that he was finally feeling the very lightness in his legs that he had been striving for all this time, having reached a new level of skill. With his new skills, Encred was now able to dodge attacks with ease, showing unprecedented mobility in combat. However, the reality was more cruel. Against 3 opponents at the same time, his skills were still lacking, and all 3 spears mercilessly stabbed into his body. Death brought him back to the same day and the same training, continuing the endless cycle of perfection through suffering. Ragnar asked his student in surprise how he had managed to parry his sword so deftly, not expecting such progress from a novice swordsman. Encred was pleased to realize that, though slowly, he was making steady steps forward, gradually mastering the subtleties of a skill that was new to him. By now, the young commander had become noticeably more flexible and resilient than he had been before these endless training sessions began. Even his body had changed. Watching his student, Ragnar was surprised to note that his striking technique had reached such perfection that there was nothing to fault. Once again, there was a moment of deadly fog, where a white-clad comrade screamed in horror to his commander that he had gone mad, throwing himself right into the thick of the battle. Encred stepped on the same rake again, and the enemy spears inevitably killed him, ending another attempt to survive in the deadly darkness. But the commander only smiled, grimacing as he realized that he was definitely getting better and better with each cycle, getting closer to his goal. Back for another training session with his mentor, Encred showed significant progress in his skills. He was now much better at dodging his teacher's attacks, showing unprecedented reaction and coordination. Moreover, the young warrior not only dodged the blows, but also successfully counterattacked back, surprising his mentor. Encred confidently wielded his large sword as if it were a light dagger, displaying astonishing skill and control. By the 100th practice attempt, the teacher was frankly amazed at what he saw in front of him. The student had exceeded all expectations. Ragnar even tensed up a bit, not understanding how such a level of skill could be achieved in such a short time, which went against all his knowledge. The bewildered mentor wondered who could have taught Encred such techniques, not believing that he had mastered them on his own. The blonde fighter bluntly asked his captain who he even was, and how he had such amazing skills beyond the capabilities of a normal human. Encred noticed the change in his companion's gaze, which now read not only surprise but also a certain apprehension. The young commander realized that the abilities that seemed to have reached their limit were actually far from his true potential. Once again, through the fog of war, Ragnar shouted desperately to his commander to stay put and not march forward, straight into imminent death. Encred, as always, didn't listen to the warnings, and once again ran into the thickest part of the mysterious fog, following his plan of perfection. This time, his abilities broke through to a whole new level, allowing him to move and fight like never before. So capable, agile, and skillful the young warrior had never been before, feeling his body perfectly obey his every thought. Encred was determined to achieve his goal, regardless of the countless deaths and defeats along the way. The commander ran forward with a determined look, completely focused on his goal, not distracted by the dangers around him. This dangerous path was a knight's road that he would surely travel to the end to fulfill his long-held dream. But even with his new abilities, on his 100th attempt to penetrate the fog, he was still killed, proving the need for further improvement. Realizing that his skills still needed to be developed, the young warrior only rejoiced in each of his deaths, seeing it as an opportunity to become even stronger. Encred smiled before he died, thinking about how insanely fun this endless improvement through suffering and rebirth was. When the same day came once again, Ragnar approached his commander again with an offer of assistance. The blonde fighter asked the same question he had asked dozens of times before: whether the commander wanted to learn real swordsmanship, unaware of the cyclical nature of time. Encred readily agreed, realizing that he had to get stronger, and that each training session, another step towards his cherished dream of becoming a knight. Encred enthusiastically replied to his blonde comrade that of course he wanted to study swordsmanship, as if accepting the offer for the first time. Ragnar was surprised to note that he didn't recall the commander being so good with a sword before, noticing the inexplicable change in his skills for the first time. The perplexed mentor wondered if Encred had fought so poorly before on purpose, hiding his true abilities. The young warrior explained that what he needed now was actual combat experience, repeating words he had already heard from his teacher in one of the previous cycles. With this realization came again the fateful duel in the mysterious mist, for which Encred was now far better prepared. The commander had over 200 repetitions of this day under his belt, each one bringing him closer to perfect mastery. The young warrior felt a tremendous change in his body, his formerly wooden legs becoming incredibly flexible and docile. Now Encred easily dodged all the arrows flying in his direction, as if he had seen their trajectory beforehand. The commander decided to test how far he could go now with all the abilities he had gained in 200 death-defying attempts. With a new level of skill and taking into account all previous mistakes, the young warrior felt ready to achieve the impossible. Encred not only dodged the enemy soldiers' blows, but also counterattacked instantly, not giving them a chance to attack again. His skill allowed him not only to avoid danger, but also to kill opponents with lightning speed, completely changing the balance of power. The young commander chopped off the heads of enemies with incredible ease, as if dancing among invisible opponents in a thick fog. Encred remembered perfectly the location of each enemy behind the misty veil, anticipating the moment when they would surely leap out at him. Even without seeing the target, the young warrior could easily hit multiple enemies at once, relying on memory and keen hearing. The enemy soldiers of Aspen were terrified, believing the enemy to be a true monster, able to see through the impenetrable fog. The fighters stood shaking with fear, afraid that this demonic fellow would appear out of the mist and cut their lives short with his merciless blade. The Aspanians feared the invisible commander, believing him to be the true embodiment of death, an elusive and invincible enemy. Encred mercilessly severed the leg of another opponent, leaving him squirming in pain and horror on the blood-stained ground. The rest of the enemy, hearing the chilling screams ahead, were panicking as they tried to figure out what was going on behind the impenetrable veil of fog. With hands trembling with fear, they hastily tried to load their crossbows, realizing that this might be their last chance for salvation. Encred clearly remembered the teacher's lesson that, remember, eyes first, then feet, hands only finish what they started. The eyes must watch and anticipate your opponent's movements, setting the stage for winning any fight. Feet move according to the information received by the eyes, providing the correct position for attack or defense. Having mastered this knowledge, the young warrior easily killed the next enemies, translating theory into flawless, deadly practice. The hands were merely finishing the job, following the eyes and feet, completing the deadly triad of martial arts. Encred was surprised to realize that today evoked completely different feelings in him than he had before learning the proper basics of swordsmanship. Intoxicated with success, the young commander ran recklessly onward through the fog, eager to destroy all enemies in his path. In a burst of battle excitement, Encred shouted, inviting his opponents to attack him all together, challenging an entire army. Approaching another group of enemies, the commander paused for a second, assessing their numbers and weaponry. One of the crossbowmen mockingly recognized his fighting prowess, but doubted he would be left alive despite his skills. The enemy reasonably asked how Encred was going to fight alone against such a large crowd, hinting at the hopelessness of his situation. The young commander offered with dignity to fight with swords like real men, rather than hiding behind crossbows in the mist. Encred scornfully declared that only a fair fight could determine the true winner. causing his enemies to be shocked by his audacity. The enemy warriors looked around in amazement, thinking they were some damn lunatic who didn't realize the hopelessness of their situation. Of course, no one accepted his challenge. The soldiers simply loaded their crossbows, and all fired at the defiant commander at the same time. Charon, the god of the afterlife, addressed the newly dead guy, calling him a fool for throwing himself into the arms of death on his own. The deity wondered perplexedly if Encred was out of his mind, risking his life so recklessly, as if he didn't realize the value of his existence. The young commander woke up in the morning completely bewildered, trying to comprehend what had happened, and whether the conversation with Karen was real, or just a dream. Encred reflected on his mentor's unusual behavior, for it had not happened to the commander in a long time that someone had simply scolded him and left, appearing only to insult him. Suddenly, the commander's musings were interrupted by someone's voice, wondering why the thoughtful fighter was hovering in the clouds, looking off into the distance. He was a muscular Rem, who had decided to talk to the 4th Squad commander, who was lost in his own thoughts in the morning. Encred remembered how a comrade would call out each time the mist appeared, constantly asking what kind of sorcery was enveloping the battlefield. The commander was analyzing a strange formation of enemy troops that made no obvious strategic importance or tactical sense. The warlord recalled a similar situation in the field, when a squad defending their flag from pushy lovers, that seemed suspiciously similar. A thoughtful Encred pondered why Rem was reacting so emotionally to the mist, deciding to ask directly if the fighter knew anything about the strange sorcery. A surprised Rem asked where the commander had gotten such an interest in sorcery practices, looking slightly puzzled by the question. The savvy commander explained that he was driven by simple curiosity, asking him to tell everything the tough fighter knew about this mysterious phenomenon. Rem asked an unexpected question about the differences between magic and sorcery, to which the commander replied that the magical arts were, to his knowledge, more common. The muscular warrior agreed, adding an important detail. Sorcery requires a special guide, without which sorcery rituals are simply impossible. Ram's meaningful look emphasized the importance of what he said. Without a special guide, the sorcery simply wouldn't work. The shrewd Encred realized the point immediately. The enemy was spreading the mist using sorcery, and the enemy flag probably served as a guide. The inquisitive commander asked if the muscular fighter's tribe used similar sorcery practices, asking the question cautiously, but with obvious interest. Encred knew that sorcery came from the West, where the inquisitive strategist remembered his stalwart comrade was from. Rem honestly admitted that there were very few real sorcerers, and most of the wizards roaming the continent were charlatans. After gaining valuable information, the satisfied commander bid the informant farewell, saying he was on his way to his usual training session with his blonde mentor. Greeting his ward, Ragna suddenly noticed their similar combat training, emphasizing the good fortune that they had been taught the same swordsmanship basics. The intrigued mentor asked the commander if he had heard of the 5 classic styles of sword wielding, looking ready to share important knowledge. The blonde teacher told the story of an inimitable genius, born 5 centuries ago to a simple farmer's family, who at the age of 9 killed 12 attacking brigands. Ragna recounted the early orphanhood of a brilliant swordsman, who, beyond his years of maturity, quickly mastered the principles of combat and was adopted into the family of an admiring nobleman. The blonde warrior called out the name of a legendary master, Dionysus Onyak, to whom the heavens had sent not only a rare talent but also severe adversity. Ragna told of the terrible illness of a prodigy whose limbs began to weaken from the age of 10, and by the age of 12, he was stricken with an unexplored ailment. The blonde-haired swordsman was admiringly describing the achievements of a legend who, at the age of 20, had divided the continental art of swordsmanship into 5 main styles despite illness. Encred listened intently about the master's classification, which included straight, heavy, graceful, swift, and soft sword-fighting styles that formed the basis of all swordsmanship techniques on the continent. Dionysus rewrote the history of swordsmanship, and his family lineage became the strongest in the empire because of it. Ragna explained that the heavy style is common in the north, graceful in the center, swift in the west, soft in the south, and the commander's technique is suited to the northern sword. Encred wondered if this was an animal technique he had heard of before. The blonde mentor explained that the most important thing is concentration on one point. When a fighter forgets about everything around him, focusing only on his opponent and his weapon. Ragna stated emphatically that he would now try to explain the most basic idea of the heavy style of swordsmanship. The commander was surprised at how different today's session with the teacher was from all the previous training sessions. Suddenly, the mentor's sword rushed straight towards the unprepared disciple with incredible speed. The sharp blade grazed the young warrior's neck, leaving a shallow but bleeding cut on the skin. Encred stared at the scratch in amazement, not understanding how such a thing could happen during a normal training session. The The shocked commander realized that the blow was swifter even than Rem's axe, and he had just miraculously escaped death. The suddenly muscular Rem turned to the blonde swordsman with undisguised indignation. The sturdy warrior asked sharply if the mentor was trying to kill their commander, or what was even going on in the training area. Ragna calmly explained that mortal danger increased concentration. He was only helping with the training, which only made the muscular fighter laugh. An enraged Rem threatened the blonde mentor to get an axe in the forehead for such dangerous antics. The sturdy warrior mockingly asked if Ragna was from the north, where wild tribes with barbaric customs dwelled. The blonde swordsman parried, asking if Rem himself didn't come from a barbarian village, so what? The enraged strongman threatened to have it inscribed on the tombstone of the offender, died at the hands of the barbarian after their inevitable fight. Ignoring the threats, Ragna continued his admonition, advising his apprentice to get a feel for how nerves run hot at the moment of mortal danger. The teacher explained that when concentration on a single point was successfully mastered, all unnecessary surroundings would disappear, and the sword would begin to move in the desired direction. Encred reflected that it was similar to the beast heart he knew, but slightly different from his previous battle technique. The commander realized that the heart of the beast gives courage in the face of death, and concentration on a point makes you tense, and only real combat will help you understand the point. Suddenly it dawned on him. The enemy's flag serves as a conduit for the sorcery that summons fog to the battlefield. Encred decided that it was necessary to get rid of the enemy flag to dispel the disastrous fog. This realization added another objective to the commander's battle. Now he could repel the enemy's one-sided advantage. Running out into the fog, the determined warrior realized that the first order of business was to get to the flag and destroy it. Encred ran on, mercilessly slaughtering oncoming opponents on his way to his main goal. The commander realized that he would have easily reached the flag with his comrades, but felt that this assignment was for him alone. Encred resolutely plunged his sword straight into the heart of the enemy soldier, instantly taking his life. The commander swung his deadly weapon again, preparing for the next strike. The commander realized that his main task now, to pass as far as possible deep into the enemy positions. Concentration on a single point did not give the stubborn fighter, dying time after time, but never understood its essence. Hearing training also took time, lest one die at the hands of an assassin in the foggy mist. The heart of the beast technique helped chop down enemies and maneuver the battlefield, but required a different mindset. Encred practiced hard, trying to get the best results and learn complex swordsmanship techniques. During another training session, the warrior suddenly realized the essence of concentration. Seeing only the enemy's weapon with his sharpened gaze, Ragna commented approvingly that the student had finally grasped the essence of the technique and must have felt the sword slow down. Encred was perplexed that he felt nothing of the sort. Perhaps the heart of the beast was preventing him from properly perceiving the new technique. The mentor explained that it was as if the weapon was slowing down, seeing only the opponent's sword, and being able to anticipate the strike, asking if the feeling was familiar. The commander decided that focusing on the fear of death was indeed a sure way to achieve the right state of concentration. The inquisitive warrior asked his comrade how he learned concentration, to which he received a simple answer. It came naturally. Ragna explained that he simply focused on one point, and everything worked immediately, as if it was a natural skill. Realizing the futility of further questioning from his mentor, Encred decided to learn everything on his own, leaving his worries for the coming battle. The purposeful commander continued his concentration training, deciding that breaking the enemy flag would minimize casualties among his comrades in arms. There came the familiar moment when the companions warned the ringleader to retreat before mortal danger. The soldiers were confused and bewildered by the mysterious fog that had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Encred moved forward and ordered everyone to raise their shields, anticipating an imminent enemy attack. The commander managed to give the order just in time. A huge number of arrows flew towards them, but the determined warrior was going to fight his way through. On the 300th day of repetitions, an experienced fighter with closed eyes recognized the moment when the enemy attack would occur. For Encred, this was already a familiar ordeal that he could successfully withstand thanks to his accumulated experience. The commander once again struck the enemy soldier, delivering a fatal blow with his sword directly into the unfortunate man's neck. Deftly dodging the next attack, the skilled swordsman severed his opponent's arm in one precise movement. Aspen's soldiers chattered in horror, wondering how insane this invulnerable fellow was in battle. The enemy commanders gave orders to be sure to capture the elusive warrior, as he was decimating their ranks with frightening efficiency. Despite all the obstacles, Encred was still able to sneak through and reach the main enemy forces. The master swordsman easily cut off the heads of his enemies, clearing his way through the enemy ranks. Suddenly, the commander noticed that he was so close to the target that he could already see the shaft of the enemy flag in the hazy distance. Encred heard a soldier shouting for the psycho to be stopped. but that only put the commander more into a battle frenzy. The warrior actively ran towards the flag, aiming to destroy it so that the fog would finally clear and reveal the battlefield. The fast and determined commander overcame all obstacles on his way to his cherished goal. The fearless swordsman had almost reached his goal, almost dealt with the last soldier guarding the ominous flag. For Encred, this was the 10th attempt today to reach this particular enemy banner. The indefatigable warrior finally managed to not only reach the flag, but also successfully break its shaft. Suddenly, the expression on the commander's face changed, reflecting a mixture of bewilderment and disappointment at what he saw. The experienced fighter realized confusedly that the fog wasn't going anywhere, though the flag had definitely been broken by his hand. At this moment, the unfortunate fellow was killed. A huge number of blades pierced through the brave commander's body. The enemy soldier mockingly informed the dying warrior that he was familiar with sorcery, but bought the ruse anyway. During another death, the astute Encred realized the meaning of the enemy's words. Only one flag was the real one. The commander realized that the other 5 banners were skillful forgeries, and now the true conduit of sorcery was to be found. Reborn that afternoon, the determined warrior was ready to immediately embark on a new plan of action. Encred reasoned that one of the 5 undiscovered flags was bound to be among the remaining enemies. The commander realized that it was not necessary to determine the true flag at once. There were plenty of attempts at the persistent warrior. The comrades prepared as ordered by the commander, knowing that a deadly attack and firing squad would now follow. The confused soldiers reported in panic that they could not see anything in the fog and did not understand what was happening on the battlefield. Countless sharp arrows flew through the air, threatening instant death to anyone in their path. Encred raised his shield in front of him to prevent the deadly projectiles from hitting his body and interrupting his important mission. Despite the commander's precautions, a significant number of his squad's soldiers died in a hail of deadly arrows. The puzzled warrior didn't understand what had changed, why his companions didn't obey his orders like last time. After spending 3 attempts to reach the second flag, the persistent commander still reached his goal and broke the enemy banner. Trouble was, that flag was once again fake, and the disillusioned Encred was once again killed by insidious enemies. Upon reaching the 3rd flag and 5 revivals, the annoyed warrior found that even that one was just another decoy. It took the tenacious commander 7 full cycles of rebirth to get close to the 4th banner. History repeated itself, ending with the death of the hero and the discovery that the flag was again a skillful forgery. The indolent lad had 2 more flags to check to find the true guide of misty sorcery. Encred realized that the probability of success was high. Now he knew which of the remaining flags had to be the real one. Logic told the astute strategist that the true guide should be in the very middle of the enemy positions. Visually, the center flag even looked the most original, shabby and old compared to the rest of the fakes. A sorcerer among the enemy soldiers was near the real flag, guarding a valuable guide of mysterious mist. A determined Encred was ready to finally destroy this cursed banner that had brought so many deaths to his squad. The experienced commander ordered the soldiers to raise their shields for protection, and this time the soldiers obeyed their leader unconditionally. The deadly arrows once again flew straight towards the defending warriors through the thick darkness. Encred decided to change tactics, to move not alone, but with his faithful comrade, the mighty Rem. The muscular fighter started to become indignant, asking the commander if he realized that this was straight-up suicide for both of them. The determined warrior explained that he couldn't back down until he got to the actual flag, so he decided to take a partner. The invincible duo ruthlessly slaughtered all enemies carelessly caught on their dangerous path to their goal. The resourceful Encred suggested a cunning plan. Rem would attract the attention of the enemies while the commander got to the flag. The formidable strongman, holding a half-dead soldier, angrily inquired about the creator of the sorcery, promising to ask the next one. While his comrade distracted the enemies, the nimble commander stealthily made his way forward to the main objective. The experienced warrior knew that the number of days spent in the deadly fog had already surpassed an entire year of rebirths. Encred was sure the fog would be done away with, for he was now strong enough to accomplish this task. Running up to the flag stand, the determined warrior swung his sword, expecting that this would finally end the nightmare. Suddenly another weapon appeared in front of his blade, stopping the strike and preventing the flag from being destroyed. The one blocking the path was the same Mitchell whom Encred had met before, but didn't remember it. The enemy leader of the Grey Dogs platoon turned to the lad, declaring with a chuckle that God had heard his prayer. An excited Mitchell admitted that he wanted very much to meet the mysterious adversary again. The enemy added threateningly that he wanted not just a meeting, but for the invincible commander to die by his hand. Encred took those words seriously enough, instantly assessing the combat skills of the warrior he was facing. The puzzled commander asked his opponent who he even was, not recognizing the familiar from past cycles. Mitchell was extremely surprised that the guy didn't remember him at all, and pretended like he didn't know. The bewildered enemy leader reminded him that it had only been a couple days since their last meeting. How could one forget? Encred strained to remember his opponent, but he couldn't even slightly recall who was standing in front of him. The insistent warrior interrogated impatiently, repeating the question about the stranger's identity with obvious irritation. Mitchell drew his weapon and promised ominously that perhaps in battle the memory would return to Encred. The enemy commander attacked the enemy lightning fast, shouting threats and displaying incredible skill. Encred barely managed to dodge the deadly blade that whistled dangerously millimeters from his neck. Gathering his strength, the focused commander gripped his sword tightly and prepared for a counterattack. The experienced fighter got into the proper fighting stance, applying everything he had learned over countless cycles of rebirths. Encred launched a powerful counterattack, which the agile opponent also successfully dodged, showing excellent reactions. The stunned Mitchell didn't realize what was happening, as the commander's attack was unexpectedly serious and technically perfect. The enemy leader remembered that not long ago, during their last fight, Encred had fought terribly ineptly. Bewildered Mitchell reflected that his opponent's skill was far worse before. Something had changed drastically these days. The determined Encred continued to attack, swinging his sword with a precision and power never seen before. The aggressive commander threw a good punch, which the opponent managed to block with his weapon at the last moment. Encred realized that the enemy's fighting style was based on the slashing sword technique typical of experienced fighters. The attentive warrior noticed how the enemy's attacks intermingled with the fluidity of the sword's movements, creating a dangerous, unpredictable pattern. The actual bout proved to be a tough test for both masters. The opponents were worth each other's skill level. The focused Encred realized that he had finally focused all his attention on what was right in front of his eyes. The commander sensed the fragile balance of battle, capable of collapsing from one false step, and tried to maintain that balance. The determined warrior threw all the strength he had forward, fully committed to the battle against a worthy opponent. Engrossed in the fight, Encred had completely forgotten about his main mission, the destruction of the cursed flag causing the fog. All that existed for him now was rounds and swordsmanship, the pure art of combat without any extraneous thoughts. The surroundings around the fighting warrior had indeed disappeared, just as Ragna had predicted during their training. There was only one object of attention left for Encred, his opponent's sword, the deadly blade opposite. The focused commander didn't even look at his opponent, following only the movement of his blade and preparing to counterattack. At the decisive moment, the cocky warrior prepared to strike a serious blow at his opponent, sensing an advantage. Suddenly, something drastically changed. The confidence in Encred's eyes instantly vanished, replaced by the realization of a mistake. The ruthless Mitchell plunged his blade straight into his opponent's heart, taking advantage of his brief moment of vulnerability. It was hard for the dying Encred to believe defeat. He thought he had already learned his lesson and was able to concentrate properly. Another unsuccessful attempt to reach the flag ended in the commander's death, despite his best efforts. In the last moments of his life, the guy suddenly remembered who was in front of him. The same enemy from previous cycles. The dying Encred had wheezed that it was Mitchell who had blocked his path to the flag last time. Now he remembered. The enemy leader called his name, introducing himself as the platoon leader of the Grey Dogs, to which the guy also said Encred. The soldiers who approached asked their commander if they had managed to find out the identity of the mysterious enemy. Mitchell answered in the affirmative, adding that stealth did indeed appear to be a special skill of the lad. The bewildered enemy commander asked the dying man in horror why he was smiling in the face of death. The exhausted Encred, his face covered with sweat, was well aware of the imminence of his doom, but he looked happy. The enlightened warrior realized that what he needed was not concentration originating from fear of death as he had previously thought. The commander needed the truest worthy opponent to unleash his true potential in battle. Mitchell encouraged Encred to put everything on the line and fight at the risk of his own life, which led to a breakthrough. The enemy's blade finally killed the half-dead guy, but a mysterious smile of newfound understanding remained on his face. Ragna was explaining to a student during another swordsmanship training session that concentrating on a single point resembles the feeling of excitement that occurs in mortal danger. The insightful mentor asked the guy why he thought he was listening in some way, not fully, as if he had decided to give up or lost interest. The muscular ram suddenly appeared at the usual bad time, saying that they had to wrap up the training session, as it was time to go to the General Assembly. A determined Encred gave his word to his teacher that today's attempt should definitely be a success, an unprecedented confidence shining in his eyes. The puzzled Ragna looked at his apprentice and wondered where he had gotten so much determination and inner strength from. The blonde-haired mentor pondered what a strange person this commander of his with inexplicable abilities really was. The experienced fighter was insanely happy that he had decided to take on the task of teaching this unusual fellow the martial art of swordsmanship. Once again, it was the day of battle. where the astonished warriors screamed in shock as they watched the mysterious impenetrable fog appear. The bewildered soldiers covered themselves with shields, though they couldn't even see what was going on there, behind the impenetrable misty veil. Countless sharp arrows flew at the warriors, slicing through the air with a whistling sound and threatening instant death. Experience-wise, Encrid decided this time to take his faithful comrade Rem with him, to make their way to the goal together. Unexpectedly, Ragnar himself decided to join the dangerous mission, volunteering to accompany the commander into the deadly fog. The experienced mentor warned his companions, advising them to look ahead if they didn't want an arrow to land on their heads. The determined trio was ready to tear through the hordes of foes, each with weapon in hand and a fighting attitude. Powerful Ram with his intimidating axe made it very easy and simple to deal with all the enemies on his bloody path. The skillful Ragnar, using his virtuoso swordsmanship skills, also easily handled numerous opponents. The determined Encrid realized that he would break through by the same route as before to face his main enemy Mitchell. When the enemy finally appeared and saw the commander, he turned to him and said, "It was good to see you, friend." Intrigued, Mitchell asked the guy if he had come specifically for his soul, or if the encounter was coincidental. Encrid sarcastically replied that this was the first time he was receiving such an acknowledgement, jokingly adding that he had fallen in love at first sight. The enemy commander explained that his squad, the Grey Dogs, those tenacious lovers, had first encountered the one who finds them before. Mitchell rushed into the fray without further ado, swinging his large sword at the battle-ready commander. The focused Encrid knew he needed to direct all his attention back to his opponent's sword, but his heart was distracted by his emotions. A triumphant Mitchell mockingly asked why the guy lost so easily, something clearly embarrassing this time. The shrewd Encrid realized his mistake. There was no need to deliberately induce concentration. It was the wrong decision. The experienced warrior realized that he should just give in to the natural allure of combat and sword movement without forcing the process. The commander prepared himself to survive the encounter with the enemy time after time, knowing that he would eventually be able to get his revenge. Another time during the battle, Encrid rushed swiftly at his enemy, experiencing something new inside. The seasoned warrior in death knew that this was his 18th bout with this challenging opponent. Correcting himself, the commander realized that this was no longer the 18th, but the 28th time he had gone into a state of concentration. The persistent Encrid was once again training with his patient comrade, who promised to reveal the main concept of the martial art. Ragna points her sword towards the boy, moving with incredible speed, testing her student's reaction. Encrid begins to feel that very special state of concentration his mentor had spoken so much about. The young warrior's eyes reflect the understanding of his wise mentor Ragna's teachings, finally coming together. The talented student sensed the right moment, and was able to flawlessly repel the swift attack of the experienced swordsman. The astonished Ragna mentally admired his ward, unable to believe how capable a student he was. The surprised mentor asked if Encrid realized that he had just delivered a perfect strike with concentration on a single point. The long-awaited full concentration became one with the young commander's body, like a warrior's second nature. The swordsman's strength and skill increased beyond recognition, before the deadly day repeated itself again for the continuously improving fighter. A determined Encrid stated that he now needed to meet with the commander to share important information about the enemy. The determined warrior realized that it was time to move beyond this endlessly repeating day, breaking the time loop. Coming to the commander of the enemy forces, Encrid got straight to the point, meeting the girl's interested gaze. The shrewd strategist told the girl about the sorcery he had spotted, recalling details picked up during previous scouts. The vigilant commander shared that Aspen's soldiers referred to the suspicious man as Mr. Castor, giving away his important role. The intrigued warlady asked the inquisitive subordinate to tell a little more about the strange sorcerer in the enemy ranks. A dedicated warrior, for the sake of winning this important battle, passed on all the information he knew about enemy magic. Meanwhile, an ominous fog had already enveloped the battlefield, turning it into a death trap for unprepared fighters. Encrid realized that the only thing left to hope for on their part was the true talent of a warlord planning an offensive. The purposeful commander was determined to accomplish his task as best and as quickly as possible without letting the squad down. The dedicated warrior believed he must overcome this invisible wall of fear and uncertainty standing before him. The determined Encrid knew that when he defeated Mitchell in a fair fight, then he could break through to the enemy flag. The brave commander was confident that stepping over this strong opponent would finally fulfill his duty to his squad. Coming face to face, Mitchell was greatly surprised that the mysterious guy knew his name like an old acquaintance. A confident Encrid replied that he had wished to fight a worthy opponent since their first meeting, remembering all the previous battles. The determined warrior declared that today would not only defeat the enemy, but also put an end to the evil mist sorcery. The experienced swordsman swung his blade, putting all the strength and skill he had accumulated over many lifetimes into the attack. Brave Mitchell didn't back down a step, raising his own weapon and preparing for a deadly duel with the mysterious foe. Encred skillfully made a block with his sword, parrying a powerful blow that could cleave an inexperienced fighter in half. The blades of the seasoned warriors came in contact with each other, shooting sparks and making a ringing sound that traveled far beyond the misty field. The astonished Mitchell could not hide his surprise at the incredible strength of his mysterious adversary beyond human capabilities. The unstoppable Encred had no intention of retreating, continuing to dominate the battle and forcing the enemy to defend every scrap of ground. It was getting harder and harder for the combative Mitchell to resist the onslaught of a guy showing incredible swordsmanship. The experienced commander still managed to repel Encred's powerful attack, proving that the Grey Dog's leader's reputation had not been exaggerated. The blades of the implacable opponents crossed again with a sound so loud that even the fog seemed to shudder around them. A puzzled Mitchell asked in wonder if his opponent had been hiding his true fighting talent all this time. The enigmatic Encred succinctly replied that it just so happened, not giving away the secret of his multiple rebirths and training. Tense gazes crossed, waiting to see who would be the first to make a fatal mistake in this deadly dance of blades. The attentive Encred, sensing the opportune moment, swung swiftly to deliver a decisive blow to his worthy opponent. The doomed Mitchell pronounced respectfully that he remembered well the name of a worthy opponent and would remember it for the rest of his life. The resolute Encred replied with a chuckle that one might as well not remember the name, for he would surely remind himself. The focused warrior began to utilize the power of concentration he had been learning all this time through countless cycles of death. The experienced swordsman again entered that special state when he saw only his opponent's weapon and nothing else around him. The masterful fighter mentally reminded himself to shift his center of gravity to his right foot for perfect balance during the decisive strike. Preparatory movement was necessary for a skilled swordsman to execute a flawless, deadly attack against a dangerous enemy. The accumulated technique learned from hundreds of repetitions of a single day and the experience gained from endless battles merged together. Having gathered all his experience, the enlightened Encred now saw before him a clear picture of the battle, as if anticipating every move. The irreconcilable opponents struck each other's necks in exactly the same way, demonstrating a striking similarity in techniques. A stunned Mitchell couldn't believe that some stranger's blade could touch him at all, believing himself invincible. The stubborn fighters did not give up even despite their injuries, continuing to fight fiercely with inhuman tenacity. Irritated, Mitchell didn't understand why the fight was taking so long, as he was sure he could overpower his opponent in a couple of blows. The experienced Grey Dog's commander thought with displeasure that this mysterious fellow was indeed equal to him in strength. The proud warrior believed that his sword was close to the ideal of strength, and his swordsmanship was unique enough to defeat anyone. Sly Mitchell knew that for an emergency, he had one forbidden technique he could use right now. This deadly technique was to outline a large circle from bottom to top, catching the enemy off guard with an unexpected trajectory. Circular chopping was a signature technique of the Harrier family that Mitchell had mastered to perfection without knowing defeat. Concentrating on his opponent's weapon, Encred was fully prepared, seeing perfectly well the slightest movements of the enemy blade. The astute commander recognized this technique that had struck him so many times that the number of deaths couldn't even be remembered. A trained fighter saw the beginning of the attack and perfectly anticipated its trajectory, preparing for the perfect counterstrike. Encred smiled as he was genuinely happy about this encounter with a worthy opponent that made him much stronger. The confident warrior realized that he had become so strong that he could see through this insidious attack and repel it flawlessly. Shocked, Mitchell wondered how his opponent could have calculated his trademark attack in advance and masterfully repelled it. The proud aristocrat mentally reminded himself that his clan, one of the key dominant clans in the Duchy of Aspen, the famous Harrier clan, a noble warrior, being a descendant of a sideline of an influential family, received the surname by proving his skill and innate talent. A gifted swordsman at 15 easily defeated 2 adult soldiers, and at 18 he was already winning bouts against the best local fighters. By the age of 22, the name of the talented swordsman became famous throughout the city, striking the imagination of contemporaries. Relying on his outstanding abilities, the ambitious warrior became one of the top 3 strongest fighters of the elite Grey Dog squad. Mitchell bitterly recalled how he could count on his fingers the opponents worthy of him before meeting this guy. The arrogant aristocrat wondered why train to swollen feet, why swing a sword to bloody calluses on his palms. Spoiled with talent, the warrior didn't understand the point of grueling training if you can learn everything after a couple of repetitions, thanks to a natural gift. The overconfident Mitchell bitterly realized to Encred's face that he was perfectly happy with his current situation, but he had been too arrogant all along. Encred thrust his sword into his enemy in cold blood, piercing his foe's flesh with ruthless precision in a precise motion. The master stroke was so fast and deep that it left Mitchell no chance of survival. The satisfied warrior carefully pulled the bloody blade from the body of his defeated opponent, ending the protracted duel. The mortally wounded Mitchell was barely able to stand on wobbling legs, ready to collapse to the ground at any moment. The astonished aristocrat couldn't believe that he was actually defeated by some obscure guy with no noble background. The triumphant Encred felt a legitimate pride that after so many attempts he had finally succeeded in defeating a powerful enemy. The dying Mitchell chastised himself for his carelessness, naively believing that his crowning attack would work perfectly against any opponent. The defeated commander admitted that he had conceded in combat prowess, to which Encred discreetly replied that he had won anyway. The judicious Mitchell recognized the root of the problem. He was too dismissive of systematic training, relying on talent. In the face of death, the loser bitterly regretted not training more, realizing too late the price of his arrogance. A determined Encred swung his sword for the final blow, suddenly admitting to the dying man that the duel had indeed been exciting. An enlightened Mitchell reflected bitterly that if he hadn't been so careless and put more effort into it, he would have survived now. Alarmed, Encred heard the enemy warriors shouting desperately to protect their wounded commander Mitchell. A loyal soldier suddenly appeared and fearlessly stood as a human shield in front of his dying leader, blocking him from Encred. The enemy soldiers who had arrived rushed to their fallen comrade, shouting loudly that it was time to urgently retreat from the battlefield. The white-haired commander imperiously ordered his subordinates to move the wounded Mitchell to safety, away from the chaos of battle. The stern enemy leader told Encred that he had not expected his breakthrough and ability to make so much noise in the heart of the defense. The formidable enemy warned the overconfident commander not to hope to leave here alive after the rout he had wrought. The cautious Encred suddenly realized that he had made the mistake of forgetting about the rest of his opponents, focusing only on Mitchell. The experienced strategist realized he was in enemy territory, surrounded by superior enemy forces on all sides. The prudent commander realized that he could not survive until the damned flag was broken and a path of retreat paved. Fate again erected an impregnable wall in front of the brave warrior, as if testing his determination and fortitude. The realistic Encred prepared himself for the fact that in all likelihood he would die again today, but he would not lose the experience he had gained. The white-haired commander coldly ordered all the archers to fire deadly arrows at the lone defiant fellow. The recalcitrant Encred refused to give up for nothing, preparing to block the arrows flying from all sides with his shield. Despite the hopeless numerical superiority of the enemies, the brave guy still decided to fight to his last breath. The sober-minded commander was well aware that he would not be able to dodge all the attacks and survive this unequal battle. The stubborn Encred was willing to endure pain to break through, especially through the ranks led by the white-haired commander. The enemy leader swung swiftly, but the quick Encred managed to put up a block, saving himself from instant death. The surprised warrior noticed that his sword had almost split in just one blow. His opponent was masterful with the heavy sword style. The calculating strategist realized that he would have to die a few more times to find a way to break through to the main objective. The purposeful Encred kept his current goal in mind. Winning this battle required the destruction of the sorcerer's flag. The knowledgeable warrior remembered that a sorcery guide becomes useless from even the slightest crack, so he launched his sword at the flag. The determined commander was sure he would break through any obstacles if he wanted to get to the enemy's cursed banner. The enraged white-haired commander attacked furiously, shouting insults at the impertinent fellow who had ruined their plans. A focused Encred tried to figure out exactly where to strike the flag for the sorcery to finally dissipate. The resourceful Encred realized that he needed to aim for the connecting piece between the flag and the post to destroy the sorcerer's conduit. The determined warrior threw the dagger with incredible accuracy, successfully cutting the critical connection of the enemy flag. Despite the lucky hit, the fog still shrouded the battlefield, preventing the warriors from seeing anything around them. The frustrated company commander realized that even after her report of hostile sorcery and request for backup, the High Command had done nothing. The experienced warlady reflected bitterly on how rotten the kingdom was by sending incompetent men to the front lines as commanders. The shrewd girl realized that at this rate, the complete annihilation of their troops was only a matter of time, unless a miracle occurred. The attentive commander suddenly noticed a strange change on the battlefield that had escaped the attention of the rest of the soldiers. The surprised warriors watched in disbelief as the mysterious fog began to dissipate, revealing the true picture of the battle. The stunned Aspen soldier asked in bewilderment what had happened to their magical flag, not understanding the sudden change. The hapless warrior didn't even have time to finish his thought before he received a deadly weapon strike from an unexpectedly appearing opponent. The savvy girl instantly realized that the clearing fog had confused the enemy, giving her a chance to turn the tide of the battle. The determined warlady loudly commanded everyone to counterattack, seeing that the situation was finally turning in their favor. The experienced commander realized that the lack of magic fog drastically improved their tactical position on the battlefield. The curious girl wondered who was able to break this powerful sorcery that seemed an insurmountable obstacle. The savvy war lady speculated that it could be the same mysterious guy who had recently reported important information to her. The bewildered Encred looked around the battlefield and realized that he had cruelly miscalculated his plan of retreat. The confused commander had expected to find Rem or Ragna if he ran toward the camp, but now he wondered where his loyal companions had gone. Mighty Rem stood resolutely somewhere on the battlefield, looking at the enemy soldiers surrounding him with undisguised disdain. The enraged strongman aggressively demanded that the caster be brought to him, threatening to turn all opponents into lifeless corpses. The skillful Ragna wielded his weapon masterfully in front of his enemies, displaying impeccable fighting technique in the thick of battle. The fighting mentor was followed by his companions with astonished looks, marveling at the extraordinary skill of the swordsman. The disoriented Encred in the fog got it all mixed up and ran not towards his enemies, but in the direction of his own companions. The bewildered commander still could not believe that he had made a mistake, and was not in the enemy camp but among the allies. The cocky Aspen soldier mockingly pointed out Encred's lack of weapons, asking how an unarmed warrior was going to fight. The arrogant enemy, swinging his sword, reminded the guy that there was nowhere to run, and it was better to just surrender to the mercy of the victors. The Black Panther that had suddenly appeared swiftly attacked the enemy, taking everyone by surprise with its sudden attack. The stunned Encred was in shock, wondering if this was the mysterious cat he had seen earlier in the field. The attentive warrior recognized the mysterious beast only by its murderous stare, filled with almost human intelligence. The bewildered enemy soldier wondered where a wild beast of such size and ferocity could have come from in the midst of battle. The enraged panther displayed extremely aggressive behavior towards enemy soldiers, while defending an unarmed commander. The graceful panther attacked enemies with ease, slashing the throats of defenseless soldiers with its sharp claws in one fell swoop. The clever beast strategically cut the bowstring on the crossbows, disarming the shooters before they could fire. Amazingly, the wild animal clearly protected Encred in the face of his enemies, as if realizing who was friend and who was foe. The worried commander turned to the mystery cat, advising her to run away from here so as not to put herself in danger. The wise warrior warned that the white-haired enemy commander, a bird of a very different flight, was far more dangerous than ordinary soldiers. This white-haired man looked at Encred with undisguised disdain, assessing his fighting skills with an experienced eye. Suddenly, someone came up behind the commander and loudly commanded him to move back, pushing him out of the line of fire. It was Vergennes who resolutely declared that he would save his comrade from imminent death in unequal combat. The brave comrade-in-arms rushed forward recklessly to attack the white-haired enemy without thinking of the consequences. The mighty opponent proved to be overpowered, easily repelling all of Encred's allies' attacks with careless ease. The overbearing enemy lightly repelled Vergennes' attack so that he simply flew backwards, losing his balance from the force of the blow. Annoyed, Vergennes ordered his subordinates to fire faster, seeking to overwhelm the enemy with numerical superiority. The indestructible white-haired fighter seemed to be unstoppable, easily repelling all the arrows flying in his direction. Suddenly, a faithful panther appeared from behind, swiftly leaping onto the back of the formidable foe with its powerful paws. The desperately fighting cat received a treacherous knife in the back from one of the soldiers who suddenly attacked from behind. The wounded beast fell helplessly to the ground, bleeding and fighting for every breath with its mighty lungs. The anxious Encred realized that he urgently needed to concentrate on the upcoming fight to avenge his loyal protector. The focused warrior caught the concentration on the strong enemy's weapon, applying a technique honed in hundreds of rebirths. The enlightened commander realized that seeing the enemy's movements meant he had the ability to predict and repel any attack. The thoughtful strategist realized that this powerful strike could not be blocked by force. Something more devious had to be thought of. The tense Encred gathered all his strength to withstand the white-haired opponent's crushing blow without breaking. The resourceful swordsman decided to utilize the power of the enemy sword, letting the blade slide down his weapon, deflecting the blow. The talented warrior perfectly replicated the technique he had just seen from his experienced opponent, causing him to marvel. The bewildered white-haired soldier didn't understand what was happening, seeing his techniques performed by an unfamiliar opponent. The shocked enemy did not hide his surprise at what he saw before him. An instant mastery of a complex technique. The shrewd opponent recognized Mitchell's defensive technique, which Encred had copied after numerous encounters. A satisfied Encred was proud to note that the technique had worked exactly as he had intended, proving his skill. An excited Vergennes also appeared on the battlefield and resolutely attacked the enemy commander, supporting his comrade. The bewildered enemy realized that things were taking a bad turn for his side. Seeing the preponderance of the enemy's forces, the white-haired commander noticed a large number of soldiers who were aggressively running towards him with their weapons exposed. The sensible opponent realized that in all likelihood today will definitely not be able to win, and it is necessary to conserve strength. The retreating enemy turned around and threateningly warned Encred that he would not forget him and would be sure to take revenge the next time they met. The unperturbed commander only coldly replied that as you wish, showing neither fear nor unnecessary enthusiasm. The prudent white-haired warrior ordered his soldiers to retreat immediately, recognizing the temporary defeat for the sake of future victory. A concerned Vergens ran up to Encred, insisting on the need to urgently bandage his wounded shoulder. But the latter cared only for the panther. The agitated commander pleaded to save the faithful animal, emphasizing how much the cat had helped him in his battle with his enemies. Having been seriously wounded, the exhausted allies also began an organized retreat from the battlefield, carrying away the wounded. The exhausted Encred struggled to keep his eyes open, realizing that if he lost consciousness, he could die. Concerned comrades shouted to the wounded commander that he must wake up, preventing him from falling into a deathly sleep. Heron grimly noted that the stubborn lad did eventually realize what he wanted after all, showing incredible persistence in achieving his goal. The intrigued god of the afterlife asked Encred what makes him overcome death time after time for his goal. The awakened commander heard many excited voices around him, puzzling over the cause of the commotion and feeling something strange under his arm. The surprised warrior realized that next to him lay the very black panther that had saved him in battle with its desperate bravery. A relieved Rem noticed the commander's awakening, admitting that he thought he was sure he wouldn't survive this time. The bewildered Encred asked the people around him in utter bewilderment what was even going on and how he ended up here. A concerned Jackson inquired about Leon's condition, as the wounded beast had lost too much blood after the stabbing. The red-haired Chris reassured everyone by informing them that the healer had assured the commander's speedy recovery, noting his incredible luck. Encred's clearing of consciousness suggested that he had most likely passed out on the way to camp due to his wounds and blood loss. The astonished commander couldn't believe he had safely survived that deadly day and woke up in a new one, breaking the time loop. A suspicious Rem stared intently at his commander, as if trying to unravel some mystery in his inexplicable abilities. A confused Encred asked his comrade the reason for such intense scrutiny, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gaze. The curious Mussulman wondered how the commander managed to recognize enemy sorcery, when even experienced warriors had no clue. The cautious strategist pondered that he couldn't tell the truth directly, deciding to try lying to hide the secret of rebirths. The resourceful Encred explained that he knew a Western settler who had told of similar sorcery, so he was able to recognize its signs. The wily commander realized he hadn't told the truth directly, but he still changed the story a bit, keeping his incredible secret. The understanding Rem assured his friend that there was plenty of time to talk, but warned against getting too carried away with witchcraft. The inquisitive Encred inquired where his comrade had disappeared from the battlefield during the decisive battle. The mysterious warrior replied that he had gone to find the one who had planted the cursed flag to end the magic of the mist, once and for all. A cold-blooded Rem admitted that he didn't like the sorcerer, so he simply killed him by slitting the throat of the mistcaster. The baffled commander pondered how he hadn't noticed the caster himself, had he really been dealt with without his involvement. The suddenly awake panther began to growl menacingly, making those present wary and take a step back. The terrified Chris blurted out that if the beast were to tear him apart, he would be willing to give up as much as 10,000 crowns just to stay alive. The knowledgeable soldier explained that he had heard from an Unri scout about a black panther, nicknamed for its lake-like blue eyes. The superstitious fighter explained that it was a rare spirit animal related to the Earth's energy, with a market price as high as 10,000 crowns. The judicious Encred recognized that after his unconsciousness, without the fog, the advantage was on their side, though without a clear victory. The thoughtful commander reflected on the sliding technique he had successfully applied in combat, while the quiet days passed without sorties or combat. A caring Jackson cautioned the commander against excessive physical activity, as the wounds could open with careless movements. The judicious Ragnar remarked that a recovering warrior shouldn't be allowed anything more than a light stretch anyway, suggesting it would be better to rest and gain strength. A sneering Rem sneered that the blonde swordsman was trying to instill his laziness in the commander, even though he himself was constantly falling asleep even on the move. The irascible Ragnar instantly searched for his sword to attack his insolent comrade for such an offensive remark. A bemused Encred admitted that for the first time in his life, he was easily using a technique he had never practiced, marveling at his unexpected abilities. Experienced Rem calmed the commander, saying that this happens in time, because the heart of the beast allows you to see the root of the enemy's technique and copy it. The wise Ragnar added that with the right foundation of fencing, learning new steps becomes much easier and more natural. The astute mentor emphasized that with ordinary skills, One would have to repeat the technique many more times to achieve such mastery. The shocked Encred was stunned by the words of his comrades, suddenly confirming his secret experience of multiple rebirths and training. The pensive commander realized that what had passed today was not at all simple. He was desperately learning from the repeated events, growing stronger. The humble warrior realized that despite his initially meager talents, he still managed to greatly improve his skill through perseverance. The irreconcilable Rem and Ragna stood against each other as always, continuing their eternal verbal bickering to everyone's amusement. Unexpectedly, the determined commander turned to his best fighters, declaring his desire to duel both masters. The astonished comrade remarked that although he himself was often called a lunatic, the wounded Encred clearly outdid everyone with his recklessness. Suddenly, the company commander Fairy herself entered the room, attracting the attention of everyone present with her sudden appearance. The straight-faced warlady approached Encred and asked directly if the broken conduit of enemy sorcery was his handiwork. The cautious commander knew that the leadership would have questions sooner or later, but wondered why the commander herself had come to him personally. Honest Encred admitted that he had been during the battle and had some knowledge of sorcery that allowed him to recognize the fog guide. The curious fairy asked how the fellow had spotted the right flag among the fakes, to which he resourcefully replied that he had marked one of them in advance. The mysterious warlady simply turned around and said that she understood everything, but she had also come to take a look at him personally. The puzzled fellow was deeply surprised by these strange words of the company commander, not realizing the true reason for her visit. The mysterious girl said cryptically that she felt as if they were bound to Encred by fate, leaving everyone puzzled. The astonished attendees were shocked by these words of doom, not understanding how else such a statement could be interpreted. The joking comrade started laughing, asking how the commander managed to seduce such a beautiful girl in such a short time. Enterprising Chris offered Encred to open a salon for noble ladies with him, promising that the terms of the contract would not disappoint. The enthusiastic red-haired fighter announced that he had extremely good news for the entire squad. An excited Chris announced that an esquire from a famous order of knights had arrived in camp, causing general excitement. Enlightened Encred remembered that their division was named after a knight of Cyprus who belonged to the elite order of the Red Cloaks. Encred reflected on the knights, talented swordsmen, rare even for the continent, and the esquire was both subordinate and apprentice, following the knight relentlessly. Upon being recognized as a knight, the esquire became a junior knight, reaching the last step before the ghostly summit where knights who have surpassed the human limit exist. X-Christ explained that esquires engage in battles without a knight, meaning their commander is going to be a junior knight on the battlefield. The excited comrades reminded him that they had all been waiting for the esquire to show up, so it was time to make an immediate appearance to meet their fate. Caring companions advised Encred to rest, though the lad himself secretly longed to see the legendary warrior with his own eyes. The captain was determined as always, preparing for battle with the esquire aspiring junior knight. The astute Rem noticed that right on the commander's face was written the desire to leave to watch the fight, suggesting that he just go there. The philosophical Encred realized that ideals are usually only attainable in dreams, remaining out of reach for most mere mortals. The excited warrior realized that some of those ideals were now materializing before him as they prepared for a new battle. The curious lad was eager to see a fight involving the younger knight to appreciate the legendary skill with his own eyes. Admiring Encred saw before him the embodiment of his ideal, which had previously seemed utterly unattainable to the common man. The earnest esquire looked fully prepared for the challenge ahead, radiating confidence and unwavering determination. With a single step of the mighty warrior, the ground seemed to shake, showing his incredible physical strength and weight. The relentless esquire was absolutely determined and insanely driven, ready to overcome any obstacle in his way. The enemy commander desperately ordered the soldiers to fire, trying to stop the unstoppable enemy at all costs. A huge number of deadly arrows fell from the sky like a deadly rain, threatening to destroy anyone in their path. Esquire was not threatened by this danger at all. He was absolutely not afraid of flying arrows, as if he was invulnerable to ordinary weapons. The determined warrior was not going to stop for a second, continuing forward despite all the deadly dangers. The fearless esquire lightning fast drew his magnificent sword, preparing to demonstrate the true art of combat. The experienced fighter instantly adopted a perfect stance, perfectly balanced for attack and defense at the same time. The astonished Ragna noticed that the esquire was using what was called will in his legs, a special technique only available to masters. The concentrated future junior knight was fully prepared to repel any blow, displaying unrivaled skill. The swift warrior ran so fast that it was impossible to even notice the moment he started this movement. The stunned Encred looked on with genuine admiration, realizing that he was watching the ultimate martial art. The esquire's perfect, precise, honed movements seemed perfect, like a dance of death on the battlefield. The amazed commander watched as, with incredible ease, the future knight slaughtered a huge number of enemies in a matter of moments. Shocked, Encred noted the incredible length and weight of the warrior's sword, which he wielded as if he were holding a light feather. Despite his admiration, the astute commander felt discouraged, realizing how far removed he was from that level of skill. Esquire has proven himself to be an insanely strong warrior, dealing with countless enemies in his path with incredible ease. The guy was in complete shock at the incredible skill and technique of this outstanding martial arts professional. Aspen's soldiers were in deepest shock, having never before encountered such a strong and deadly foe. The future knight moved with incredible confidence, showing no fear of any danger or numerical superiority. The masterful fighter handled the huge crowd of enemies with astonishing ease, as if he was cutting the grass with a sharp scythe. The unstoppable Esquire burst through the enemy crowd like a true wild animal, leaving only death in its wake. The demoralized enemy soldiers screamed in terror at the need to retreat, realizing the pointlessness of fighting such an enemy. The enemy commander desperately shouted to the confused soldiers that they must stop this deadly Esquire at any cost. During his hysterical screaming, the Aspani officer was suddenly silenced forever, his head simply chopped off in one precise blow. The merciless Esquire didn't give its opponents a single chance of survival, dispatching its enemies with frightening ease. The acrobatic warrior spectacularly jumped onto the head of a warhorse to lightning-fast dispatch another enemy. The enchanted Encred did not let go of his gaze from the outstanding professional, absorbing every movement of the consummate master. Impressed, Rem recognized that the Esquire was indeed worthy of his reputation as a military expert, displaying incredible skill. Even the sophisticated Ragna had never seen such an outstanding man on the battlefield, superior to any fighter he knew. The judicious Jackson pondered that the enemy soldiers were just fools, for they had a real chance to kill this warrior. The devout Auden prayed as usual, asking the Creator to send all his apostles to escort the fallen into the divine embrace. The inquisitive Encred analyzed the swordsmanship of the Esquire, signs of a slashing sword combined with elements of heavy style and dancing technique. The slashing sword, straight and sharpened, drew the enemy into the attack radius, then delivered a decisive death blow. The heavy sword was astonishing in its power, sweeping away everything in its path with its force, delivering crushing chopping attacks to enemies. The illusory sword was a style that fogged the mind, suddenly attacking and circling the opponent like a mercenary sword. The dancing style was incredibly fast, like a rushing wave, stunning the enemy with its unpredictable speed. The flowing sword epitomized a soft style that allowed one to dodge an opponent's attack while striking back instantly. A puzzled Encred realized that the heavy and dancing styles were completely different, but the Esquire used both at the same time. The astonished commander did not understand how the magnificent fighter managed to combine so many different techniques in a single harmonious flow. The judicious warrior pondered that the principle of each style of swordsmanship was vastly different from the others, requiring a special approach. The wise strategist concluded that all these diverse principles of combat had one common origin, one fundamental beginning. The astute Encred pondered, if one cognizes all the elements of the sword, perceiving the weapon as a living being, it is possible to reach a new level. The thoughtful fighter thought that with this understanding, it was indeed possible to combine different styles to create the perfect technique. The receptive commander simply gave himself over to the sounds of battle, absorbing every nuance of the majestic dance of death by an unrivaled master. The excited warriors of their side realized that now there was a unique opportunity to break through the frustrated ranks of the enemy. The attentive Rem noticed that their commander looked overly pensive, as if he were thinking somewhere else entirely. A concerned Ragna also noticed their commander's strange state, wondering about the reasons for such detachment. The understanding Rem was inwardly happy for the commander, seeing how impressed he was with the Esquire's skill and depth of martial art. At this momentous moment, the warriors ran resolutely forward, ruthlessly advancing on the demoralized, retreating enemy. The young commander's close-knit squad was also ready to strike the enemy, following the Esquire's example and his inspiring skill. The wise Encred realized that even after attaining knowledge, it could not be said that something had definitively changed in the being of man. The philosophical warrior realized that knowledge in itself is nothing without action and practical application of the received wisdom. The thoughtful commander recalled his strange experiences on the mysterious world of Charon, where time and space had a different meaning. The shrewd Encred realized that cognition only points the path that he has yet to follow through long efforts. The distracted warrior froze in his deep thoughts, trying to comprehend what he had seen and realize its significance to his own path. The detached commander saw all the surrounding turmoil of battle, but inwardly remained aloof, not joining the general rush. Enlightened Encred thought only of his upcoming journey as a knight, realizing how hard and full of challenges it would be. The pensive young man realized that it would be incredibly difficult for him to climb the high wall and check out what was behind it. At this momentous moment, the kingdom's soldiers successfully broke through the enemy's defenses, taking advantage of the enemy's confusion. The detached commander mentally imagined overcoming obstacles and climbing the unattainable high wall of knowledge. On the noisy battlefield, excited cries of encouragement could be heard everywhere about the need to press on, for the opponents had lost their fighting spirit. The thoughtful warrior did not care at all about the battle cries. He only cared about his newfound knowledge. The excited fighters were insanely happy that they were able to win this important battle, thanks to the esquire and their determination. The shrewd young man realized that the war was drawing to a close, defining a new future for the kingdom. The coming winter and spring promised to be incredibly busy with rebuilding and political negotiations. The Duchy of Aspen, a powerful country, was founded by 3 influential families that determine its destiny and politics. The enraged Duke of Aspen resented the violation of agreed rules prohibiting the engagement of the forces of the knightly order. The warlord of the Harrier clan, the same white-haired commander from the battle, stood in front of the angry ruler, waiting to be reprimanded. The counselor in charge of policy defended himself, explaining that he used the appearance of an enemy general as an excuse. The disgruntled ruler angrily questioned the reasons for the interference, to which he received an answer about the willfulness of Fruk's actions. The cunning courtier explained that this wouldn't have happened if their original plan had worked successfully. The duke, making no secret of his rage, demanded that the Grey Dogs be held sternly responsible for the disastrous defeat. The determined commander assured the ruler that the defeat would not be without consequences for those responsible. After a protracted battle and the retreat of the Hispanians, the victorious kingdom troop advanced back to the fortress. Tired warriors returned from the campaign exhausted, but inwardly exultant from the victory gained. The fortified city was a border fortress with beautiful terrain on the border with a hostile country. In the main square, thunderous announcements were made to honor the heroes who had won a brilliant victory in battle. The herald proclaimed the reward of those who had shown courage, naming the commander of the 4th squad. The confused fighter was rewarded for destroying the enemy's sorcery by decisively breaking the conductor of magical mist. The distrustful townspeople whispered among themselves, doubting the weakling's abilities and suspecting embezzlement. Evil tongues spread rumors of sycophancy as the only talent of the decorated commander. The angry co-worker, upon hearing the insults, threateningly ordered the malcontents to immediately shut up. A loyal associate loudly declared that such talk was unacceptable from people who did not know the true power of the honoree. Loyal comrades who knew the young warrior's true abilities understood the merit of the award. The loyal fighters smiled happily, genuinely happy for their commander who had gone through many trials. The assembled crowd marveled at a truly remarkable man whose contribution to the victory was invaluable to all residents. The young warrior, receiving the award, looked genuinely surprised, not expecting such a high recognition of his merits. The red-haired fellow asked the awardee what he would spend the money he received on, booze or women. The commander responded by asking to be taken to the most skillful blacksmith in the city, surprising his companion. As they approached the forge, the companions heard indignant exclamations about the pointlessness of spending money to buy a sword, since the existing ones weren't that bad. The red-haired fighter remarked that ordinary swords break during heated battles, adding that he had personally picked up so many weapons that the squad would have enough to last a lifetime. The purposeful young man explained that to achieve knighthood, one must first obtain a personalized weapon of the highest quality. The far-sighted warrior planned to take the rank advancement exam, which required a good, reliable weapon. The surprised companion asked if the commander was really interested in a promotion, to which he received a reply about the pointlessness of staying in one place all one's life. The red-haired comrade wisely observed that one must first pave the right path to the cherished goal. The Kingdom of Nerelia used the rank system to boost the morale of soldiers. Strong fighters beyond rank were given special status. The essence of the system was to change the attitude to the soldier according to his rank. And for promotion, it was required to defeat 3 warriors of the corresponding level. For the assembled spectators, such fights turned into an exciting entertainment, on the outcome of which even made gambling bets. Some fighter approached the young commander, informing him that Misha Otbros had challenged a middle-ranked soldier, insinuating that all the honors had not come from his labors. The puzzled young man pondered whether his first opponent would be a renowned mercenary, considered one of the strongest middle rankers. The assembled spectators were wondering who to bet on in the upcoming fight. Perhaps it was worth the risk, and bet on the scum commander. The red-haired associate philosophically remarked that the winner would only be known after the fight was over, urging him not to jump to conclusions. The confident fighter knew he had become considerably stronger after the succession of deaths and rebirths he had experienced in the cyclical day. The sober-minded warrior realized that this fight was not life-threatening, so he only had one chance, requiring full concentration. The self-critical young man recognized the limit of his mediocre abilities, realizing that even after all the suffering, he would not risk challenging the majority of those gathered. Mentally, the commander reminded himself to fight as if he were facing death itself, fully focused on the upcoming battle. The impatient opponent decided to start first, shouting a blunt warning to prepare for imminent defeat. The cold-blooded fighter recalled the strike he had mastered during the last battle, planning to move into the enemy's blind spot when successfully executed. The talented swordsman swung his sword with lightning speed and struck such a strong blow that the weapon simply flew out of the hands of the stunned opponent. The blow was so powerful that the defeated opponent completely failed to catch his weapon, recognizing the undeniable victory of yesterday's loser. The young warrior, despite his success, felt some embarrassment at the unexpected ease of victory in this situation. The defeated opponent screamed in bewilderment at what had happened and why his fingers were suddenly dislocated from the blow he had received. The surprised commander couldn't believe his eyes that he had actually managed to defeat his opponent so easily. The determined young man didn't waste any time, so he immediately struck the confused opponent with his dagger. The demoralized fighter simply fell to the ground, deprived of any chance of victory against an unexpectedly strong commander. The baffled victor, looking at his defeated opponent, pondered the reasons for his unexpected weakness in this fight. The astonished spectators shouted the scum's victory, asking the red-haired comrade if he had bet on the commander, knowing of his strength. The shocked, red-nosed guy admitted that he just wanted to save the commander's face, himself not expecting this outcome of the fight. The cautious swordsman pondered that perhaps his opponent hadn't taken him seriously, but he still didn't understand why victory was so easy. Realizing that a mid-ranked fighter couldn't be a weakling, the brooding warrior decided that he needed to test his strength once more. The man with the mustache and spear volunteered next, confidently declaring that he would be the new opponent for the surprise winner. The attentive commander knew that this was an elite soldier of a heavy infantry squad, nicknamed for his affiliation with elite troops. The observant fighter analyzed how the enemy was unwinding his spear in an attempt to divert his attention from the true attack. Suddenly, the mustachioed man launched an attack, choosing a good moment and rushing forward at his young opponent. The nimble commander dodged all attacks with his spear with surprising ease, leaving the assembled spectators amazed. The focused young man did not look at the soldier's face, suspecting that the lunge might be a ruse followed by a real blow. After assessing the expression on his opponent's face, the astute fighter was surprised to realize that this was indeed the entire tactic of an experienced warrior. The determined swordsman determined that the surest course of action was to strike a powerful counterstrike into the opening window of attack, and so the impetuous young man again triumphed, the stunned opponent falling helplessly on his back to the enthusiastic shouts of the crowd. Loyal comrades who watched the successes of their commander sincerely rejoiced at his unexpected but deserved victories. The excited spectators began to say that twice, it was no longer a fluke when a lower rank easily defeated experienced soldiers. The platoon commander noted with satisfaction how the very fools who previously had not put the young fighter in anything now tucked their tails. The scout acknowledged thoughtfully that the tenacious swordsman must have spent day and night perfecting his skills after his last defeat. The experienced mercenary admitted to his comrades that their commander had become so much stronger that even he would not be able to defeat him easily. The impressed warrior added that even he, an established fighter, would now find it extremely difficult to defeat the changed commander. The intrigued fighters sat in suspense, wondering who among those present would dare to challenge such an unexpectedly strong opponent to a fight. Suddenly, someone in the crowd began shouting calls for some warrior to come out to fight, drawing everyone's attention to the new participant. The muscular fighter turned to the hesitant challenger with a sneer, wondering if he was afraid of the commander he had previously insulted. The hapless warrior mumbled something inaudible in response, assuring that he was not at all afraid of the challenge. The pensive young man reflected that he still had to fight from his last strength, so he couldn't realize his true level. The young swordsman's combat experience included battles with the madman encountered in the first battle today, many cycles ago. After this opponent was the same silent assassin whose deadly blows had taught him extreme caution. Not so long ago, a brave warrior fought Mitchell himself, the commander of an elite squad of enemy troops. Daily sparring with subordinates from his company also contributed to a significant increase in combat prowess. The fighter realized that he simply had to engage in overly difficult fights that hardened his spirit and body. A past fencing teacher warned never to look down on an opponent, which was an important life lesson. The young commander thought this advice would never come in handy, never envisioning that the day would come when he would consider the enemy weak. Suddenly, a bearded fellow approached the pensive fighter, inquiring curiously about the strange expression on his face. The young man only smiled upon hearing this unexpected question, not wanting to reveal his true thoughts. The mysterious swordsman replied that nothing much was going on. It was just fun to watch what was going on around him. The tension between the rivals was growing, and the determined commander decided to launch the attack first, without waiting for his opponent's actions. The lightning strike was delivered with such speed that the opponent barely had time to put up a block, defending himself from the deadly blade. The kingdom of Norilia has long been known as the land of knights, where the strongest were honored, valuing true mastery of weapons. The mighty fighter swung so hard that the sword of his horrified opponent simply fractured, unable to withstand the collision. With real fear and incomprehension, the bearded man looked at what was happening, unable to believe the evidence of his own eyes. In front of him, the frightened warrior saw only a young man with the most focused gaze possible, full of determination and confidence. The talented swordsman was ready to continue the attack with his weapon, but stopped in time, seeing the helplessness of his opponent. The frightened opponent's mouth foamed with terror. So strong was the fear of the unexpected skill. The demoralized fighter simply fainted from what he saw before his eyes, admitting defeat with an unconscious body. The winner was genuinely happy that he was finally able to make a name for himself, proving his worthiness as a warrior. All watching spectators were in the deepest shock from the incredible fight that took place before their eyes. The shocked crowd saw the bearded fighter, considered one of the best in his rank, being defeated. Some of the admiring bystanders shouted out the destroyer of sorcery, recalling the commander's feat in the recent battle. The astonished observers realized that it was indeed this humble commander, and not someone else, who had actually broken the flag. The enthusiastic spectators realized that the talented young man did not appropriate the merits of his subordinates, but really accomplished a feat. The scout jumped up enthusiastically and shouted loudly the destroyer of sorcery, supporting his commander in the face of the crowd. The determined warrior turned to his comrades, urging them to support their commander in this important moment of recognition. Hundreds of spectators picked up the cry, chanting the witchcraft destroyer, creating an atmosphere of general enthusiasm. The embarrassed winner looked on bewildered, not expecting such a violent reaction to his victories. The humble swordsman couldn't believe that all this was being said about him, but inwardly recognized that it wasn't a bad thing. The red-haired comrade congratulated the winner, noting that he now officially belonged to the middle rank of warriors. The ambitious young man confidently replied that there was a high rank ahead of him, not intending to stop there. The astonished subordinate could not believe his ears when he heard about the commander's intention to continue his ascent up the military hierarchy. Suddenly, some stranger rose among the spectators, declaring that what was happening was quite amusing to watch from the sidelines. The surrounding people looked at each other in surprise, gradually recognizing the unusual person in the crowd by characteristic features. Careful observers noticed the eagle epaulets on the stranger's uniform, the distinctive mark of a border guard unit reporting directly to the kingdom. This small elite unit consisted solely of soldiers of the highest rank and even higher, causing ordinary warriors to be in awe. Alarmed onlookers were perplexed as to what an elite suburb assassin was even doing here, far from the borderlands. A formidable warrior from a legendary faction approached the young commander, offering to fight him in front of an enthusiastic crowd. There was a tense silence around. No one dared to break the moment of historical challenge with their comments. The muscular fighter remarked softly that this opponent would be incredibly difficult for their commander to deal with. The thoughtful young man remembered that the border guard squad was often compared to the elite grey dogs of the enemy kingdom. The shrewd swordsman realized that this serious opponent could rival Mitchell himself in fighting prowess. The intrigued commander realized that this was the first time he would fight without the possibility of a replay against a soldier of such a high level. The curious fighter wondered where tonight's bout with a true martial arts master would lead. The elite silver-haired warrior mockingly inquired if the guy chickened out in front of the border guard soldier. The experienced frontiersman admitted that his adversary was much busier than other similar young fighters he had met previously. Excited spectators shouted from the stands, demanding to see what the famed destroyer of sorcery could do. The eager crowd chanted furiously, calling for a real spectacle worthy of the legendary fighter to be given to them. The irritated elite warrior mentally noted that these ignoramuses didn't even know how many feats his special unit had accomplished. The squinting border guard carefully analyzed the enemy's movements, noting the unusual stance and combat readiness. The lightning-quick fighter rushed forward. Literally in a second he was in front of the dazed commander. The focused young man tried to concentrate on his attacker's weapon, applying the mastered single-point technique. Suddenly, the talented swordsman managed to reach the right state. Only the sword of an elite soldier remained in front of his eyes. Thanks to his incredible concentration, the young fighter was able to block his weapon in time, deflecting the deadly blow. The startled frontiersman noted to himself the remarkable concentration and balanced movements of the unusual opponent. The experienced warrior grabbed the young commander by his clothes with powerful hands, trying to throw him off balance with physical force. The confidently superior frontiersman knew that despite his unexpected skills, the kid was still inferior to him in brute strength. The resourceful young man clutched his opponent's arm tightly, not allowing the experienced fighter full control of the situation. After waiting for the right moment, the talented swordsman drew his sword with lightning speed, causing his opponent to freeze in surprise. The shocked border guard froze in shock at what he saw. No one had ever been able to escape his iron grip so quickly before. The bewildered elite warrior thought for the first time that he might die at the hands of this young lad who seemed harmless. The noble youth deliberately stabbed his blade into the ground next to his opponent, showing mercy and high skill. Everyone realized that if he wanted to, the talented fighter could easily kill this elite border guard now with a single movement. The humiliated elite fighter gritted his teeth in rage, unable to believe his defeat at the hands of an unknown commander. The enraged border guard, wanting to retaliate, made a desperate lunge forward, ignoring the mercy shown. The focused young man realized that he needed to act decisively and quickly to end the fight without unnecessary casualties. The fearless young man grabbed his opponent's sharp blade with his bare hands to stop the deadly blow, showing incredible bravery. Taking advantage of his opponent's confusion, the resourceful fighter powerfully hit the experienced border guard with a knee to the stomach, depriving him of breath. The opponents simultaneously jumped several meters away from each other, creating distance for the fierce fight to continue. The stubborn elite fighter was not going to give up, once again rushing at the young opponent with undisguised fury. The determined commander was also not thinking of retreating, preparing to meet the attack with the cold confidence of a seasoned warrior. The irreconcilable rivals pointed their weapons at each other, preparing for the final deadly clash. Suddenly, the company commander appeared between the fighting men, interrupting the dangerous duel with her imperious intervention. The impetuous girl skillfully knocked the weapons out of both fighters' hands, preventing imminent bloodshed. The stern warlady warned that another step would inevitably lead to the killing of an ally, unacceptable during a peaceful contest. The stunned swordsman stared in surprise at the girl who had suddenly appeared, not understanding her sudden intrusion. Suddenly, a brown-haired soldier appeared behind the elite border guard's back, ready to defend his commander. It turned out that not only him, but all the other loyal comrades from the young commander's squad had gathered nearby. The sturdy warrior mockingly informed the defeated elite fighter that he had been unspeakably lucky to escape serious consequences. The annoyed border guard coldly remarked that such harsh interference in a simple duel could turn out to be unnecessary holes in his body. The self-critical young man realized that he had missed an important step in the middle of the fight and nearly decided the fate of his opponent's life with his carelessness. The elite fighter, who was calmed down, admitted that he didn't expect anything special from the fight, but has to recognize the skill of his opponent. Introducing himself as Thors, the junior commander of the border guard unit, the silver-haired warrior showed respect for the talented opponent. The polite swordsman also introduced himself, naming his long official position as the commander of the 4th Squad. The astonished spectators delightedly discussed that the opponent had reached the rank of junior commander, which meant that their idol was fighting a special soldier. The enthusiastic crowd began chanting that the young fighter certainly deserved a high ranking given his incredible abilities. Excited observers were shouting about the beauty of the technique and superior swordsmanship skills demonstrated by the talented commander. The embarrassed young man mentally noted what fools these people were who had recently considered him a weakling. As they shook hands, Thoris mockingly noticed his opponent enjoying the crowd's shouts, promising to be sure to see him again. Frontier officially recognized the young swordsman as a high-ranking soldier, causing a new wave of excitement in the audience. The commander of the 1st Company and Heavy Infantry Squad, nicknamed Turtle, unexpectedly offered the talented fighter to join his elite unit. The puzzled young man realized that this was the 3rd time he had been offered a change of troop, including the 2nd and 3rd, all due to his high rank and nickname of Sorcery Destroyer. Realizing that accepting the offer would open the way to the army elite, the prudent warrior still decided to decline for personal reasons. The persistent Turtle assured him that if he feared the displeasure of the current commander, everything could be settled without any problems. The disappointed officer regretted the refusal, but thanked the young fighter for saving his life in the last battle. The red-haired comrade who was eavesdropping jokingly remarked that this time the invitation came from the very 1st Company, wondering if the commander had already packed for the transition. The young commander replied in the negative, and his curious subordinate inquired the reason for the refusal, for with such a reputation, any path was open to him. The pensive young man did not even know how to properly explain the true reason for his refusal of such tempting offers. Suddenly, the door creaked open and an unexpected visitor entered the house, drawing the attention of everyone present. The silver-haired border guard greeted the commander, wondering how he was doing after his recent fight. A straightforward Torres said he wanted to get straight to the point of his visit without wasting time on idle talk. A determined border guard offered the talented fighter to join the elite border guard unit without any hesitation. The wary swordsman listened carefully to the unexpected offer, carefully weighing the pros and cons. The educated young man knew that the border guards reported directly to the kingdom, which was even more prestigious than the turtle infantry. The muscular comrade noted that the former commander could not even dream of such a thing, and only a complete fool could miss such a chance. The astute Thorez admitted that he clearly sensed after a few blows how capable a fighter the young commander was, tantalizingly describing the prospects. The recruiter promised long hours of intense training and hellish battles in the ranks of an elite unit. A skilled frontiersman emphasized the ability to reach the limits of his true strength by improving himself in the midst of the best. The impatient companion waited for the commander's response, but obviously realized that the latter would agree to such a tempting offer. The sleepy swordsmanship mentor pretended to be asleep as usual, but eavesdropped carefully, genuinely happy for his student. The loyal comrades froze in anticipation, wondering what their ambitious commander would say to such a flattering offer. The thoughtful young man paused long enough, carefully considering his next words and their implications. The determined commander began to talk about the appeal of the hellish training and battles offered by the frontiersmen. True to his choice, the fighter stated that there was really no better place for all of this than his current position. To himself, the ambitious warrior thought to himself. He didn't wish to simply reach the limit of his abilities. His goal was to push past that boundary. The old wooden house where the soldiers lived was slowly falling apart, letting the cold winter wind through the cracks. The chilled strong man lay complaining about the damned cold and jokingly offering to knock himself out with an axe so he wouldn't feel discomfort. A freezing fighter asked the departing commander to bring a red-hot rock on the way back. The good-natured white-haired comrade offered to arrange an unarmed practice session to warm up with movement, but was firmly refused. A persistent comrade-in-arms offered the commander a hand-to-hand workout to warm up his stiffened muscles, but he reminded him of duty. The stubborn strongman gave a final shout to remember to bring a hot stone, emphasizing the dire need for warmth. The pensive young man paced down the street, reflecting on how recently it had only just begun to get colder, and already it was full-blown winter. In the market square, a saleswoman shouted loudly, offering cheap bread from scratch, attracting frozen shoppers. The educated commander recalled that the main duties of border soldiers in peacetime, patrolling the streets to maintain order. Arriving at the duty station, the young man met two guys, one of whom was named Jack, who announced that the three of them were on duty together. The attentive commander looked over his new acquaintances, thoughtfully noting that the names Jack and Bo sounded familiar, as if he'd heard them before. The brown-haired Jack flatteringly remarked what an honor it was to be on the same team as the famous witchcraft destroyer, causing the young man to instinctively distrust him. The blonde-haired Bo noted with feigned admiration the young commander's astounding rise from low rank to high rank in one fell swoop. The suspiciously friendly Jack offered to arrange a duel to test the abilities of a high-ranking soldier, to which he received consent. Unfamiliar patrolmen complained about having to guard the streets in such cold weather, noting that this winter has been particularly frosty. Chilled vendors loudly beckoned to customers, offering to pick up a couple of dried fruits and not to pass by their freezing stalls. The strange trio continued their rounds of the streets, realizing that most likely nothing interesting would happen on today's watch. The vigilant young man suddenly noticed a strange cloaked figure in the crowd, moving with suspicious purposefulness. The responsive commander approached the stranger who had twisted his leg, asking if he was okay and if he needed help. The wily cloaked man suddenly drew his hidden weapon, taking the gullible patrolman by surprise. The shocked young man froze in real shock, not believing his eyes and not understanding what was happening around him. Just a second later, a deadly blade pierced the body of a defenseless commander who had fallen victim to a clever trap. The dying warrior didn't understand what was going on, who this mysterious man was, and why they suddenly decided to kill him in broad daylight. Traitor Jack turned to his partner mockingly, pretending that their comrade was just drunk, though the blood was already spreading on the sidewalk. The accomplices were dragging the helpless commander somewhere, in an incomprehensible position between life and death. The weakened young man realized with horror that they were all acting in concert, setting a cunning ambush on the gullible patrolman. The strange man in the robe, who looked like an evil goblin, grinned nastily and muttered that a tenacious lover never forgets his prey. The shrewd warrior realized even in his dying state that the half-elf from Aspan had been sent to avenge the sorcery he had destroyed. The ruthless killer thrust the blade even deeper into the dying boy's body, wanting to make sure the task was successfully completed. The bleeding commander could barely stand, feeling the life leaving his wounded body. The triumphant half-elf watched the victim fall to his knees and smugly declared the mission complete, offering to return. The satisfied traders realized that everything had gone exactly as they had planned, leaving no chance for the unsuspecting victim. The enlightened youth suddenly remembered that he had heard these names before, when his subordinates mentioned the intelligence soldiers injured by the curse. His faithful comrade told him that Jack, Bo, Rotten, and other scouts had come down with a mysterious illness that aroused suspicion. The dying commander realized that the illness was only an excuse to leave the scouting party and conspire with his Aspen enemies. The loud sound of a fall attracted the attention of passers-by. The breathless body of the young commander collapsed onto the cold stones of the sidewalk. The bystanders froze in utter shock, unable to believe the brutal murder that had taken place before their eyes. All the people in the market square couldn't realize what they were seeing, looking at the dead hero lying in a pool of his own blood. Resurrected in his own time, the young man grinned, realizing it was going to be fun when he woke up again on a familiar day. The surprised strong man half-jokingly asked the commander if he was crazy to start the day so briskly, jumping out of bed with vigor. The future-knowing warrior noted with irony that his comrade had absolutely asked for a red-hot stone to be brought to him in the same way. The determined commander came to his subordinate Auden, being in a brooding state after his near-death experience. The loyal soldier met his superior with his usual maddeningly smiling face, unaware of his secret knowledge. The young fencer recalled the previously mentioned workouts hardening the body without aids to prepare for the cold winter. The inquisitive commander expressed interest in techniques to meet absolutely any situation in full combat readiness. The astute young man asked to share more details of these training sessions, hoping to find a way to avoid the upcoming ambush. Mentally, the warrior recalled how he clearly saw the elf's blade thrown out, but was unable to react in any way to the deadly attack. The self-critical fighter recognized that his body was actually acting slow, not even allowing him to dodge the flying blade. An experienced mentor explained what stance to set up during particularly tough hardening exercises. The strategically minded young man pondered that he should have guessed the betrayal when the two unnaturally kept close. The far-sighted commander planned to wait until the half-elf got close enough to track him and catch him. The resolute warrior firmly decided that this time he would definitely attack the traitors first, not allowing himself to be taken by surprise. The vigilant swordsman was once again walking through the marketplace, listening to the false admiration for his person from the mouths of his conniving companions. The hypocritical traitors were once again making idle talk about the unusually cold winter, hiding their true intentions. The trained commander felt that through intense training, he was in the best physical shape for the upcoming fight. The focused young man realized that right now would come the decisive moment that would determine the outcome of the confrontation. The attentive fighter looked for the familiar figure of the treacherous half-elf in the crowd, preparing for the inevitable fight. The observant warrior spotted the man in the robe and confidently determined that it was the exact enemy he expected to see. The prepared commander mentally prepared to launch his first preemptive strike without waiting for the enemies to attack. The impetuous young man decisively attacked the two traitors accompanying him, taking them by surprise with his unexpected behavior. A shocked Bo shouted to his partner to draw his weapon, wondering how the freak had managed to uncover their devious scheme. The tactically minded commander realized that one of two things: either the elf would flee, taking advantage of the commotion, or join the battle. The determined warrior bared his weapon, realizing the need to get rid of the two traitorous spies as quickly as possible. Suddenly, another unknown person appeared from the side, attacking the young commander in the midst of the battle that had already begun. The sensitive swordsman caught a strange whistling sound and realized with horror that he had been struck with a dagger from the back while he was distracted. The piercing gaze of the dying fighter spotted a throwing knife in his body, striking a vital organ. The deadly weapon scraped through the unfortunate commander's entire body, leaving no chance of survival. The skillfully thrown dagger incredibly flew through the noisy crowd from such a considerable distance, displaying supreme skill. The shaken young man had time to appreciate the masterfully accurate throw that cut short his life for the second time in a row. With fading eyes, the dying commander saw before him the vile half-elf Rotten, who had come to savor his victory. The smug assassin grinned the same phrase about a tenacious lover who never forgets his prey as he had the previous time. The shrewd warrior realized in his last moments of life that the knife that pierced his heart was faster than sound, causing those around him to marvel. The dying swordsman pondered the need to counter close and long-range attacks simultaneously, realizing the difficulty of the task ahead. In the last moments of his life, the young man wondered where to begin preparing for the inevitable confrontation in the next cycle. The shrewd warrior understood the simple tactic. If the half-elf managed to get close, he would use a blade. If not, a throwing knife would strike from afar. The judicious commander considered this obstacle relatively simple, requiring only proper training and preparation. The devoted Auden was diligently helping his superior to pull himself up, so that his muscles would work well again after a night of rigor mortis. The puzzled comrades watched the strange exercise with bewilderment, wondering if it could even be considered a real workout. Jackson, who had approached, informed the commander of some important information regarding the upcoming duty, not realizing its significance. The surprised commander watched as a group of his subordinates suddenly decided to join this strange, unarmed training. The puzzled fighter looked at his comrades, not understanding what they were even doing, or why they were suddenly interested in his training. The focused young man pondered the half-elf's throwing knife, coming to the conclusion that it would be easy enough to repel it, avoiding being hit. The observant commander noted that the sharpening order of the special weapon was higher than normal sharp knives, requiring superior reaction speed. The thoughtful warrior pondered the whistling dagger as Jackson suddenly appeared, as if reading his thoughts on the strange weapon. The inquisitive swordsman learned from an informed comrade about the whistling dagger, a special throwing knife named for its distinctive sound. The experienced warrior warned that one would die against a master of such weapons before realizing the danger, advising to avoid such opponents altogether. After carefully listening to the valuable information, the cold-blooded commander only nodded silently, realizing the seriousness of the upcoming threat. The cocky young man mentally noted that no matter how skilled a knife thrower this half-elf was, there was a way to stop him. The determined fighter determined that the only action necessary was to stop the killer in advance without giving him a chance to use his weapon. Finding himself once again in a familiar situation, the far-sighted commander just as first decided to get rid of the two traitors accompanying him. The lightning-quick warrior grabbed the white-haired traitor first, using him as a human shield against possible attacks. The tactically minded young man planned to deal with the small fish first, then use their bodies as a defense against the throwing knives. The half-elf's unrivaled skill was evident in the fact that even when the commander was covered by a human shield, the knife still found its target. The merciless weapon pierced not only the intended victim, but also the traitor bow used as a human shield. The deadly dagger did not spare Jack either, despite belonging to the same team as the thrower, showing the killer's complete indifference. The shocked commander realized the incredible skill of the half-elf, who had managed to hit as many as 3 targets with a single throw in one short moment. The cold-blooded assassin calmly noted that things had gone a little off track, but didn't significantly change the end result. Satisfied, the half-elf was still glad that he could at least reach his main goal, having accomplished his main mission. The dying young man realized that this day had changed a bit, as now all 3 had died at the same time from a single throw. The shrewd warrior realized the brutal truth. The half-elf ruthlessly kills his companions as well, treating them as useless expendable pawns. The approaching killer noted with a chuckle the victim's impressive persistence, repeating his crowning phrase about a persistent lover who never forgets his prey. The assassin's face expressed the most genuine madness and joy at having successfully eliminated the hated guy who had completed the mission. The dying commander calmly replied that he could only rejoice for such an apt throw by the enemy. The puzzled creature incredulously questioned whether the young man was really joking in his dying moments, for he was simply dying. The cruel half-elf pressed the dagger even harder into his victim's body, noting with interest how amusing his opponent was. The dying swordsman admitted that he had taken the day too lightly, underestimating the danger of the enemy. The philosophically inclined warrior realized that the wall in front of him remained a wall, requiring a serious approach to overcome. The afterlife god mockingly remarked that he watched the mortal have fun with everything, offering to laugh while he had the chance. The wise deity reminded us that a curse is called a curse for a reason, for the joy of it is commensurate with the despair for a mortal. The reborn young man awoke again in the same day, ready for another attempt to overcome the deadly obstacle. Remembering the god's words, the stubborn warrior mentally disagreed, considering his gift not a curse but a true blessing of fate. The purposeful commander approached his subordinate, asking him to tell more about the mysterious whistling dagger. The surprised soldier inquired why the chief was suddenly interested in this particular topic of gunsmithing. A knowledgeable fighter told me that the special knife consists of several layers of thin blades that emit an unusual whistling sound when thrown. The experienced warrior added that the weapon was once called a knife, leaving only sound, because of its speed beyond the reach of the human eye. The inquisitive swordsman asked if it was possible to see a flying dagger to dodge, receiving a negative answer. The insistent commander interrogated if there was a way to see the knife if it was vital, much to his subordinate's surprise. The shrewd soldier noticed in the young commander's eyes, as always, a tremendous determination bordering on obsession. The respectful fighter told his superior that he was at it again, wondering where he was gaining such incredible determination. The experienced thrower explained that there was no point in trying to see the knife already thrown. One must follow the movement of the opponent's arm. A knowledgeable mentor mentioned the technique of hiding a throw, noting that knowing this technique helps to discern disguised movements. The realistic young man asked if the technique was accessible with his level, receiving the reply that the art of throwing was beyond the novice. Suddenly surprised, the subordinate himself offered to teach the commander how to throw knives, seeing his sincere interest in this art. The overjoyed swordsman was amazed, for to receive such a suggestion from a withdrawn comrade was truly amazing. The inquisitive warrior agreed to the unexpected training with real enthusiasm, seeing it as the key to defeating the half-elf. In the familiar market square, the commander again observed the vendors offering a variety of goods to passing shoppers. There were 3 patrolmen walking down the street again, a determined commander, and 2 traitorous rats unaware of his awareness. The focused young man remembered Jackson's admonition to concentrate his body strength as he threw the weapon. The attentive student remembered that the same principles apply to the technique of dodging a flying knife, requiring complete concentration. The commander's tense gaze scanned the crowd of people again, trying to spot the lurking half-elf as early as possible. Waiting for the right moment, the determined commander drew his sword from its sheath with lightning speed, preparing for a deadly fight. In one swift movement, the cold-blooded warrior slit the traitor Jack's throat before he could regain his senses. Without pausing for a second, the experienced swordsman turned to the second bow kid, finishing what he had started. Mastering the weapon, the talented fighter literally dealt with both traitors in a second, demonstrating incredible skills. The shocked people in the square screamed in horror, unable to believe the atrocity taking place before their eyes. Frightened onlookers pointed their fingers at the bloody scene, screaming that a murder had just been committed before their eyes. The insidious half-elf Rotten had already started moving, preparing to deliver the killing blow to his main target, the defiant commander. The focused youngster realized that he just needed to catch the right moment when his opponent would use up his concentration before throwing. The calculating fighter knew that by protecting his heart, he could avoid instant death, so he kept a close eye on his opponent's fingers. The tense gaze of the commander was looking for the slightest signs to understand the moment when the enemy would begin a deadly throw. Despite the sword block exhibited, this did not save the vigilant warrior from the incredibly fast dagger of the skilled thrower. The deadly blade of the first dagger still went straight into the body of the courageous commander, inflicting a serious wound. Following the first, a second throwing dagger also stabbed into the wounded youth, finally deciding his fate. The dying fighter realized the incredible speed of the attack. Just one short moment separated life and imminent death. Despite the defeat, the smiling swordsman understood an important detail. He saw everything perfectly, which gave him hope. Superhuman reflexes allowed him to notice the glinting of the blade for a split second, the very beam of light that preceded the throw. As the smug half-elf approached the dying man, he began to utter the same phrase he always did, savoring the moment. Surprising his foe, the shrewd young man finished his crowning phrase about a lover who never forgets his prey. The shocked killer couldn't believe it, wondering in amazement how the victim could have guessed his next words. The dying warrior said with a chuckle that they would surely see each other again, puzzling the half-elf with the cryptic promise. In another attempt, the determined commander instantly drew his sword, trying to do so as quickly and unexpectedly as possible. With a lightning-fast movement, the cold-blooded fighter plunged his blade into Jack's body, giving the traitor no chance to counterattack. With the same incredible speed, the skillful swordsman dealt with the second boy, completing the massacre of the traitors. The stunned onlookers in the square were once again screaming about the murder in progress, drawing everyone's attention to the bloody scene. The focused young man realized that he was no longer someone who only dreamed of something. He was now a determined action. Concentrating as much as possible, the attentive warrior noticed the distinctive glint of a throwing dagger in the hand of an approaching opponent. The confident commander knew that he could now act very quickly, putting all his efforts into achieving his goal. The fighter's keen hearing picked up the faint sound of a flying dagger cutting through the air, warning of danger. With lightning-fast movement, the resourceful swordsman put up a block with his arm, and incredibly stopped the first deadly projectile. The astonished half-elf, seeing this, instantly started pulling out the next dagger, not expecting such a reaction from a normal human. The focused commander concentrated even harder, realizing he was running head-on into mortal danger. Desperate Rotten began to twist the last dagger in his hands, launching it with maximum force and accuracy at the approaching target. The shrewd warrior realized that the previous movement was a ruse, and he may have rushed the attack, opening a vulnerable spot. The cunning half-elf threw his dagger with incredible speed straight into the attacking commander's chest, aiming for the heart. The stricken fighter began to fall to his knees again, feeling the life leave his body with each heartbeat. The dying swordsman noted with satisfaction that he could control the moment and catch his opponent's movements, which would give him an advantage next time. The astute young man realized how powerful and effective this weapon and throwing technique was in the hands of a master. The admiring swordsman gained respect for the art of throwing, firmly resolving to master this deadly technique. In the next cycle, after another death, the determined commander went straight into intense training with throwing weapons. The diligent student practiced with the sharp blades, diligently throwing them at a target to understand the principles of whistling daggers. A surprised Jackson, noticing the strange activity, inquired as to what was going on. to which he received an explanation about practicing with special daggers. The mysterious commander vaguely explained to his subordinate that he knew the real whistling dagger would appear a little later, causing bewilderment. While awkwardly spinning the blade in his inexperienced hands, the improvised dagger suddenly broke off, becoming deadly. The sharp blade miraculously missed Jackson's head, who dodged skillfully, showing the great reactions of an experienced fighter. Both warriors froze in tense silence, realizing what had just happened and how close the tragedy was. The stubborn commander realized that this was the 8th today he was living through, gradually uncovering the secrets of the death trap. With each cycle of rebirth, the determined young man grew more confident, better understanding the principles of how whistling daggers worked. The experienced fighter firmly knew that he would not fall for the cunning ploy that had cost him his life in previous attempts again. Unexpectedly for the focused swordsman, a deadly arrow flew into his back, taking even an experienced warrior by surprise. A new adversary, a skilled crossbowman, has appeared on the stage of the deadly game, adding complexity to an already difficult situation. The 9th attempt began with another revival and a new plan to intercept the deadly dagger at a crucial moment. The sneering half-elf, having successfully thrown his dagger, shouted to the dying man that dumbasses should not be distracted during mortal combat. After another defeat, the tenacious commander returned to grueling training without losing his tenacity and determination. The unusual exercise involved Jackson holding the fruit in his hands, and the young thrower had to hit the target accurately. The astonished mentor did not hide his surprise when his unusual student managed to hit the target with impressive accuracy. The humble student explained that he uses his hands not as a search mechanism, but engages his whole body resistance, although the technique needs refinement. An impressed Jackson recognized the sufficient level of skill, asking with interest where the commander had learned to throw knives with such precision. The cunning young man, unwilling to reveal the true source of knowledge, replied that he had met a thrower on the battlefield and had learned by watching him. The incredulous subordinate marveled at the possibility of reaching such a level simply by observing, assuming that his commander was a true genius. The inquisitive mentor asked if the young warrior was familiar with the bullet blade style, sparking genuine interest. A knowledgeable fighter explained the history of the technique created by the legendary mercenary Gior, named after the analogy of the whistling dagger. The enthusiastic narrator told us that Gior had sought to create a silent blade, but the difficulty of handling had led to the current whistling version. The intrigued commander noted the rich history of the technique, to which a surprised Jackson expressed disbelief at his ignorance of such basic things. The astute mentor noticed that the student's posture indicated perfect mastery of the whistling dagger technique, causing bewilderment. Prepared and confident in his abilities, the commander embarked on his 10th attempt, feeling he was getting closer to solving the deadly puzzle. The determined young man announced to his traitor companions that he had decided to patrol a different location today, changing the scenario of the fateful events. The confident commander explained to the traitors that he had the highest rank among them, so he was taking full responsibility. Annoyed, Jack and Bo were clearly not happy about this turn of events, realizing that their carefully planned operation could go down the drain. The shrewd young man realized the market, a specially prepared ambush site by the assassins, seeing no point in playing along with their plan. Leading the traitors to a remote location, the determined warrior suddenly asked how much they had gotten for their espionage, catching them off guard. The pale guys were in utmost shock when they heard the direct question, which gave away the commander's full knowledge of their betrayal. The terrified spies grabbed their weapons, shouting desperately that they had been exposed and must now immediately kill the dangerous witness. The trained swordsman easily dealt with the inept traitors, demonstrating his superiority in martial arts. The deadly blade of the sword entered the bodies of the attackers, instantly deciding the outcome of the unequal fight in favor of the commander. The thoughtful victor stood over the two corpses, realizing that he had done well as always with this part of the plan. The focused warrior remembered that he still had a major enemy left, the real organizer of the attempt on his life. Turning around, the attentive commander saw two approaching enemies, a crossbowman and a hated half-elf with throwing knives. The bewildered assassins did not hide their surprise at what was happening, realizing that their carefully thought-out plan had gone awry. The confident young man mockingly remarked that they had come too late, suggesting they try an attack right now. The enraged half-elf immediately hurled 3 deadly daggers at the impudent foe, confident of imminent success. The trained commander mentally noted that the number of daggers is absolutely unimportant. The main thing is to see the movement of the fingers of an experienced thrower. The trained fighter easily dodged all the flying daggers as if dancing between the deadly blades cutting through the air. Adopting a fighting stance, the confident thrower sent his own dagger towards the stunned opponent with incredible accuracy. The deadly blade neatly struck the crossbowman's head, instantly killing the secondary enemy and leaving the main assassin alone with the commander. The irritated half-elf scorned his fallen partner, calling him a dumbass who found the wrong time to lose concentration. The next dagger thrown was blocked by the trained young man with his own hand, showing incredible skill. A stunned Rotten looked on in utter shock, recognizing that few in the world could block his deadly blows. The second dagger was also stopped by the young commander with the same casual ease, finally demoralizing the enemy. The fearless warrior's eyes shone with the truest excitement, savoring the long-awaited moment of triumph over a deadly foe. The terrified half-elf, losing his composure, asked who his opponent was and how he had such incredible skills that surpassed those of a professional. The cold-blooded commander calmly replied that it was absolutely no concern of his enemy, keeping the secret of his many rebirths. With a mocking smirk, the young warrior wondered how many more such daggers the demoralized enemy had left. The surprised assassin acknowledged that his opponent even knew how to throw knives, suggesting that they were of the same species, and reluctantly admitted to having 2 daggers. The sneering commander replied that he was jealous, for he had only 1 dagger, to which the bewildered Rotten remarked on his opponent's apparent mental disorder. The cocky half-elf reminded that the loss of the dagger meant an imminent end for the thrower, trying to intimidate the unusual opponent. The philosophically inclined young man profoundly remarked that the outcome of the battle could only be known when it was finally over. The focused Encrid pondered that even if an enemy skillfully hid his hands, it was impossible to completely hide their movement from a trained eye. Deftly dodging, the vigilant commander did not let the enemy out of his half-sight, displaying what is known as true throwing flair. The attentive Encrid noticed the wily Rotten pulling blades from a hidden pocket, preparing for a decisive attack. The shrewd young warrior instantly realized that the cunning half-elf intended to throw 2 daggers at the same time, hoping to catch him off guard. A swift throw followed immediately, but the prepared Encrid dodged in time to get his head out of the path of the deadly blades. Desperate Rotten began to rapidly approach his target. Realizing that ranged attacks were ineffective against an unusual opponent, the collected young man kept his foe in sight, making full use of his keen eyesight to anticipate the next deadly lunge. The observant Encrid realized his opponent's deception by noticing the presence of additional daggers, which was obvious to an experienced eye. The determined commander realized it was time to show Rotten his true strength, accumulated through many deaths. The worried half-elf realized that things were taking a bad turn, and things were not going the way they had originally planned. The astonished Rotten saw the defiant Encrid in front of him, throwing a makeshift dagger straight in his direction with unexpected accuracy. The nimble half-elf managed to dodge the flying blade, but it took excessive speed and left him open to the next attack. An enraged Rotten began screaming, asking how the freak even dared to oppose him with his own methods. Satisfied, Encrid mentally noted that now they were definitely even, having restored justice after so many unjust deaths. The cautious commander was aware that he had not seen the half-elf wield a cold weapon before, realizing that being an assassin did not guarantee specialization in ranged attacks alone. The attentive Encrid noted Rotten's unfamiliar lower stance and his swift movements, indicating a change in tactics. The determined commander realized that he was facing a new, unknown attack that there was no way he could afford to die from after so many attempts. The selfless Encrid told himself firmly that he didn't care at all how far he had to go to win. With an incredible effort, the young commander stopped Rotten's hand with his palm, throwing him into a state of utter shock at the impossible. The confused half-elf clearly did not expect this outcome, facing an opponent beyond his skills for the first time. The frightened Rotten was horrified to see a determined Encrid in front of him, swinging his sword for a final blow. The victorious commander delivered a crushing blow to the half-elf, solemnly declaring, "Here is your end," ending the long standoff. At the last second of his life, Rotten realized the inevitability of defeat, meeting death at the hands of someone he had killed many times before. Satisfied, Encrid delivered the final blow, watching the blood gush from his defeated opponent, a victim of his own intrigues. It took only 10 attempts for the persistent commander to challenge and successfully overcome the seemingly impregnable wall. The thoughtful Encrid realized that after multiple fights, it becomes much easier to suffer defeat and fight again. The satisfied commander relished the realization that he was growing stronger and more experienced with each cycle of rebirth. The curious Encrid scrutinized the body of the defeated Rotten, studying the features of his foe. The astonished commander reflected on how quickly he had managed to tackle what seemed like an insurmountable obstacle after so many failures. The practical Encrid decided to thoroughly inspect his opponent's body in order to take his legendary daggers as a trophy. The satisfied commander was surprised to find that the defeated Rotten had quite a few deadly throwing blades with him, opening up new possibilities. When Encrid came to report to his commander, Faya asked suspiciously if it was true that he had almost been killed while on patrol. The girl noted that the young man, as if anticipating the threat, changed the route, to which the commander only modestly replied that it was just an accident. The The company captain remarked incredulously that a battle with 4 opponents that ended with only 1 scratch could hardly be considered a mere fluke. Encred, shrugging his shoulders, said that luck must have just helped him today, hiding the true reason for his success. The suspicious fairy realized that there were too many coincidences here for ordinary coincidence, scrutinizing the young commander's face. The cunning guy tried not to show his face in everything, hiding from his superiors his incredible awareness of the upcoming assassination attempt. The thoughtful girl, not receiving a satisfactory explanation, simply ordered her back to work, deciding to postpone further questioning. A tired Encred returned to the ramshackle house that had served him and his companions as a temporary shelter from the winter cold. Barely crossing the threshold, the vigilant commander saw the spinning axe in front of him, flying swiftly in his direction. Fortunately, thanks to his honed skills, developed through endless cycles of rebirths, the agile young man was able to dodge the unexpected attack. A satisfied Rem explained that successfully avoiding a stealth attack confirmed that the commander would soon be visited by assassins, which required special training. The caring Encred brought the promised hot stones so that the companions would not be so cold in the frozen dwelling. An overjoyed Ram shouted enthusiastically about the red-hot pebble, jokingly calling the commander their savior from the bitter cold. The attentive Encred noticed that while carrying the stone, he had scorched his hair a bit, in need of an emergency cut. The enterprising Chris immediately offered to give his commander a haircut for as much as 8 coins, demonstrating his commercial acumen. The surprised commander asked his red-haired comrade about the reason for the haircut price hike, wondering about the lack of discount for fellow soldiers. The wily Chris responded that if something didn't suit him, then the commander could get a haircut from the town barbers at a higher price. The observant big-eyed Chris noticed the increasing cold and the snowfall that had begun, foreshadowing a harsh winter. All the guys from the company gathered outside, philosophizing about the new trials, given by God in the form of bitter frosts. A thoughtful Encred pondered how the assassins could have infiltrated the defense zone, and how long ago Jack, Bo, and Rotten had joined the ranks of the spies, realizing that someone was behind it. The inquisitive commander decided to ask the knowledgeable Chris about the past of the 3 traitors, hoping to find a link. The red-haired comrade said that Jack was caught stealing, after which he enlisted, and Bo slandered some aristocrat. According to an informed Chris, Rotten was a member of a rundown trade guild, and all 3 enlisted at the same time about a year ago. The analytical Encred remembered that there had been a change in membership in a certain guild a year ago, which could explain the simultaneous appearance of the traitors. The shrewd commander assumed it was the Agildia Thieves Guild, one name but in reality, a veritable den of bandits and mercenaries. The prudent young man decided that the Thieves Guild was a good option, given their knowledge of all the city's loopholes, and decided to ask Jackson about contacts. The observant Jackson picked up on the fact that the commander had grown brash with his questioning, evasively answering that he had cut all ties with the guild after the warp. A satisfied Encred inspected his new haircut, nodding in satisfaction at the skill of Chris's impromptu barber. The worried commander noticed that the snow was falling completely out of control, foreshadowing a harsh ordeal for the soldiers in the coming days. Jackson told the commander that he needed to get away, to which Ram mockingly began accusing his comrade of coming up with tricks to avoid shoveling the snow that had fallen. The muscular fighter continued to tease his comrade, saying that he only wanted to leave to avoid the hard work of clearing the yard. The witty Encred intervened in the altercation, suggesting a strategic sortie as commander, which immediately attracted the attention of all present. The excited comrades immediately began to support the idea, saying that they were ready to give in to everything, as long as they did not have to clear huge drifts of snow. A businesslike Chris began to gather energetically, announcing readiness and urging everyone to move out immediately for the mission. The Encred in charge reminded the enthusiasts that permission must first be obtained from the ferry company commander, respecting the chain of command. Impatient companions began to rush the commander, begging him to get the necessary authorization as soon as possible and go on the mission. Upon arriving at the company commander's office, Encred hears from the shrewd fairy that she suspects his intention to investigate the Thieves Guild's involvement in the attempted assassination. The honest commander admitted that this was indeed his plan, but emphasized that he would only act with the official approval of his superiors. The impatient young man froze in anticipation, wondering what the shrewd girl would reply to his request for an authorized sortie. The sneering fairy bluntly stated that she understood the real reason perfectly well: the squad's reluctance to clear the huge drifts of snow outside the barracks. The serious Encred assured the girl that it was definitely not that, mentally noting what a clue she was, seeing right through him. When the squad went on the mission, a surprised Chris asked the commander why the decision to destroy the Thieves Guild had suddenly arisen. The sensible Encred explained that they would gather first, and asked Jackson to find out where the guild base was while the others waited. The determined commander suggested that his comrade use several methods to gather information, relying on his experience and wit. A puzzled Chris was perplexed at the strange order that had just been given, not understanding its true meaning. The understanding Jackson only nodded, saying he understood the commander's assignment perfectly, ready to proceed immediately. A confused, big-eyed Chris wondered why Jackson had figured it all out, or if it was he himself who was so stupid that he hadn't grasped the point of the assignment. Meanwhile, the squad arrived at Vanessa's Pumpkin Soup Inn, where they decided to grab a bite to eat while waiting for information from the scout. A curious Rem asked Encred what would happen if the guild turned out to be innocent, to which the commander replied that even without the connection to the assassination attempt, they were still criminals. The determined young man added that it would be a good idea to get rid of them anyway, as they were causing trouble for law-abiding citizens. The sociable Chris called for a waitress, ordering food for his peckish companions while they waited for Jackson to return. Soon, the scout arrived, whispering some important information in the ear of the commander, who immediately noted its significance. Concerned, Encred reflected on Jackson's strange delay, but on the other hand, he realized that he was used to acting without prompting. The conscientious commander thought he may have given too vague an order to his subordinate, feeling some guilt over the vagueness of the instructions. Loyal Jackson was still carrying out the assigned mission from the commander, never ceasing his search for the information he needed. Evening came, and as the warriors approached the supposed guild site, they noticed that the lights in the building were already shining, giving away the presence of the occupants. The patient, Jackson, stood motionless in ambush for so long that he was almost completely covered by the fallen snow, camouflaging him from view. Suddenly, the attentive scout noticed something suspicious that caught his attention among the snowy shroud. A wary Jackson saw two warriors in distinctive robes heading towards the guild building with obviously bad intentions. At this point, the commander asked Chris how he knew the waitress, to which the red-haired fellow replied that her name was Layla, and she dreamed of opening an inn in the capital. During this casual conversation, a snowy-eyed Jackson returned, hurriedly recounting his findings regarding the guild. All of the comrades looked in surprise at the scout who had entered, noticing how much snow had pelted him during the observation. An annoyed Jackson grimaced at the fact that his comrades were carelessly feasting without him while he performed an important task in the cold. The embarrassed Encred even stopped eating, feeling a prick of conscience for the unequal distribution of burdens among the squad members. The guilt-ridden commander offered Jackson food, saying that he needed refreshment after his arduous mission, but he firmly refused. The impatient scout insisted on immediate action, asking why they were stalling when they should act now. A disgruntled Ram admitted that he didn't want to go out because it was freezing cold outside, to which the sarcastic Jackson offered to bathe his comrade in his own blood to make him feel warmer. The judicious Encred said peacefully that if it were up to him, the warriors would move out immediately, but the heavy snowfall would reduce their mobility, so the matter should be handled with deliberation. The prudent commander suggested moving out when the snowfall passed, so that weather conditions would not interfere with the mission. Suddenly, a determined Encred stood up abruptly and said that apparently the snow was not going to end anytime soon, so we should go out now without wasting precious time. The small squad, wrapped in their cloaks, advanced into the cold street, slowly making their way toward their goal through the snowdrifts. A suspicious beggar who had come across their path began to look strangely at the heavily armed soldiers, attracting the attention of the vigilant Rem. Suddenly, the vagrant snatched a dagger from beneath his rags, revealing his true nature as a disguised assassin. Two weaponized attackers hidden in the shadows rushed forward to deliver a deadly blow to Encred's squad. The attentive Rem didn't even give the stealthy opponents a chance, instantly spotting them and preparing to repel the attack. The muscular fighter easily dispatched the first attacker, displaying fighting skills honed over the years. The mighty Ram knocked out his second opponent with a powerful fist strike, not even allowing him to swing his weapon. The mocking strongman asked the defeated foe who was attacking stealthily, teasing that he must be related to a stray cat. An informed Jackson informed his comrades that he had found a path leading to the guild's lair, and these homeless men were obviously its outer guards. The scout warned that the door to the den was sturdy, to which a joking Rem suggested they simply knock, testing the hospitality of their hosts. The mocking strongman uttered a knock-knock, preparing to deliver a crushing blow with his powerful fist against the barrier. Putting so much force into the blow, the mighty Rem easily broke the wooden door, leaving almost nothing left of it. With a satisfied smile on his face, the strongman invited his comrades to go inside, like a hospitable host opening the gates for guests. An ironically inclined Jackson noted that Rem clearly didn't know the meaning of the word knock, shaking his head at such methods. The determined soldiers did go inside, and Chris inquired what the commander planned to ask the thieves when he met with them. The serious Encred replied that he was not interested in talking. He would first test their strength in battle, and then we could talk. The squad moved in semi-darkness along the endless corridor leading deep into the den of the Thieves and Assassins Guild. The sensitive Encred heard whispers outside the doors that someone was certain of this commander's arrival, and offered to check the information through channels. The lurking mercenaries waited for Encred and his team, pondering how to report to their superiors the failed attempt on the officer's life. A short warrior, obviously rotten, offered a simple solution: kill the inconvenient witness himself, since the mercenaries had failed. The second mercenary expressed doubts whether it would be possible to defeat not only the commander, but also his loyal subordinates, known for their fighting skills. During this contemplation, the unexpected Odin kicked the door open with ease, showing surprising strength for his physique. The white-haired warrior, with an unchanging smile on his face, cheerfully informed that he was just knocking, interpreting the concept in his own way. One of the guild warriors froze in utter shock, not expecting such a sudden invasion of their lair by royal soldiers. An excited Ram shouted happily that he could finally maul everyone, anticipating a long-awaited good fight. Suddenly serious Encred uttered a profound phrase about how a lion never kills the weak, surprising his subordinates. The commander loudly asked the subdued bandits who was willing to obediently go to prison, avoiding bloodshed. The confident young man played with his sword, wondering who didn't want to die at the hands of the king's soldiers today. A determined Encred ordered them to lay down their weapons and step over the drawn line, otherwise threatening to kill everyone without regret. A surprised Rem reminded him that the commander wanted to suppress them by force, to which the unpredictable Encred calmly replied that he had changed his mind. The smug commander thought about the fact that he just looked cool enough without even putting in much effort. The daring brigand shouted that Encred, a pathetic soldier unworthy of even the gaze of a true martial arts master. The shrewd Odin turned to the commander, noting that he could read evil in the bandits' eyes, and they would not obey until they saw a clear example. A determined Encred immediately asked who in the guild was considered the strongest fighter willing to accept the challenge. The bearded man, obviously the ringleader, grinned and said it would be fun to watch the young upstart duel with their champion. The strongest fighter of the guild, whom everyone called Wyvern, who instilled fear even in his comrades, stepped forward. The confident mercenary was ordered to fight the cocky commander to teach him a lesson in respect for the guild. Wyvern grinned contemptuously, questioning whether the frail Encred could even withstand a blow from his mighty sword. The impatient mercenary decided to attack the young commander without further ado, confident of a quick victory. The skillful Encred easily repelled the enemy's attack and immediately launched a lightning-fast counterattack, taking the enemy by surprise. The trained commander very easily and quickly pierced the cocky mercenary with his deadly weapon, ending the duel. The thoughtful Encred noted to himself that the mercenary's sword technique reminded him of when he was at the same low skill level. The bearded guild leader was extremely unhappy with what he saw. His best fighter had fallen at the hands of some youngster. The confident commander remarked that if it was the strongest fighter in the guild, the rest weren't even worthy of consideration. The merciful Encred announced that he was giving everyone one last chance to surrender, otherwise promising imminent doom to everyone. The commander's subordinates were clearly unhappy with this turn of events, for they had expected a good battle after a long boredom. The puzzled soldiers wondered why their usually humble commander had suddenly decided to play it cool in front of the bandits. Everyone froze in anticipation, wondering what this infamous guild would decide, to surrender or take an unequal fight. The tense silence was broken by the sound of weapons falling to the ground, the first sign of the bandits' imminent surrender. One of the younger guild members was the first to raise his hands, openly declaring that he was surrendering to the royal soldiers. The enraged guild leader did not forgive such treachery, deciding to immediately execute the coward in front of everyone present. The wily ringleader swung his sword, preparing to kill his subordinate for treachery and violation of the thieves' code. At the same moment, a throwing blade flew into the furious man's forehead, thrown with incredible accuracy and speed. The just Encred did not tolerate such attacks on those who surrendered, displaying a nobility worthy of a true knight. In just a second, the formidable guild leader simply died before even realizing what had happened. The ringleader's body fell to the ground, making a rather loud sound, throwing the remaining bandits into a state of shock. Envious Rem thought the commander looked even a little cool right now, and that pissed off the strongman who was used to being the center of attention. The rest of the squad was silently marveling at how much their seemingly ordinary commander was actually a tough fighter. Even Jackson, who was stingy with praise, remarked that the throw he saw was pretty passable, which in his mouth sounded the highest praise. Ragnar was also a little pissed off that their commander had suddenly become so cool all of a sudden, overshadowing his mentor's own skills. Encred mentally noted that he really did seem to look impressive, since the two were so obviously unhappy with his sudden display of skill. The terrified guild warriors hastily announced that they too were surrendering, begging only not to be killed after seeing the massacre of the ringleader. Bloodthirsty Rem suggested that the commander simply kill all the prisoners so that there would be no unnecessary fuss with their convoying and subsequent interrogation. One of the guild members, a bald man, despondently reported that there was a man among them, caring for his sick mother, who was barely making ends meet. The adamant commander observed that grave circumstances do not mitigate guilt for crimes, whereupon the bald man asked to simply kill him, identifying himself as Gilplin. Surprised, Encred asked if he was really Gilplin of the Gilplin Guild, trying to understand the strange coincidence of names. The puzzled commander clarified if this bald man was the real guild leader, and not the one he had just killed with the throwing knife. The curious Encred asked why the captive had the same name as the entire criminal organization, finding the coincidence suspicious. The shrewd Jackson realized that the murdered ringleader had probably named the gang after a subordinate on purpose, to frame an innocent man in case of capture. Noble Gilplin stated that he couldn't speak for the dead captain, but the rest of the guild hadn't really done anything really serious. The self-sacrificing bald warrior suggested that if someone needed to be killed for an example, then let it be him, showing unexpected nobility. A surprised Rem asked the commander if he was going to kill this guy after such a sincere sacrifice, urging him to look at his desperate bravery. A desperate Gilplin added that if the soldiers spared the guild, they would give away all their savings accumulated over years of dubious activity. The offer clearly interested the practical commander, who was thinking about the possible benefits of an unexpected deal. The prisoner explained that the warehouse held quite a lot of valuables, but that to gain access, they had to find a key carefully hidden from prying eyes. Gilplin didn't even have time to speak before the powerful Auden easily broke down the warehouse doors, making the key a completely unnecessary item. The subdued bald man remarked with a smile that the soldiers really didn't seem to need the key, generously offering to take the entire contents. Overjoyed, the squad went to examine the treasures stored in the guild's caches, impressed by the scale of the accumulated wealth. The observant Encred noticed something particularly interesting among the treasures that caught his professional attention. The experienced eye of the commander singled out the amazing armor made of strong and supple leather, obviously worth a lot of money. The enterprising Chris approached the brooding commander with an unexpected business proposition, taking him by surprise. The red-haired comrade suggested simply appropriating the guild, turning it from a criminal organization into something useful. A surprised Encred wondered if Chris was seriously suggesting they become thieves, breaking their oath to the kingdom. Resourceful Chris explained that they wouldn't become thieves who just killed people, but could create something completely different. The practical soldier explained that even if they eliminated this guild, someone else would organize a similar one in a month, so it was better to put Gilplin in charge and take the real power into their own hands. A thoughtful Encred pondered that Chris's suggestion was indeed essentially in line with his original plan to neutralize the threat. The shrewd commander asked himself suspiciously if his red-haired comrade had wanted to do this from the beginning, back when he was still talking to the waitress Layla. Encred asked Chris if he had decided to leak the information to the waitress, to which the big-eyed boy smilingly admitted that the commander had figured him out, but he had managed to deal with the guild in one fell swoop. The businesslike Chris explained that if the commander gave the okay, they would get a payoff in money every month, and he would bring useful information to the squad. Practical Encred thought that he wouldn't say he needed the money much, but it was definitely calmer on the soul when there was a lot of it. After weighing the pros and cons, the determined commander gave the go-ahead, and his overjoyed big-eyed comrade immediately shouted to Gilplin that now their guild would not kill people. An enthusiastic Chris explained that they would catch all the baddies and send them to jail, gradually putting the organization on a legal path. A concerned Gilplin warned that if the money stopped coming in from previous customers, all members of the guild would likely face imminent death. The cautious bald warrior explained that the former head had received money from Aspen, and every year in the spring and fall a certain Frog came from there to check on the guild's activities. A worried Gilplin added that if Frog found out about the major change, he would not like it and would kill everyone here without regret. Careless Chris stated that it was no problem, as they had fighters far stronger than any enemy emissary from Aspan. Practical Encred announced that if everyone had already taken what they needed, it was time to head back to the barracks with a report. Lazy Ram was clearly in no hurry to go outside, knowing full well how cold it was out there in the middle of a winter blizzard. The wily strongman suggested that maybe they should stay in the warm guild room a little longer, eliciting understanding smiles from his comrades. The waggish Rem asked the commander with feigned interest if their comrades left in the barracks had already cleared all the snow. The attentive Encred looked out the window and saw that the snow was apparently still falling, intensifying the already deep drifts. The resourceful Ragna supported his comrade, saying that it looked like they still had some business to do here. At least some business, as long as they didn't go out. Pious Audine indicated that he too would like to stay here for a while and commune with God, adding another voice to the general reluctance to go out. Unexpectedly, a a silent Jackson announced that he had urgent business to attend to and would not return until tomorrow morning, mysteriously disappearing. The tired Encred didn't object to the general frantic desire not to go out anywhere in the cold, agreeing with the collective decision. The exhausted commander didn't want to go anywhere, so he just laid down next to his comrades, enjoying a rare moment of rest. The next day, a cheerful Encred appeared before the company commander, reporting the return of the entire squad and informing him that the Thieves' Guild had been successfully found and destroyed. The shrewd fairy asked in surprise if they enjoyed slacking off on snow removal, to which the embarrassed commander mentally noted that she really couldn't be held. The curious girl asked if Encred usually turned down sparring, to which he replied that he usually agreed to practice bouts. Suddenly, the determined fairy offered to fight her, taking the commander by surprise with her unexpected challenge. The surprised Encred was insanely happy at the suggestion, mentally noting that fighting instead of punishment was weird, but definitely better than shoveling snow. Without warning, the fairy struck Encred lightning fast, not even allowing him to assume a fighting stance to begin sparring. Caught off guard, the young man quickly fell, not even having time to react to the experienced war lady's swift attack. The impatient fairy commanded the defeated commander to rise faster, giving him no time to recover. The bewildered Encred tried to grab his weapon as quickly as possible, hoping to defend himself from the next attack. The ruthless girl would not let him do so, striking again with such force that the young commander fell off his feet once more. The stunned young man tried in surprise to realize what was happening, noting how terrifying a weapon the company commander's sword was. The experienced swordsman noticed that this blade seemed so light in her hands, marveling at how skillfully she handled the weapon. After 1,000 unsuccessful attempts, the stubborn Encred continued to get up, but there was no way he could resist the fairy's skill. The thoughtful war lady noted that she had seen this guy react as if he could see the future. But sometimes, like now, he couldn't anticipate a single blow. The observant fairy pondered what an unpredictable person this Encred was. But that didn't change the fact that he had broken the spell and eliminated 4 dangerous mercenaries. Weary from the fight, the girl noticed that a light snowfall had started again, covering the training ground in a white blanket. Leaving the defeated fellow lying on the cold ground, the ruthless fairy only said that she would keep a close eye on his skill development. The disappointed commander berated himself for his failure, thinking what a loser he was. After so much training, he still hadn't learned how to fully control his body. The astute young man realized what he still lacked: an art that involved the whole body, including arms and legs, not just the sword. The shrewd Encred realized that he needed to learn hand-to-hand combat, another martial discipline he was not yet proficient in. The unrivaled hand-to-hand combat master in the squad was Auden, an insanely strong and technical guy who could teach a commander. The mighty Auden, holding a huge log, easily picked it up and threw it to the ground, explaining that hand-to-hand combat first needs a trained body. The realistic Encred realized he was quite far away from such high skills as his white-haired subordinate had. An enthusiastic Auden revealed that he had invented his personal method of training at the edge of human physical capabilities. The serious mentor called his method a technical isolation technique, warning that the most unbearable torment awaited, so that you would have to, figuratively speaking, die a couple of times. The determined Encred was maxed out on such grueling training, willing to overcome any challenge for the sake of growth. The firm commander confidently replied to his subordinate that he was a real expert in dying, after which the hardest physical strength training began. The stern Auden explained that the isolation technique is based on loading the muscles to the point where they are ready to explode from overwhelming force. The exhausted commander could actually feel his muscles about to explode from the incredible tension and pain. The inspiring comrade encouraged that if Encred could only endure 10 seconds, he could continue, for that was far from his limit. After the grueling exercise, the curious commander asked how Auden knew his limit, to which his comrade merely inquired if Encred regretted not taking up the training sooner. An experienced mentor explained that in order to master the art of hand-to-hand combat, it would take a long time to build muscle mass, and if you start early, you can harm your body. The purposeful Encred replied firmly that he did not want to waste precious time on useless regrets about the past. The wise commander pondered that the past was just the past. One must focus on the present. Otherwise, he would still not be able to free himself from the trap of the repetitive day. The practical young man asked Auden if he'd rather show him some more exercises than flail his tongue, showing a serious attitude. The surprised white-haired fighter wondered where such straightforward people came from, remembering their first meetings when the commander's passion for training was much lower. A smiling Auden, admiring his superior's determination, respectfully called him Brother Commander, showing his growing respect. The indefatigable mentor announced that it was time to move on to the next, even more challenging endurance exercise. The ruthless Auden had ordered that today the commander must crawl to the guard bridge and back, despite his previous exertions. Suddenly, a mysterious panther with blue eyes appeared to the trainees, watching carefully from the side. The mysterious wildcat watched with interest as its chosen master subjected himself to the hardest training at the limits of human ability. The exhausted Encrid did look like he was about to reach his physical limit, but stubbornly continued to follow instructions. The surprised panther did not take his eyes off his unusual master, as if trying to understand his incredible persistence and determination. When evening came, the exhausted commander couldn't even make it to his bed, simply collapsing without strength right in the aisle of the barracks. Concerned, Rem asked his lying comrade who had abused him so cruelly, turning him into a half-dead creature. The proud Encrid replied that it was just a routine workout, after which he barely managed to crawl to his bed, gathering his last bit of strength. The caring panther came to him, settling at his feet, as if wanting to support his exhausted master with her presence. The observant Rem noticed that the commander seemed determined to keep this wildcat for himself, suggesting that he at least find a suitable name for the new pet. The weary young man offered a few options, like Blue Eyes or Fireplace, but the proud panther clearly didn't like such simple nicknames. The attentive Rem also noticed that the wildcat somehow reacted grudgingly to the suggested names, as if understanding human speech. The thoughtful commander decided then to think better of a name worthy of such a noble and mysterious creature. Sleepy Encrid tried to ask if his new furry friend was going to stay here for good, but his strength had finally deserted him. Without even having time to finish the sentence, the young man, exhausted by training, just instantly fell into a deep sleep. Closing his eyes, the weary Encrid fell into a sound sleep and suddenly found himself in a completely different, wonderful world. Opening his eyes in his dream, the puzzled commander realized he was in some strange but beautiful place, unlike reality. The bewildered young man tried to get up from his knees, not understanding what was happening or how he ended up in this mysterious place. The astonished Encrid saw before him the extraordinary beauty of exotic flowers and the shimmering northern lights decorating the sky. The confused commander was trying to figure out where he was now, in a dream or in some unusual reality unknown to ordinary people. The observant young man noticed that the sullen god Karen was not here, thinking that it was not surprising. Not a good place for such a moody deity. A delighted Encrid contemplated the magical surroundings around him, realizing that this place was insanely beautiful, like a Garden of Eden from legends. Suddenly, amidst all this fairy tale beauty, the shocked commander saw the radiant image of a mysterious girl approaching him. A beautiful stranger, like an exotic flower, stood in the distance and looked intently at the bewildered Encrid. The mysterious girl was insanely beautiful. Especially striking were her wild blue eyes shining with an unearthly light. The amazed commander couldn't believe his eyes, mentally wondering who this ethereal beauty in front of him was. The stranger's melodious voice spoke a single word: Esther, breaking the magical silence of the fairy tale place. Seeing the bewilderment in the young man's eyes, the mysterious girl gently clarified that it was her real name to remember. Suddenly the vision was cut short, and the stunned Encrid woke abruptly, trying to hold on to what he had seen in the dream. The bewildered commander was trying to figure out what he had just seen in his amazing dream, and what it could mean. To the young man's unbelievable shock, the panther under his hand suddenly turned into the very girl Esther from his dream. The insanely beautiful girl was now lying in the arms of a guy paralyzed with surprise, unable to move. Shocked Encrid could not understand what had happened, and where this mysterious girl had come from instead of his wildcat. A confused Esther was clearly uncomfortable being in the arms of her confused master in human form. Finding no better solution to this absurd situation, the imperturbable commander simply wished the girl good night, deciding to deal with it in the morning. The odd couple lay next to each other, trying to sleep and pretending that there was nothing unusual or supernatural about what was happening. All the other guys in the squad had long since fallen into a sound sleep, unaware of the incredible transformation that had taken place beside them. As morning came, the mysterious Esther had already assumed her usual panther guise, and the vivacious commander headed off to training as usual. Surprised Ram asked his comrade, who could hardly move yesterday, if he had no pain after yesterday's grueling exercises. A pensive Encrid admitted that if he thought about it, he felt only a slight fatigue in his body. Though yesterday he couldn't even move, the magical Esther Panther used her spells, believing that she needed the commander alive to dispel her curse, and it would be bad if he died inadvertently. A curious Rem half-jokingly asked if the commander had gone to the priest in the middle of the night for healing, to which Encrid replied that he had just had a strange dream with some woman. Interested comrades began to tease the commander, wondering what kind of frank dreams with women he has at night. Dreamy Encrid, recalling the image of Esther, admitted that the girl was indeed insanely beautiful, striking him with her looks. The thoughtful commander confirmed that the mysterious stranger had indeed struck him with her unearthly beauty and grace. The eavesdropping panther, upon hearing these words, thought that this guy's eyes must be on the spot, unlike his knowledge of spells and mysticism, which he has at the level of instincts. The transformed girl was cursed with powerful spells, turning into a beast and losing all human powers. One day, as Esther wandered aimlessly through a field, she was drawn to the strange odor of the curse, where she met this male commander who changed her fate. A marveled Audine admitted at the morning training session that he couldn't believe how his commander had recovered overnight, though it had taken at least a week. The surprised mentor wondered where Encred got so much zeal and desire to train despite yesterday's state of utter exhaustion. Noticing the panther, the careless commander wanted to call it Blue Eyes again, but the animal was instantly enraged, hissing furiously at its master. Annoyed, Esther thought about the fact that in the world of spells, a name does have a great deal of influence, and carelessly calling her by another's name would be a blow to her magical essence by Encred. Explaining to herself what had happened, the panther recalled how she had gathered the rest of her strength to come to him in a dream and tell him her real name, but had accidentally made a mistake due to the unstable magic. Relieved, Esther was glad that the boy was rather ignorant of magical matters, and thought that everything that had happened was just a strange dream that required no explanation. The mysterious Esther confirmed her hunch. Encred is clearly subject to some ancient curse, though he is unaware of it. The curious panther girl didn't know all the details yet, but she could sense that the commander's curse was far stronger than her own magical shackles. The astute Esther noticed that Encred's powerful curse was gradually absorbing weaker curses nearby, so if she stayed near him, she could regain her power. The grueling hand-to-hand combat training was in full swing, forcing the commander to push himself to the limit. The attentive Encred noticed his comrade Audine's knee rapidly approaching him for a powerful kick. The diligent commander tried to dodge the attack of this muscular hulk, but his reaction was still not fast enough. The experienced Audine reached out his hand lightning fast to seize the dodging lad in an iron grip. The white-haired fighter's masterful move succeeded, sending the commander to the ground with a powerful throw, demonstrating his superior hand-to-hand combat. The self-critical Encred recognized another defeat from his subordinate, but he wasn't about to give up and continued training. The patient Audine explained that hand-to-hand combat is similar to distance fencing, and the basis of everything, endurance. But everything loses meaning without proper agility. The attentive mentor noted that although the commander was moving at the speed of a turtle, there was already a clear change for the better in his body. The admiring Audine said respectfully that the brother commander didn't seem to know the meaning of the word surrender, which was impressive even for a fighter who had seen it before. Pensive Encred realized that a whole month had flown by like the blink of an eye, and it was time for the first spring sprouts to start sprouting through the ground. The disciplined commander spent every day without exception in grueling training, gradually improving his skills. Impressed comrades unanimously noted how markedly their persistent commander's combat skills had improved in that short period of time. A satisfied Rem would proudly admit during sparring sessions that at least Encred was now fun to fight with, rather than just beating up a rookie. The hungry commander approached his comrade Ragna and suggested we go out to dinner after a hard day of training. After another grueling sparring session, the experienced mentor noted that Encred was making slow but steady progress in practice. Satisfied, Ragna said he no longer saw the need to teach the commander the basics any further. Now he needed to cram the knowledge into muscle memory. The cautionary mentor advised repeating the learned moves endlessly, warning that the journey would definitely be difficult and long. The cocky Encred replied that it would be the easiest thing for him to do, given his experience of endless repetition. As the evening wore on, the pensive commander lay on his bed, thinking that training with his comrades was good. But it was time to get into real combat. The wary Encred suddenly heard some suspicious sounds near him, instantly putting him on alert. The commander's reaction was lightning fast. He abruptly stopped the arm of Jackson, who was stealthily approaching him with a knife to test his skills. A satisfied Jackson recognized that now at least the commander wouldn't die while in the blind spot. A great improvement over the previous level. An irritated Chris urged his comrades to go outside if they wanted to fight so as not to raise unnecessary dust in their dwelling. The anxious Panther Esther reacted strangely to Chris's presence, beginning to anger and hiss at the red-haired soldier. It turned out that the self-serving Chris was simply after the claws of a rare panther, knowing they were worth a great deal on the black market for exotic goods. Suddenly, someone knocked insistently on the barracks door, interrupting the brewing conflict between the panther and the enterprising soldier. The company commander Fairy herself walked into the room to the surprise of those present, clearly having important news. The serious girl called Encred outside for a moment for a private conversation, not wanting to discuss the matter in front of the others. A determined Fairy informed the commander of the new mission. He needed to deal with an order that came through the official soldier recruitment system. Fairy explained that the system of hiring soldiers, one of the two largest policies in place, along with the ranking system, existed to allow city residents to give assignments to soldiers for a fee. The talkative company commander added that the cost of the soldiers' services is lower than that of mercenaries, and the higher quality of workmanship and outstanding craftsmanship give birth to a constant demand among the public. A passing soldier was relieved to see that at last the dull, monotonous service was over, where every day was repeated. The curious warrior suddenly noticed Commander Feya and Encred standing off to the side, animatedly discussing something important. The eavesdropping fighter decided to discreetly listen to their dialogue, hearing Encred ask about the number of people in the squad, and Feya replied that there were only 3, including one of his subordinates. The surprised soldier heard the girl commander suddenly declare that the third in the squad would be herself, which was highly unusual. A puzzled Encred wondered why the company commander was personally dealing with a routine order, which seemed highly suspicious and atypical. The curious eavesdropping warrior noted to himself that the two found themselves together far too often, and had even heard of a recent sparring session they had had in private. The attentive listener noticed the strange expression on the fairy's face as she looked at Encred, causing the soldier to draw his own conclusions. The intrigued warrior decided to listen even more closely to find out what the two were talking about in private. After eavesdropping, all the people in the square began to actively discuss that Commander Fey and the famous sorcery destroyer seemed to be dating, exchanging gossip. The curious townspeople were eager to discuss the interesting details of the interaction between these two so different and mysterious persons. An irritated Encred, during his usual training session, overhears strangers discussing him and his supposed relationship with the company commander. The offended young man heard the scoffers say that with such an ordinary face, he was somehow able to interest a beauty like Fairy. The infuriated commander opened the barracks door abruptly, rushing inside with obvious displeasure from what he had heard on the streets. Amused, Ram laughingly informed them that rumors had been circulating in town for months that the commander had recently had a son from a mysterious liaison. The enraged Encred, clearly unhappy with the situation, replied that it was all a ridiculous misunderstanding, and someone was maliciously spreading stupid rumors. The incited comrades began teasing the commander with this rumor, jokingly saying that he would soon marry Fairy and become a fencing coach. The bewildered Encred didn't understand why they had all decided to collectively harass him, turning his personal life into an excuse for jokes. The angry young man turned to Rem with determination, and stated firmly that he was not going to take him on the upcoming mission, choosing others. The stunned strongman was very much surprised, perplexed as to who could go on an important mission with his commander instead. Unexpectedly, Encred chose the silent Jackson, known for his scouting skills, as the third member of the squad. The determined trio got ready to leave, though the situation in the barracks remained rather unpleasant and tense due to the rumors. An offended Ram theatrically shouted after the departing men that the commander had abandoned him for Jackson the street cat, threatening to throw his huge axe after them. When they were already outside the barracks, a curious Jackson asked why Encred had decided to take him in particular. The much-experienced Jackson asked permission to advise his young commander, catching his attention with the seriousness of his tone. The wise scout advised against developing deep feelings for women in their profession, as it could turn out to be a serious problem in the warrior's path. The unyielding Encred dryly replied that he was not at all interested in such advice about his personal life, cutting off further discussion. The impatient trio was already standing in the town square when the curious commander asked when their mysterious customer would show up. The calm Fairy assured that everything would be cleared up soon, and they wouldn't have to wait long to meet their employer. The sly girl suddenly remembered that she wanted to ask Encred if they had ever really done something that made babies. The embarrassed Jackson was embarrassed by such questions, and the proud Encred replied firmly that of course not. Nothing of the sort had happened. The irritated commander turned to Jackson, saying he could hear his barely contained laughter at the awkward situation. The cunning Fairy innocently asked the boy if her provocative question had angered him, enjoying his embarrassment. Suddenly, there was the distinctive sound of a carriage moving along the city's paving stones, interrupting the awkward conversation. An attentive Jackson picked up on the fact that it was most likely a long-awaited customer arriving, putting an end to the strange conversation. The mischievous commander remarked with feigned disappointment that the customer had arrived in vain. The just-begun fun was interrupted. The puzzled Encred, upon hearing of the merriment, was perplexed as to how the girl could joke with such a stone face while maintaining complete seriousness. The essence of the order was to protect the heir of a prestigious trade guild from possible ill-wishers. As it turned out, the important question of which of the two heirs would become the next head of the powerful Lockfried Trade Guild was being decided at this moment. The official order included guarding both challengers to keep them from harming each other, and at the same time helping to reconcile them for the good of the guild. The prejudiced Encrid mentally admitted that he had pictured the heir to the trade guild as something like a greedy toad rather than a refined person. A graceful girl who introduced herself as the heiress of the Lockfried Trade Guild named Leona stepped out of the luxurious carriage, striking Encrid with her beauty. The arrogant Leona coldly stated that she relied on them for this demanding task, keeping her distance with the hired soldiers. The observant Encrid noted that after the formal greeting, they never once spoke directly to the haughty heiress. Even her thoughts were exchanged through an elderly nanny, who offered to rent a room in a nearby inn for a rest. The shrewd commander realized that this was a hint that they should simply accompany important persons and not interfere in their personal affairs. Encrid remembered his experienced comrade's admonition that age, posture, choice of location, gaze were all sources of valuable information when assessing an opponent's strength. The attentive young man decided to concentrate on observing and analyzing his surroundings, not missing important details that could come in handy in the future. Encrid's appraising gaze spotted the female guard, left-handed, with an easy gait, despite the heavy armor. Judging by the sword, is in excellent physical shape. The experienced commander surmised that she was likely below his rank. Though there wasn't enough information yet to make an accurate assessment, that was all he could determine. Aboard, Jackson suggested to the commander, if he was bored, to play one simple but useful game for practicing skills. The resourceful scout explained that the game is called Guess the Sound and trains important perceptual skills for the warrior. The experienced tutor gave examples of sounds to guess: the rustling of a package, the clatter of a vendor's tray, and other everyday noises. Demonstrating his skills, Jackson noted the tongue clucking of a late male near the shoe shop on his left side, impressing Encrid with his powers of observation. When the trio finally arrived at the inn, the strict heiress guard ordered them to wait outside, emphasizing the social distance between customers and performers. The curious trio settled around the table, and the company commander enthusiastically suggested that they too join in Jackson's exciting game. The attentive comrades began to take turns naming various sounds: the clatter of a knife on the second floor near the stairs, the clinking of a dagger, the rustle of clothing. A frustrated Encrid mentally noted that these two wouldn't even let him intervene in the game, completely seizing the initiative. The impatient commander sat and tried to catch a moment to say what he was hearing, but was left without a single chance to get a word in. Suddenly, both players fell abruptly silent, catching something unusual and alarming in the sounds around them. Suddenly, an unknown soldier appeared from behind, swiftly pulling out his weapon with clearly unfriendly intentions. Lightning-fast Jackson and Fairy quickly disarmed the attackers, demonstrating superior reaction and combat skills. A calm Jackson noticed the obvious: this was a planned attack, not a random tavern incident. The determined girl fully agreed with the experienced scout's observation, instantly assessing the situation. Frightened customers began screaming in panic, identifying the attackers as assassins, adding to the chaos in the establishment. Another assassin crept up behind the unsuspecting Encrid from behind with a naked weapon, ready to strike. The vigilant guy didn't even give his opponent any chance, also handling this assassin easily thanks to his new skills. After neutralizing the first attackers, screams were heard on the second floor, and the Encrid in charge decided that the safety of the customer should come first. The impetuous commander quickly ran up the stairs to go upstairs and check on his ward Leona's condition. Halfway up, another assassin jumped out, trying to stop the guy who was rushing up with his blade. The loyal Jackson instantly defended his commander, putting up a block and taking the hit meant for Encrid. The determined Fairy wasn't left out either, easily dispatching several attackers with her deadly blade. The shocked assassin asked his accomplices in shock why these soldiers were so strong and what they should do now in such a situation. The observant Fairy, looking at this situation, mentally noted that Private Encrid was far superior to the usual squad leader. The pensive girl pondered why all these experienced fighters were following him with such unwavering faith, as if he were the chosen one. While the company commander pondered Encrid's riddle, one particularly cunning assassin suddenly decided to sneak up behind her. The battle-savvy Fairy mentally noted that the whole situation with the attack was quite entertaining, and even a little funny. The experienced warlady had certainly anticipated this treacherous strike, so she easily plunged her dagger into the body of her hapless opponent. Meanwhile, the energetic Encrid was busy effectively dealing with another assassin by blocking his attacks. The confident commander thought that after the assassins targeting Krang and then the recent assassination attempt by the half-elf Rotten, he simply could not be killed by conventional methods. Satisfied with his progress, the young man recalled the recent exhausting physical strength training and study of hand-to-hand combat under Auden's tutelage. The self-critical Encrid knew that although his comrades said he was still slow and clumsy, he himself was clearly feeling real progress in his skills. Demonstrating his new skills, the confident commander simply kicked his opponent and easily dealt with him without even resorting to a weapon. The observers immediately noticed that the young officer began to move in a completely different way than before, with the confident grace of an experienced fighter. With his improved skills, the determined Encred managed to break through all the assassins to the door of his ward's room. Fanatical assassins, attacking a terrified Leona, screamed that they were doing it in the name of Aspen, giving away their customer. The devoted nanny, acting on instinct, covered the young girl with her body, preparing to meet an imminent death for the protection of her nurse. The shrewd Encred realized that the distance was too close to use a throwing dagger. At his current level, it would definitely not hit the target. Assessing the situation, the determined commander frantically pondered whether he could get there fast enough to save the defenseless woman from imminent death. Remembering that he had once seen such a distance traveled in a fraction of a second, the brave young man decided to take a risk. Realizing that he couldn't copy the movement exactly, the determined commander still knew he had to at least try to save the babysitter. Realizing that with luck something might work out, the brave Encred made an incredibly powerful leap forward, mobilizing all his strength. The focused assassin, still trying to accomplish his goal, swung his dagger for a lethal strike on the defenseless woman. Rapidly flying forward, the commander turned into a living projectile aimed at stopping this deadly blow. The selfless Encred put his own back up to put a living block between the killer and the terrified women. The stunned enemy clearly did not expect such a heroic turn of events, confused by the surprise. The surprised young man realized that the stabbing should have left a wound. But strangely, there was no damage at all. The unflappable commander suggested that the attacker come downstairs and talk, showing incredible composure after the assassination attempt. Without waiting for a response, the determined young man delivered a powerful kick to the disoriented assassin with his trained foot, creating an improvisation in combat. The resourceful Encred snatched his opponent and flew out the window with him, taking control of the situation. Having landed, the experienced fighter pressed the enemy to the pavement with his whole body, completely depriving him of the possibility to resist. The defeated man was in complete shock, paralyzed with fear at the unfathomable abilities of the young commander. Surprisingly, Encred was able to get up easily after such a fall, as if it was a normal thing for him. It turned out that the wily commander had cushioned his blow as he fell by using the enemy's body as an improvised cushion. The experienced strategist knew for sure that there were no more enemies on the second floor, and the main threat was now neutralized. Amazed at the stamina of his opponent, who had taken the full impact of the fall and was still conscious, the young man appreciated his hardening. The stunned Aspen assassin asked, with a note of respect, if his unlikely adversary was from the border guard. Grimly grinning, the enemy soldier remarked that in such a case, one could absolutely not worry about losing. It was inevitable. The observant Encred noticed that his opponent was skillfully wielding two different length swords, yet the balance in his stance was completely intact. The appraising young man wondered if this served as intimidation, or if he would actually have to confront the dangerous master of the two blades. The provoking commander remarked that he had often heard of opponents who talked too much before combat instead of acting. The enraged enemy soldier immediately after these words swiftly flew at the guy, determined to prove his combat ability by deed. Anticipating Encred thought it had been a long time since he had fought in earnest, especially against an opponent who was clearly strong and experienced. The disciplined young man first remembered the teachings of his mentors and adopted a proper fighting stance, preparing for the fight. The curious commander wondered which of his newly learned techniques would be best to try out against such an unusual opponent. The impatient enemy soldier was already ready to deliver a deadly blow with his two different blades clutched in his hands. The analytical Encred noted that these were two swords that were completely different in their amplitude, requiring a special approach to defense. Intrigued by the unusual duo of weapons, the attentive young man decided to focus on at least one sword to simplify his defense. The nimble commander succeeded, easily dodging the first swift attack by moving out of the line of impact. Continuing the maneuver, the agile young man crouched down and masterfully dodged the second attack, showing a significant advancement in technique. The persistent enemy soldier was not going to stop, continuing to attack with incredible speed and precision. The opponents moved slightly away from each other, creating the optimal distance to continue the deadly dance of blades. The attentive Encred intuitively sensed that now was the best time to counterattack, and rushed forward with determination. The incredibly agile commander outmaneuvered his enemy with remarkable ease, finding himself right behind him in a winning position. The baffled opponent asked in surprise as to how the ordinary private managed to dodge his stealthy and lightning-fast strike. The humble Encred replied with a note of admiration that he envied his enemy's talent, recognizing that he himself lacked the natural ability to master such a technique. The analytical commander noted to himself that the enemy had impressive speed and accuracy. One touch of his blade would mean instant death. The focused young man went into a state of maximum concentration, discarding all extraneous thoughts and sounds. In this special state, the entire world for Encred narrowed down to two objects, the opponent's blade and his own weapon, just as his mentor had taught him. Suddenly, the commander's eyes shone with a special fire. He noticed something strange in the enemy's movements that could be the key to victory. The astute warrior realized he recognized the very skill Ragna spoke of, your line of attack, allowing you to predict attacks. The prepared Encred was fully prepared to dodge the blow as he unmistakably read his opponent's intentions like an open book. The determined commander swung his weapon and rushed forward, turning into a live projectile aimed at the enemy's heart. The two warriors crossed their weapons in perfect symmetry, almost copying each other's movements like mirror images. Satisfied, Encred realized that he had managed to pull off exactly what he had planned, forcing his opponent to defend instead of attack. Although the young man was aiming straight for the heart, but due to a slight inaccuracy, the blade entered a little away from the lethal point. Despite the incomplete hit, the talented commander still managed to hit the enemy soldier. Bright arterial blood spurted from the wound. The victorious Encred looked at his defeated opponent and thought about how much he still had to learn on his path to perfection. The indefatigable young man pondered who he should spend his next training session with. Perhaps Jackson could teach him some new tactics. Listening carefully, the vigilant commander heard the remaining enemy soldiers shouting loudly for a retreat. Unexpectedly, Jackson, who had approached, remarked to the commander that the surrounding neighborhoods were too noisy from the ongoing battles. A determined Encred ordered his subordinate to pursue the fugitives, saying they were trying to escape just punishment. A judicious Jackson reminded them that their assignments did not include catching criminals. Their job was only to protect the customer. The pragmatic scout explained that the remaining company of assassins had already escaped, and the customer was now completely safe, which was their goal. The approaching fairy noted approvingly that Encred was performing quite well for his level of training, which sounded like rare praise. The caring commander asked the girl if she was all right after such an intense battle with superior forces. The wily war lady teased Encred in return, asking if he was worried about his beloved enough to be unable to sleep a wink. The embarrassed young man became extremely uncomfortable with the fact that the company commander continued to joke about this awkward topic in the presence of outsiders. A curious Leona, who overheard their dialogue, asked with interest if the two were really dating, as the town rumors said. The bewildered Encred hastily replied in the negative, to which the offended fairy asked with feigned sadness, "Why not all of a sudden?" The completely confused commander became even more awkward as he wondered what was wrong with this strange girl and her jokes. An interested Leona asked the name of the brave commander who had saved her life, to which he modestly introduced himself as Encred. The grateful heiress expressed her sincere gratitude for her protection from mortal danger, promising to repay the rescue without fail. The principled young man politely declined the award, emphasizing that he was simply doing his direct duty as a royal soldier. The red-haired girl was genuinely surprised by such honesty and unselfishness, rarely seen in her surroundings. The successful trio handed over several captured attackers to the local army while Fairy called for reinforcements in case of another attack. A thoughtful Encred pondered the identities of these strange assassins, among whom was even an unusually talented swordsman who fought with two blades. The shrewd commander realized that it was unlikely that the perpetrator's aim was simple robbery. The second claimant to the inheritance should have been suspected in the first place. During these musings, the graceful heiress came down to him from the second floor, determined to continue the conversation in private. The observant Leona noticed that the boy was awake quite early, looking fresh and collected despite the night's battle. The Encred in charge explained that he hadn't slept at all, having been on guard all night to protect the peace of his ward. The enchanted girl addressed the commander by name, indicating growing sympathy and trust. Impressed, Leona offered Encred to join her personal guard, noting his outstanding fighting abilities. The business heiress noted that her guild was a thriving medium-sized organization with impressive wealth. The proud girl mentioned that the main customers are the ninja herders of the Badlands Wasteland. Boastful Leona listed the guild's connections, the Hunters Organization, the Black Skin Guild dedicated to catching dragons, and other influential groups. The heiress mentioned that they were in possession of a priceless map of Lockfried's trade routes of great value. Praising the value of the card, the enterprising girl noted that the proceeds from its sale could provide a carefree life for 100 years. The ambitious Leona declared that this was an unacceptable luxury for the foolish son of the past guild head, and she should inherit the will of her ancestors by protecting the guild. The insistent heiress emphasized that she needed talented people like Encred, who had saved her, with both mighty strength and selfless character. Confident in her attractiveness, Leona believed that anyone would want to join their guild, and this guy was no exception to the rule either. The girl promised to give him whatever she wished, but was surprised to hear Encred's firm refusal, not interested in the offer. Shocked, Leona was genuinely shocked when she heard such a quick rejection. The guy didn't even think for a second about the lucrative offer. Unexpectedly, Jackson wryly remarked that it was unseemly to cling to a man, even after his apparent rejection, in defense of a commander. The fairy who had arrived supported the scout, adding that such behavior really looked ugly, especially for a noble. The annoyed heiress, upon hearing these remarks, was clearly not satisfied with this reaction to her generous offer. After dryly saying that Torona, the guild's second heir, would already be arriving by morning, Leona stated the need to prepare for the important meeting. The offended girl majestically departed, leaving the three royal soldiers alone to discuss what had happened. A mocking Jackson wondered how Encred had managed to seduce even the heiress of the guild, advising him to break his habit of casting leering glances. The jealous fairy jokingly called the young man a cheater after this scene, continuing her game of jealousy and feigned resentment. The annoyed Encred was getting angrier and angrier as he listened to these baseless innuendos and jokes from his subordinates. Unexpectedly, the wily commander decided to play along with the jokers, saying with a serious look that he apologized, but his tastes had just recently changed. A wary Jackson clearly didn't like the commander's bold answer, changing the usual dynamic of the relationship. The surprised fairy was also confused by the young man's unexpected words, not expecting such a bold reaction to the banter. The ubiquitous Leona, as always eavesdropping on their dialogue, mentally resented that her chosen one had seduced another girl. The wily company commander was secretly glad that their banter was overheard by outsiders, amplifying the town rumors. An irritated Encred was not at all happy that he had to play along with this farce, losing what was left of his reputation. The suddenly appearing Chris turned to his commander, saying he had heard everything. Allegedly, after 24 hours of acquaintance, he had spent the night with the customer. The doomed young man answered nothing to the provocation, silently listening to the people around him discussing his non-existent love